Let's see here, what do we got? It's everything I was expecting to see. Yeah, I topped off all these. I think we're good to go then. This looks right. Okay, good. I got the correct save. Just give me one more second here. There we go. Okay. So for anyone who missed out on the previous developments about the trains, what it boils down to is the system that the devs made kind of sucks, and it's extremely difficult, if not impossible, to have multiple trains running on the same line, or to have multiple stations without a huge risk of like it just basically soft locking itself, getting backed up. There's a lot of reasons why I couldn't get it to work, and I did more thinking, and I still couldn't figure out how to get it to work. And what it comes down to is the trains are just too stupid to know which stations they should or should not go to at a given point in time. Hydrate. Yep, will do. And the thing that ultimately ruined every design I could think of without having to like run connections all the way to these extractors, which could be really far away, was the fact that I have no way of knowing whether I've filled up on a resource or not. So if the station that's gathering the macaroni has filled up on macaroni, and my home base is filled, and then the train gets called by the station that has the macaroni, the train is going to go there, load up, come back, and not be able to drop off and soft lock the whole system. And I could not figure out any functional way without running connections between them for the system to know not to send the train to that station. Because the station is just going to call it blindly every single time it thinks it's full. I don't know how to have this end like prevent the train from going to that station either if it wants to. So I'm not, I kind of, I'm not going to say it's impossible, because I think there are ways to do it. I could run a connection like from this thing using wires all the way back here, which, I mean, yeah, look, that's easy. It's literally right here, but this is the shitty demo setup I was testing with, and this is not a robust solution for things that are much further away. However, I forgot that these existed. The whole reason I wanted to do this multiple station to single drop-off like design was to prevent these lines from connecting to each other, but I forgot that these site pylons existed, so I collected a few of them from the caves off stream and did a little bit of like layout testing with them, and these might be good enough to allow me to cram like several receiving ends into a small space, and that might do it as far as like automating the rails on this planet are concerned. So before I go build the space elevator, I'll let people like trickle in case they notice that I'm not playing Power Wash Sim anymore. And I'm gonna fix these up a little bit and then go work on the space elevator project, which may be a multi-stream endeavor because I legitimately don't know how big that project is going to get. So the first thing I'm gonna go ahead and set up here is the tungsten. And it should be much easier to do this with these more recent developments on how I want to lay this out. The biggest gripe with these site pylons is I need to prevent them from accidentally connecting to each other, or they'll carve out like massive amounts of terrain that I don't want them to. This whole setup over here is unfortunately a kind of shitty, hacky mess, but there's only so much I could do at the moment. So let me go ahead and lay one of these down where I'm going to have the receiving station for the tungsten. And then I'm going to eventually want to attach one for the aluminum here as well, but for now I think this is fine. I'll just kind of put it here. Okay, that should be good. The advantage of these things as endpoints instead of these stations as well is that they're elevated off the ground, so they don't get carved by the rails every single time I move one of these rails. So this should actually just connect if I leave it here. And it doesn't carve any of the terrain out of the ground, so that's really good. The only big downside I've been running into is the fact that they don't have power outlets on them. Which I'm going to interject this real quick and place one more rail post there first. Probably a short post I think would work better. Let me go find one. I have one on this. I made this storage rack off stream of just like a shitload of various things I might need for the rail building. Cubalt the Raid, hello, how's it going? What were you streaming? What were you up to? We just switched off Power Wash Simulator. I don't know if people are going to be happy or upset about that, but sorry everyone, you missed the Power Wash Simulator. We're playing this video game instead. Maybe next time. You can always watch the VODs. I don't delete them. I haven't had to yet, at least. Imagine watching the Power Wash Simulator VOD. Like, you're so into my Power Wash Simulator content that you're just like, oh, I gotta watch that VOD. I can't miss a moment of Cosine cleaning things. I'm the only person online. I don't know if I should be insulted or not, but I know what you're talking about. As it starts getting late, and there's just none of the streamers you watch are on, and it's just like, well, guess we gotta raid Cosine. I don't worry, I don't take any actual offense to that. You gotta watch the VOD. I respect that. You wanna watch the Power Wash Sim VODs. But you don't have to. I'm not gonna be upset if you're not like caught up on the lore. That said, I have been saving permanent VODs of Astroneer because unlike Power Wash Simulator, Astroneer actually has like some sense of progression to it. So there are permanent VODs of all of my Astroneer streams because apparently I've been able to do that. Like Twitch has just been letting me do it. But I'm not doing it for games like Spelunky or like even Power Wash Sim. Games that have like no progression. It doesn't really matter if you miss an episode or a stream. But for things that I think people might be interested in, I've been doing that. And so far, Astroneer struck me as a game where somebody might be legitimately curious what I did on a particular stream, even if they just want to like listen to it in the background and just glance at it every now and then. So I don't know, each of those videos has like 2 views, and I don't know if that's just me checking on whether or not it worked or if somebody actually watched it, but it's there for anyone who's interested, and it's not like I'm paying money to host it. There we go. So this is why I need to have a rail post right next to the site pylon. Devs, please add a power socket to the site pylon. It'll make this so much easier. Yeah, you don't like to raid the same person. It does feel a little bit weird. I've done that a few times, and it's just like, do I just like this person too much? Is this weird or awkward to do that? The answer is no, not really, but I try to avoid doing it. I try to spread it out a little bit. I said, like, if you're Nebgoal and you're the only person streaming in the middle of the night, you're probably just gonna get all my raids, because that's just how it is. And I'm a Nebgoal fanboy. Love that guy. Alright, let's see here. Need to free up some inventory space and make a few more things. I'm basically making a smelter for the tungsten is what we're doing here before we go make the space elevator. There will be a space elevator, or at least an attempt to build a space elevator, I promise. Need to send him the clip the other day. There's a lot of clippable moments. You're gonna have to narrow it down more than that. Or was it something I did that you're going to send to him? Because I don't remember what I did yesterday in Spelunky, other than like yell loudly and be generally upset. What was I making? I was making a storage, or a platform. Luckily, thanks to this failed project over here, I have a shitload of macaroni in this canister. Got 2-2 on the daily today. I'm sorry to hear that. I have to be careful. Like, do I congratulate a person or do I say I'm sorry to hear that? And I have to remember how like good they are at Spelunky and like what their expectations for the daily probably were. But I think I'm sorry to hear that you got 2-2 on the daily. Dare I ask what happened? Was it just the usual shit? You just fell in lava or something, or the drill killed you? Because we've all been there. Stupid drill. I need a smelting furnace. I don't remember how to make this. Is it 2 compound and a resin? I think it is. It's definitely that, right? No, it is 2 resin and a compound. That's stupid of me. There's a jetpack on 1 too. No, you can just blame it on the lava. In a crate. You can definitely just blame it on the lava. Lemon here made it a 740, just flexing. Poor cue ball, still getting over dying on 2-2, and you're just like, oh, I made it to 740. Rude. You went to jungle? Okay, I don't know what to tell you then. I'm truly sorry for your loss. I mean, in a way, that's better than dying on 740, right? Because you died early in the run. It's just like, oh, I wasn't really that invested in this run. What do you blame for falling into a man trap? I don't know, you got like stunned by a tiki man or something, right? You definitely didn't just walk into it. Just 10-minute stream. Maybe it was for the best. Maybe it just wasn't your day for Spelunky. Let's see, I need auto arms. I made a few of those as well. We've got one here that's not being used for anything. Now, usual business, by the way. Tell me if you think my audio volume levels suck. I keep tuning them between streams because I keep getting feedback or complaints about them. So hopefully they're good right now. You switch to scary games. What scary games did you play? Anything I've ever heard of? There's a very distinct chance I haven't heard of what you're about to tell me here. Should you choose to answer my question? Sorry, I had a burp there. I can't actually burp, but I have the equivalent of a burp where I just slowly release the gas and it feels uncomfortable. Sorry if we're getting into PMI territory, chat. Okay, so we're going back to the good old design of just having a single storage sensor on one of these. And what have I been rigging it with? Full or empty? Okay. And then I just attach it directly to the car. There we go. Back to basics. Dead by Daylight? Devour? Okay, I don't know what Devour is. I know what Dead by Daylight is. Know nothing of the other video game you have mentioned. See, that should only grab... Yeah, that should be fine. I can just leave that there. These still need to be aligned a lot better, but for now this is fine. Okay, I can reach... Okay, I can reach everything I wanted to. Yeah, I want to cram this in as tight as I can. It'll just make it a little bit easier to mess with it. And the important part is, can I get power? No, of course not. Okay, maybe we can do it on the other side. I could do something like this. Just clip it in there. I just have to be able to reach the entire train. That's the only part that really matters here. You can clip things into each other in this game and it doesn't affect it. Yeah, this will work. I should be able to get power across all this. Devs, please add a power outlet to the site pylons. I'm begging you. I love you. Do it for me. And don't watch my previous VODs where I did nothing but complain about your game for 4 hours. Your community sucks at Dead by Daylight. They keep on getting grabbed from chests. I don't know what that means. I mean, feel free to explain it if you want. No one else is using the chat. Go for it. Tell me all about Dead by Daylight, but I am probably never going to play that game. Or Devour. Either of them, really. And that's assuming you want to monologue about a game that you know already I'm not going to play. But I'm always curious, just because I don't like or care for a game doesn't mean it can't be interesting. You wouldn't see me playing it. That's probably fair. I've probably given some indication of that. Is this NASA? No. Good to know you're still Ted Cuddy, though, but this is in fact not NASA. This is Cosine256 at twitch.tv/Cosine256. Streaming a vaguely space-themed game featuring assets from NASA. I was supposed to go up there and show you the assets from NASA, and I fucked it up. Okay, I'm just gonna run up the ramp. There it is. There's the NASA content that you may or may not have actually been asking for. It's in this video game. Can you believe it? They stole that from NASA. I'm gonna look like an idiot if the space shuttle missions weren't funded by NASA, but I'm assuming they were. I don't know much about my space history. I'm uneducated. Alright, so anyways, we're trying to get tungsten here. NASA. No, it doesn't sound right, but then again, I don't know who actually gets to decide how you pronounce NASA. So, I don't know, maybe that is right. And I've been doing it wrong this whole time, but I've literally never heard anyone in my life say NASA. Okay, so what am I looking for here? That should be able to load it. It should auto-send... Okay, so I think it's just waiting for the train to get sent back. So I should be able to kick the system off by just activating the train. And luckily, it doesn't matter how crusty this overlap system is, as long as it works. If they're not going to give me pieces that can be easily manipulated, I'm just going to overlap shit. We want finished tungsten to go over here, and then I'm going to make, maybe not make, I'm just going to drop a canister on the floor over here to receive the output. I'm going to use tungsten all that much, I don't need it to be too close. Devour is a 4-player co-op game where you kill goats to a god where a killer chases you. That sounds similar to Dead by Daylight. Is it like a similar premise? Is the killer like AI controlled in that game? Okay, that would be the distinction. And I think what sets Dead by Daylight apart is that it's a player-controlled killer. It's one of those asymmetric, like, competitive games. That sounds interesting, but you're right in your call that I probably wouldn't enjoy it. Alright, I didn't even notice the train came back. Alright, so the next step of automating this is we want to unload it. And it's going to go into the smelter, and then when the train is fully unloaded, it should just get sent back automatically and repeat the cycle, and then we have automated tungsten. Excellent. And then when the tungsten is done, it's going to go into this resource canister here, and the last thing I need to do is get a storage sensor to turn the whole thing off when the canister is full. Which I'll just use this for now. Yeah, I'm glad I added these Final Fantasy like songs to the track, like even just a couple of them. They're quite good. Whatever you may think of the game or MMOs in general, or weeb games, it's got a dang good soundtrack. What is this? That's a button repeater. I need to reset this one. There we go. Slap this onto the tower. I'm gonna edit that. Okay, see ya. Yeah, you should probably stop streaming ultra late. I learned from what I say, not what I do. Be responsible, get an education, survive like 2 more years of whatever schooling you're in, and then you can be a degenerate like I am and just stay up until weird hours. It's something to look forward to in your future. Or you could not do that, and you could be a responsible grown up as well. But the thing is, when you become an adult, you decide when bedtime is. You become your own dad. Okay, that's weird. That's not what I meant. But like you are your own like parental guidance is what I'm trying to say here. Well, I'm reading chat again. I played 14 just for the story and pieced out until there was more to play. What are you like? Are you okay? I think you're just hypothetically talking to people in general because I've already given my reason for why I don't want to play Final Fantasy, and it's not because I don't want to play the game, it's because I should really not play that game when I need to be making responsible grown-up decisions in my life. If I can't fix my bedtime, I at least need to get a damn job, and playing an MMO that I know I'm going to get addicted to is not a good play. Alright, I think the tungsten thing is working. The train should be at the other station waiting to get filled up. Okay, so let's go ahead and clean this mess up. And then go kind of start researching the space elevator. There may be a few steps in this process. I don't know how well this is going to go. I have a lot of building to do. So again, the space elevator may be a multi-stream process. I mean, honestly, I kind of have a lot of resin. I guess I could do this in bits and pieces and just come back to this if I run out of material. So yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and do that. So for the space elevator, we need to build it in a very specific spot. And I guess I can go ahead and demo something that I didn't do last stream, just to explain a little bit about how this game works before I go and build it. So let's see how the snail's doing. This one is hungry because I fed it the wrong thing earlier. So this one's out of sync with the others. Actually, I'm going to let them get out of sync. I'll let that one go hungry for a little bit so I can synchronize all my snails again. We're going to go on a little flight here to demonstrate something before I start building the space elevator, because the space elevator, to be clear, is I'm going to build a rail line between 2 planets, or attempts to do that, because I don't know for sure if it's actually possible to do that. So I need to do a little bit of flight between the planets to explain how they're actually laid out in the game engine, because this is very important to understanding how the space elevator works, and it's just fun to show this off in general because I didn't do this last stream at all. So, anyone just checking in, you're about to see a flying machine in this game. It's not a rocket. Hopefully that'll be interesting to you. I need to place this winch in a very specific position on the bottom of this rover. I now have a perpetual motion machine. And then I'll open up the shitty image that I drew in MS Paint that I show every time I do this, which is this image here. I'm on Calidor right now. This is how the planets are laid out in 3D space as my rover slowly slides away from me and attempts to escape. But you're not going anywhere, buddy. There's a rocket in the way. This is how the planets are actually laid out in the game engine. They're not on a flat disk. They're just invisible unless you're next to, like, the specific planet that you're on. It renders the closest one to you. The other ones are just invisible, except for a few, like, bits and pieces, like certain objects that render from any distance. And the satellite, for some reason, also renders from literally anywhere. And we want to go to Silva. The space elevator is going to go from Calidor to Silva. I want to go to Visania as well to activate the gateways on Visania because those are the last ones I haven't done yet. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to fly there. I'll show that off a little bit. Come back to Calidor and then work on the space elevator, which will hopefully be a slightly more automated solution to interplanetary travel because, I mean, why would you even use a rocket when you can do something as ridiculous as this instead? So buckle in. We're gonna have a little fun here. For anyone who hasn't seen this yet, let me grab my silo of everything just in case I need it. I think I've just been putting it there. Got rail posts on it. I don't know why. Whatever, I'll just leave them there. I don't remember why I put those there. We got, let's see, 4 RTGs. Let me grab a 5th one. Where are the RTGs? Oh, I have more of these over here. I forgot I even had extras. I have not been making RTGs, by the way, for anything other than powering vehicles and Aatrox because I kind of want the logistics challenge of powering my base without just printing a shitload of RTGs. So, like, I have the large solar array over there, the thing that spawns on every planet. You can just drag this back to your base with a winch and plug it in, and it'll provide like 100 power. Like, it varies a little bit per planet. And then I have a couple solar panels on top of the gateway up there. And that's mostly what has been running this base. I'm only using mini RTGs and storage to power it besides that. As for the large RTGs, I think they're on my other rovers. So let's see here. Yeah, I see one all the way over here. Let's go ahead and grab this one. This is my digging rover here with a crane on it. Let me pull it a little bit closer. I don't need it to be over there right now. I might do more building in that area soon. And then we have the hydrazine rover, which I'm going to be using that later, but for now we're going to use the winch rover. So let me just grab the RTG off the back of this. This should be enough to power Visania. And if not, I can always use the snail that I have that produces power, and that'll definitely cover it. We have plenty of packages, as you can see here by the mullet that I put on this, like, storage silo here. And we want to go to Silva, and then past Silva to Visania, because as I showed in the diagram earlier, that's where they're laid out. So we want to go north, like off the North Pole, which it's underneath the beacon for the gateway, but it's basically behind me. And once you have this very delicate winch set up, you can basically just fly with your rover. Let me see if I can get it off the ground here. There we go. We want to turn around and head north. This thing is as difficult to control as it looks, if not more difficult. And I did not tension the winch very hard this time, so it's going to be a little hard to get this off the surface. But I can adjust that later if I land on Silva. Or if I'm having too much trouble, I'll just touch back down. Luckily, these things can't take fall damage, so I basically just have to hit the planet, and there's no other constraint besides that. But it is very difficult to control these. I say this every single time because I don't want anyone to think for a second that this is easy to do. And you might be able to see these rail lines up here. Those are one of the things that render from any distance. Like, it's a little harder to see at a 720p, but you should be able to see them. They're fairly clear if I hold the camera still so the bitrate doesn't get wrecked, and that's where Silva actually is in space. Now, if we can miss Silva ever so slightly, pre-recorded, it's not pre-recorded, what are you talking about? If we can miss Silva ever so slightly, we can just fly past it and go to Visania, which is at the northern end of the star system. And I don't have much set up there, so I don't have a good visual aid to go towards. But if I just head straight up relative to the, like, the band of stars here, the galactic band, which is along the equator, we will get Visania. This is actually going way better than I thought it would. And we're just going to do some litho braking real quick. Okay, the game engine just stopped moving me for a second to load the planet, which is probably the best outcome. Because now we don't have to get stuck in anything. Can't wait for the Astroneer vehicle explosion on collision update. I hope they never do that, because even when you're not doing shit like this, these vehicles collide with stuff a lot because they are very hard to control, especially with the really bad camera that this game has. So hopefully we never see that update. But I don't know, the updates are hit or miss, though the recent ones have been pretty good. There's always a few problems that they introduce with them. Hopefully we never see that particular one. So what I'm going to do here, just to kill a little bit of time, is power the rest of the gateways on Visania with my flying rover, and then we're going to go back to the home planet and try to build the space elevator, which is going to be a multi-step process that, again, may not be finished in one stream. Vehicle durability and repair mechanics for fun. Please never. Please don't, devs. Don't do it. Listen to all the other stuff I asked you to do. Don't listen to my chat. Alright, and this is how I usually power gateways once I have a bunch of RTGs like this, because I don't want to carry around like a shitload of power infrastructure. So once you have like 5 RTGs, you can power basically anything except Aatrox and Glacia. I think Glacia needs 6 and Aatrox needs 7. And if you have the snail that you get from the quest that gives you the power snail, that's basically an RTG and a half right there. And I think I have to do like 4 or 5 of these gateways. This is one planet I basically haven't done anything on because it's horrible. Like, I don't want to drive on it. It's gross. It has purple potato tumors everywhere. So let's see how many of these we've done. Okay, I think I've only done the core and 2 surface nodes. We're on the south one. Okay, so I gotta run to the equator, do a loop, and then head north. Usagi waiting room. Look, Usagi will get its chance to be useful if I go on a marble hunt, but I have still been constantly disappointed by Usagi. They gotta fix that snail to actually be worth a damn, or I'm never going to feed it. Like, I feed it, and I try to look for things with it, and Usagi finds nothing. Like, what am I supposed to do? We've established that it can find things, but it does it so close to the thing you're looking for that you've basically found it already on your own. It's like, what's the point? Why even feed the snail when I can use my eye holes to find things instead? My eye holes work fine. I need to retension the winch on this rover, I think. I'm having trouble getting enough airtime to actually take off. Perfect the way he is? No, Usagi is a flawed snail that deserves to be made fun of and needs to be buffed. Like, Usagi is the only snail that I would say is objectively useless because I haven't done anything with Usagi that couldn't have been accomplished by just finding the thing I was looking for, because I'm so close to it anyways. Like, I'm still waiting for Usagi to find one thing that I did not find on my own first. Okay, there's a gateway. Let's see if we can go to that one. And I might actually leave the winch at this tension because it's less likely to fly off the planet. A little more litho braking here. Preferably not in the trees. Okay, good. That's actually a really good landing. Might be able to get an eagle on this hole. Just gotta putt it once. It's on the green. And we're at the gateway. Excellent. Didn't it help find it? It didn't. So here's the deal. Usagi didn't find it, and I didn't find it either. But the thing is, Usagi's range for detection of that rover, or not the rover, of the Apollo lander was so low. Like, we looked at it afterward, and the range was so shitty that I'm not sure if it would have found it if it was like in the second cavern layer. Because I had to get fairly close to it once I did the scum save to even get it to show up on the compass. Which leads me to believe that Usagi only confirms that it wasn't in like the immediate vicinity. But there were so many places it could have gone while the physics engine was not working correctly that I don't count that as a win for Usagi. It didn't really provide any useful information. There are no bad snails, only bad owners. Okay, fine, you do your own playthrough and see if Usagi actually does shit for you. Maybe I'm just mistreating Usagi and that's what's happening. But I get the feeling that the snails don't actually have any sense of compassion in this very, like, one-dimensional, like, taming system. And that it actually is just a shitty snail, in general. So, you know, prove me wrong, okay? There you go. I'm not an asshole now. I said prove me wrong, as in I left an opportunity for you to say that I'm not an asshole. We're on Equator 3. We need to go west along the equator, get 2 and 4. I don't know why it skips. I don't know why it's 1, 3, 2, 4. It's like me counting orbs in the cosmic ocean. But yeah, we want to go west. Okay, that should be good. I'm an asshole. That might be true, but am I an asshole because I make fun of Usagi? Because if Usagi is a piece of shit, then that's like not a reason why I'm a bad person. The clown music is two-dimensional. Okay, that's fair. I hate the clown music though, so I already don't like the Usagi by extension. The other snails have made it up to me by being useful for something, but Usagi has yet to justify its existence. I had to listen to like 2 minutes of clown music for Usagi. And those are 2 minutes of my life I'll never get back that I wasted on a snail that doesn't do anything. You'll love him and feed him and give him hats. Alright, do it. Do it, you won't. Start your own stream with Usagi and hookers. Prove me wrong. You two have a loving relationship. Because next thing you know, Usagi's gonna be sitting on the couch watching just Futurama and refusing to do anything. And while Futurama is a great choice of things to watch on the couch, it won't change the fact that Usagi is a useless, mooching piece of shit snail that will not help you in your astroneering endeavors. But you can watch Futurama together and love each other, and you know what? That's fine. If you two can get along and just live happy lives together. Usagi doesn't do any work! What do you mean had a hard day at work? I don't need this shit from you. Usagi fucking doesn't do anything for work. You put Usagi on the backpack, you feed it, and then it proceeds to do nothing. And it's literally like Usagi is just fucking texting on their phone. And you get close to a marble, and Usagi looks up at the marble you're already walking towards, and it's just like, oh, there's one over there. I found one. And it's just like, yeah, cool, thanks. You're really pulling your weight around here. He finds crashed rubble. Yeah, I could do that too. I can literally just go up in the air a short distance and look around and find it myself. I don't see how that's a valuable skill. Let me continue west. Like, I'm still waiting. Like, when is Usagi going to find one useful thing? Like, Usagi's not equipped right now, but there will be other opportunities. We're going to try this again. I'm going to go on, like, a chess piece hunt, which is another thing that apparently Usagi is supposed to be able to find, but doesn't. I don't know why. Usagi, I literally stood next to, like, 3 chess pieces, and Usagi fucking didn't find any of them. Yeah, just a manager. Well, I don't want a manager. I want a snail that actually pulls its weight and does things. Overshot. That's not a very good shot here. Okay, let's touch down, turn around. Okay, it's actually pretty good. This is pretty close. Usagi sucks. It's broke. Let's see. Mighty Stoosh, you know about this game, right? You know Usagi is garbage. Well, you get what I'm saying here. Like, I want Usagi to be good. Did I change Usagi's settings? How do I do that? Like, how do I change the settings to make the snail work correctly? And where is that? Where's that file? 100%. Okay, 100% agree, I'm assuming. Like, believe me, I want the snail to be good. Like, I love the memes of, like, Usagi is a piece of shit snail, but the memes are spawned from reality. Usagi is a piece of shit snail. That is why I'm saying these things. I don't know, I figured out, well, apparently I'm not a good enough gamer. Yeah. Like, all the other ones have redeeming qualities. Like, I don't use the one that gives me better mobility because I don't spend a lot of time running around, but, like, that could be useful if I was running around a lot. Usagi just doesn't do anything. And like I made that diagram on Paint last time around that we were messing with Usagi, where I like theorized what the shapes were for Usagi's detection range, and it's really shitty. It's super short. Like if you're barely above or below the object, it doesn't get detected anymore, so it's not going to find anything in the caves under me, or even in a cave layer below me while I'm already like spelunking. So I don't know what to do with that snail. So that snail stays on the silo right here and never gets fed. Not that snail, the other one. This one right here just sits here and never gets fed because it never fucking does anything. I think I need to get the North Pole gateway now, and then we should be done with Basania. Let's see, got it, and North Pole, okay. Got it, almost. I'm not going to be able to take off from here, it's too bumpy. I'm waiting for the rover to stop and give me the prompt, there we go. Okay, these hills are usually pretty good. I'm gonna go for this one right here. Actually, I need this back. I lost the direction I'm facing. Power one's also kind of useless. I use the power one instead of an RTG. The way I see it is I have a bunch of these, I feed them anyways, I might as well use the power snail, because it's a shitload of power. And then I've used it to power a gateway where I didn't have an extra RTG. The snail is basically an RTG and a half on its own. So I find use in that snail. The one I'm not using is, again, the mobility snail, which I can completely respect the fact that it has its uses. It just doesn't work with what I'm trying to do, because I spend so much time in rovers or just slowly moving around the base that it doesn't really help me at all. God, get off the phone! Doesn't feed it, keeps it chained up all day. Look, if it did something, maybe I would respect it more. What are they gonna do about it? Animal services can't get me here. I'm on another planet. Can you use the snail? Yeah, you can just put it on a silo or something, and it's just like having a power supply on it. I can demo that right now, actually. So if I go ahead and attach this, it's not enough power, and if I go get the snail, which is this one here, that's enough to get the gateway. So like, if nothing else, it's worth carrying it around if you just need an RTG to power like a bootstrap base that doesn't have like other power sources on it yet. I think it says that too. You know, okay, I think it says it in the description on the snail, like, spaceship chunk, like in the lore journals. I'm pretty sure it says that it works when it's, like, slotted on a storage as well. I'm not sure, I don't remember. The game told me that somewhere, I didn't just, like, find it out at random. So, is good snail. Pays the bills. Literally pays the electric bills, like, I don't have to pay those bills because of that snail. Okay, and I think we have activated every single gateway on every single planet. And by I think, I mean we know. I'm not going to check because I did this off stream. I checked which planets I hadn't done yet. So it is technically the only thing left for me to do in this video game is to go to the mysterious satellite or whatever and win the game. But that is not what we're here to do. The way I want to win this game is when I feel like I don't want to play it anymore. And I have things that I want to do. We will end like the stream series for this video game by actually activating the unidentified satellite, but that's going to be a ways off. It's basically when I get bored and want to move on to something else, and at that point we're probably going to stream another sandbox game. That's kind of like what I want to go for here with my model for these streams. Usually just recall. That's true, you can do that, I guess, if you're at any given base. I forget that you can do that. And I guess I haven't really needed to. This silo here I carry around all the time.
Lucky number 13 cuisine.
Oh man, 13, oof. Thank you for the sub. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the sub, but 13? 13's a prime number, dude. Like, I don't care if 13's like a lucky or an unlucky number, it's a prime number. Prime numbers are kind of gross. Like, you can't do anything with them. Like, what's wrong with a good highly composite number? Or like a good power 2 if you're in the computer science industry. Like, why 13? Thank you, though. Thank you for the sub. I miss having you around. I hope your work nonsense is going well and or improving in some way. Whatever you may be doing with your real life and your adult responsibilities. Anyways, we're going back to the solo. Let's use a lot of composite numbers for your RSA. Oof. You know, I never said that prime numbers don't have any uses, but the things I like to do with numbers, I generally don't want them to be prime. But yeah, you probably don't want to be using composite numbers for your RSA encryption. It's a niche joke that, in fairness, myself and maybe one other person probably know what we're talking about right now. But like, I want to be clear about something. Prime numbers have their uses, just not for me, not right now. At least until they make a quantum computer that can factor co-primes with like 128 bits, but that might be a ways off here. The whole quantum computer thing is mostly still a buzzword, but someday, the day might come where that actually becomes a legitimate issue. I forget what the algorithm is called. Somebody wrote a quantum computing algorithm that can factor extremely large co-primes. And it's bad when that happens. It'll be funny, but mostly it'll just be a bad thing, but we're ways off from that. And we do a solo here. Not the solo. I keep saying DeSolo. It's Calidor. Calidor is also desolate. It's a desert. That's why I keep calling it DeSolo. There's the base. I don't think we're going to hit it. I think I overshot. So we'll have to do 2 launches at least. Unless I can keep out of the gravitational pull, but I'm pretty low. I might be getting pulled down. Let's see if we can salvage this. Like, if I can touch down anywhere on the tarmac, I consider that to be a hole-in-one. Though it was kind of a hole-in-two. I did hit Silva on the way over. Yeah, we're not in the gravitational pull yet. I might be able to do it. And for anyone who's wondering what the control scheme is, I have roll and pitch as my controls, and thrust is always on. I'm just pedal to the metal. The winch is pulling the thing forward at all times. And I have to aim it to change like where I'm actually going. There's no strafing or anything. And this is actually pretty good. We're kind of right above the base. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, that's a hole-in-one right there, like from Silva. Oh god. Stop. No, don't knock those over. I need those. Can you get lost in space? Yes. Eventually the space kraken kills you, which basically means you go too far away, and I think a floating point precision error at some point in the physics eventually just deletes the rover that you're riding on. I don't know exactly what happens there. I have no insight into like the code behind this, but it eventually deletes your rover is what usually happens. I think the only other thing I've seen happen is I got kicked out of my rover, but the rover was still there. I forget what other thing happened, or maybe all the wheels got deleted was what happened, and I couldn't move it or control it or do anything with it. Basically, the game doesn't know what the fuck to do once you get that far away, and it just bugs out because they probably didn't think anyone would actually do this. Which is weird because a lot of people have done this exact thing, except with no control over it. Because like at the end of the day, you can attach a winch to a rover or a crane or something and fly off into space and die. Like anybody can do that. But the mastery of it is controlling it. It's like that saying that I don't know how the saying actually goes, where a rocket is just like a really well-controlled bomb. Like anybody can like blow up some explosives, but only an engineer can like build a machine that has just a barely controlled enough explosion to actually go to space. I think I combined like 3 sayings there, but you know, it's true, I'm pretty sure. Look, I'm gonna stop rambling about that instead and go feed my snails, except for Usagi, who does not get fed. I mean, technically the other snail I'm not using doesn't get fed either, but that one's not out of malice. Like, Usagi doesn't get fed because Usagi doesn't deserve it. I do not like that particular snail. It is a bad snail, and it should know better than to be useless all the time. Okay, so, space elevator. Got a little bit of work to do here. First of all, we need to get to the North Pole of this planet. We are currently not on the North Pole, we are on the equator. North Pole is over in that general direction, and I want to run a rail to that. So I'm going to use this rail here, the one that I'm not using for any resource lines, and try to just run a shitload of rail posts all the way around the planet. So this could be a little fun. We're going to make like a slow roller coaster here. So let me grab the storage silo and slap it on the train, because we're going to be out for a while, and it already has some rail posts on it. War criminal? What do you mean war criminal? It's a snail! Why does my offense like keep escalating in your head because I'm not feeding this stupid snail? Farm working great? Yeah, it is working. The only problem with the farm is occasionally one of the seeds gets kicked up onto the side, but I added these little like bumpers, and so far I have not seen it do that. It seems like, oh never mind, nope, I lied, it's still doing it. See right here, these fell into the wrong hole. So we still have a couple problems, but it's pretty good. Maybe I'll make the walls higher. I didn't actually see this one fall in, but it's working well enough that I'm satisfied with it. Maybe I'll come back to it. Maybe it's good enough for the rest of this playthrough. So what rail posts do I have stored on this? They're sentient. How does that make it a war crime? It's not a war. It doesn't just become a war crime because they're sentient. And they're also not sentient. Escar, nope. Yep, exactly. I don't know how many rail posts I need. I'm going to make a couple more because I don't want to have to come back. And I'm going to also, I think, put in just an empty silo on this just in case I find anything I want to bring home. Collectively, all this crap should be good enough. Now, let me grab a silo just in case. And this one, I forget what I'm using this for. Nothing really. I'm just gonna... I don't remember why I had this here. Well, let's use this one. Okay, we got that. The hydrazine is there for extra jetpack fuel, although I have more on the other silo. Usagi is not worth the snail title, indeed. I'm glad I have somebody in chat who agrees with me and doesn't antagonize me about the shitty snail. I'm telling you. I have no bias against like Usagi like as a snail. It is the fact that Usagi doesn't bring anything to the table, has no useful skills, doesn't pull its weight. Like that is why I do not like Usagi. Alright, I'm gonna make 2 more sets of these rail posts, which I think are aluminum and resin. Oops, please fix your crafting system. This sucks. All rail post bundle. There we go. That's what we want. Luckily, these print really fast. So fast that the button doesn't work sometimes. Okay, we got those. Why is the aluminum not processing? I might have to reset the extractor, so let me go do that real quick. Or the train got stuck because this game works 95% of the time. I think it's got something to do with reloading the saves. I may be able to come up with a more robust system for that particular problem there. It doesn't always happen. I don't know what causes it. Maybe someday I'll figure it out. Maybe I won't. It is very frustrating, and I think that's part of why there isn't a huge technical scene for this game, is the fact that this game works 95% of the time. And you end up building automated systems to work around the fact that shit doesn't work 100% of the time, which does get really frustrating after a while. So like, I don't know what's wrong with the train setup that I had there. It just isn't working for some reason. Okay, this should be good enough, hopefully. I don't really need any junctions, and I'm just going to go ahead and I think use this one right here as the baseline for it. You can always change this early. I'm going to line it up with the equator in a moment, but for now, let's start off on this side. And just do some soothing rail building. Hopefully nothing horrible will happen this time. I say this time. Like, I'm still traumatized by last time when I found out just how many problems the rail system had when I tried to automate it. But we're not going to automate this. Maybe I'll figure out how to automate the space elevator like once it's done, but that's not what we're here to do right now. We're just here to get something functional for me to ride it and just to see if it's even possible to do it. And then maybe I'll transport like zinc or something across it since that's just one resource. Okay, so what I'm going to try to do is align myself here to like this perfect meridian line, and if I get off track a little bit, it's not really that big of a deal. It doesn't ultimately matter. And luckily these can just kind of go right through each other and the game doesn't really give a shit. Okay, I need to do like one more here, I think, before I can line it up. Broken rail stations, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much of the last stream you were here for where I was fighting with the damn rail stations. It's so close to being what I want it to be, and then it just kind of isn't. It just barely isn't quite right. It just doesn't quite work. And it's very frustrating how close it is to working. And as I've said before, I'm trying to keep my save file size low, so I'm placing these in such a way that they're not going to carve very much terrain. Even if it looks a little bit weird, I'm not going to go through this cliff, because every time I increase the save file size, my game takes longer to save, and my game saves every time I get in a vehicle, whether I want it to or not. So it directly correlates to like how much I have to wait every time I want to get in a rover or a train, and that's annoying, and the devs need to fix it and make this a modern video game with autosaves every 15 minutes, but we make do with what we got. I still like this game. It could just be so much better. Luckily I can call a train to me every now and then. I don't have to keep like getting in it. I can just keep summoning it. I think I'm already out of these. I should have like 30 or 40 more. And this is the train with the super fast engine on it that has a face. And I hate the face, but I like everything else about it, so we're using that one. Because it's real fast. And like any good speedrunner, as if I'm speedrunning this game, I make decisions based on how fast they are versus like aesthetics. Train friend, yep. Train friend, everything's got to have a creepy looking face in this game, I guess. The snails, they have little personalities and they make really strange noises when they eat. They have this like sexually erotic sighing noise that they make when they're done eating, and it makes me uncomfortable every time. But I need them. Pod friend, what is that emote from? Like, why did that get added? Like, what is that actually from? Like, I know that's a global Twitch emote. Like, what is that? I don't understand that emote. It's so strange. Fitting, Spirit Tracks music. It's from Elden Ring or Elder Ring. I assume you mean Elden Ring. Is there an Elder Ring? There's Elder Scrolls. There's Elden Ring. I don't think there's an Elder Ring. I don't think that exists. Not yet, at least. There we go. That's the sighing sound that the snails make. I hate it. There are a lot of solar panels just sitting here, and some explosives. How convenient. I don't really need any of these things, but I want them. Train, get over here. I need you. Just look at the level of detail on that animation. Oh, nope, now it's over here. Friendly reminder that I have a PC, devs, that you could make this move a little bit more smoothly, and it probably would not tax my computer nearly as much as whatever else is using all my CPU when I don't have any trains moving. Okay, how far along are we? About a third, I think. This will speed up a little bit because we're over a flat plane. I want to go around these plants just so I don't have to dig them up. I forget if they can shoot at you while you're on the train, but I don't want to find out. Make it a little bit, just a little bit windy. It can be okay, it can still be pretty quick. And I definitely want to go around these mountains. It'll just make this way easier to build. Are these auto-replenishing? I guess they are. Okay, that's cool. It's kind of like the tethers. I think it's auto-replenishing the shoulder slot when I run out of them. I think I am going to actually need more. I very much underestimated how many this takes to do this. Okay, that's fine. We have plenty of materials. Just have to come back for them. I could go up the side of the mountain just for shits and giggles. Have a banked turn. If the banked turn just didn't actually like have a 0G effect and it's just a shitty roller coaster with a bad camera. Okay, that's not part of the roller coaster. Bad camera is just part of the building experience. Planet Coaster, this ain't. I should go back to that game, see if I can get something out of it. Still just don't know what to make. What happened to my creativity? Back when I could play Roller Coaster Tycoon and just build dumb shit and not wonder why I was doing it. Why's there gotta be a reason for everything that I do? Okay, we're going into the middle of this one. Hopefully the spider trees don't, like, cause problems. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna read this message. Last time you thought I was an Astroneer dev. Nope. I don't know if they like me, how much I shit talk their game. Let's see here. You watched their dev stream, you saw... Oh, you saw Adam in someone else's stream. I have heard that they watch other streams. Like, I do want to be clear, like, Astroneer devs, if you are here, my criticisms are out of passion for a game that I wish could be better than it is, because I would not be playing this game if I actually thought it was bad. Yeah, I do know they have an official channel, but I think it streams at hours that I, like, am never around for. I think I'm following the channel, so it's just they're not streaming at hours that I would normally catch them. Because last time I checked, they do morning streams. I could be wrong. Maybe I need to check on it again. But like, I do hope they stop by. I legitimately want to give some feedback to this video game. Even if I come across as a little bit grating, I do apologize. That's just... It's me. I'm like that sometimes. I complain a lot. But again, I do it out of love. I cannot tell whether or not this is connected. There we go. Right there. That kind of goes through the spider tree, but I think we'll be fine. Believe me, if I was an Astroneer dev, I'd be like, okay, how do I fix the multiplayer? Like, where do I go? What desk do I sit at to fix the multiplayer? Because I still think that's one of the biggest, like, problem points in this game, is that the multiplayer is great until you play it for like 2 or 3 hours, and then you realize how crusty it is. And it's like, there's no way that can't be improved to some extent. That said, I don't know anything about netcode, so maybe you shouldn't actually let me do that. No, this is not actually me, like, appealing to be a dev on the team. I don't want to work in an office. I'd be more than happy to contribute feedback from a slightly more reasonable technical standpoint. So for instance, hypothetical dev in chat, if you were watching my stream right now, you don't have to worry about me suggesting that you add like bears to the game or guns or anything, because I'm fully aware that that is A, not easy to do with your game engine, and B, not the point of this video game. But I do think it's reasonable to ask that if you crash while you're in deep space, it puts the rocket back on the landing pad instead of just deleting the rocket. You want bear guns. This is probably not the game for you. I don't think they're going to add this. Hydrate. Yeah, I need to hydrate. I started ranting. I have to hydrate. That's the thing, it's the netcode in Unity isn't that complicated. However, before I shit talk them, I don't know how much custom netcode they had to write to make this game work specifically. Didn't try to hide. Well, it's more that if they're just like sitting in the chat and haven't said anything. Like I'm assuming that they're not going to come in with like an alias to take notes about like what I'm suggesting. I'm more considering the possibility that they're just lurking in the chat and just kind of like watching, just seeing how people play the game, which is like what I would probably do as a dev of a fairly popular video game. A fairly popular indie game, to be clear. I'm gonna go through this mountain just because this is gonna be a pain in the ass to go over the top of it. But it's like if there is a dev, I would be more than happy to like field like ideas or thoughts, like if you want to actually talk about my grievances with the game. Because I'm vocal about this stuff, so like ultimately I'm telling people that I have this or that problem with the game, which may or may not scare people away from it, which is not my goal here. My goal is just to make the problems known in the hopes that maybe someone somewhere will do something about it. It's got to be bigger games. The problem with this game, I think, is that there's a lot of entities in the game. This game isn't like a first-person shooter, which is always like the standard like netcode example that they give you in Unity, is like making FPS netcode, which is literally just you need to synchronize like 200 entities tops per level maybe. This game has like a dynamic like terrain engine, and there's a lot of shit that you need to like transfer to the clients. And I'm not going to pretend that it's easy. It's not easy. But the thing that upsets me is the fact that their solution to players crashing in deep space in multiplayer games was to delete the rocket from the game. When the correct solution to the problem, if they're having trouble with the netcode, which is understandable, is to put the rocket back on the landing pad that it launched from, or wherever it launched from, and just put it there. It doesn't matter. Just put it back on the damn landing pad and let the players figure out what to do. At least you didn't delete a rocket with 4 RTGs and a canister of nanocarbon alloy on it. Like, that's the thing that fucking pisses me off about the multiplayer, is the fact that you lose so much if that happens. And let's face it, this game crashes, especially in multiplayer. And that's just not an acceptable thing to have happen when your game crashes, to just delete a shitload of progress for the client that crashed. And then go work on the netcode after that. Like, I try to be reasonable about my expectations of these games. Again, I don't want bear guns in the game. I want, like, a functional video game with decent fallbacks for its shortcomings, like the rockets crashing in space. Alright, so we're at the gateway. Speaking of breaking the game, I'm about to do something that I'm not going to shit talk the devs about. Devs, please never fix what I'm trying to do here, if you are in my chat, or if you're not in my chat. Because I'm going to try to build a space elevator, and if anything, you should embrace this and add like an automated system to do stuff like this with the rockets, but let's see if we can make this happen. So we're at the North Pole, hopefully. If I'm at the South Pole, I fucked this up big time. No, we're definitely at the North Pole. That's where the compass is going. And Silva is straight up in that direction in the game engine. It's invisible. I explained this an hour ago, I think, but for anyone who missed it, Silva is in that direction. Let me see if I can get an angle that'll actually show it to you. No, it's not showing the lines. Basically, Silva's a little bit off the top of my screen in this spot. And I think I found a way to build these going straight up through the air. So there's a couple things I want to do here first. First of all, I need to get a specific storage platform in order to make the magic happen here. So I'm going to teleport back to the home base, which I think is Equator 3. And I need to go pick up a very specific storage. This is one of those bugs that is possible, I think, because of like a miracle. Like just a single miracle oversight by the devs. Oh, by the way, hi. Look, I brought this back home for anyone who hasn't seen that yet. This may take a long fucking time, and I'm going to have to build a lot before I get up to the boundary of space. But I've got a few things that need to happen here to prep it and demonstrate what I'm going to be doing for a while. I think I'm going to use short rail post as well, so let me get a couple of those. How much inventory space do I have? Carrying one soil canister. I need to feed all the snails. And we'll do a couple trips, I think. me just feed the snails real quick here, since I'm gonna be out and about for a while. This guy's already fed. He stopped playing due to issues with the old computer. You found out some of the issues with the game. Yeah, this game will... I'm surprised I could stream this game, honestly. I have a fairly old gaming PC. Like, this gaming PC was good, like 5 years ago, I think. It was just good. And that's really it. Hey, cool doc. So, like, it was never that good to begin with, and I'm impressed that I'm able to stream this game and play it. I think it has come a long way as far as optimization is concerned, but this game is just a PC slayer, if you will. There's no innuendo there, don't read into that. Luckily, it's been doing reasonably well. I don't have the graphics cranked up super high for the sake of the stream here. Like, it would probably be doing a lot worse if I cranked up all the settings. Okay, yeah, this has been happening, I think, every stream for the last like 3 or 4 streams I've done. Twitch just kills the stream for a little while. Oh god, you have to watch an ad. I am so sorry. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna hold up a second here for the ads to finish running. Let me just hydrate real quick. I'll just stand here dancing until everybody's back. I've said this before, I would turn off the ads if Twitch let me. They're obviously not using that ad revenue to fix their servers, so I don't know what they're doing with it. If Jeff Bezos, another gold-plated swimming pool or something. Okay, hopefully that was long enough for your Sonic Drive-In ad or whatever to finish playing. Anyways, Twitch did that. That was not my internet, that was Twitch. I apologize, but I cannot fix that. Twitch has just been doing this to me lately, and it is extremely irritating. And it's been happening to a lot of people. I don't think it's just my stream. But anyways, yeah, welcome back. Hopefully you didn't have to watch too many ads. I can't turn them off. Where are my tethers? So I was rambling about something, but the gist of it is I need to bring tethers and a tall platform that I have here in my backpack. And I'm going to show kind of what I'm going to be doing before I actually go ahead and do it. And this will be a long, arduous process that may or may not go as well as I'm hoping it will. But maybe it'll be fun, maybe it won't take as long. We'll see. I'll probably like intersperse this with other activities. We're going to need a lot of soil as well, so that could end up being an issue with it. What side am I on? The wrong side, I think. There it is. Let's see, what else have we got? I'm going to move this closer just so it's easy to get to. So we have our tethers. So the gist of the problem with the space elevator is the following. I want to build a space elevator. So if I have... I'm looking for this one here. So if I have a rail post and I want to place it. Stream's been back for a little while. Like, refresh if it didn't do it automatically. I'm gonna put that in chat. If you have already done it, don't refresh. That'll make you watch another ad, probably. Because like we're good to go. Stream's been back for a couple minutes now. Hopefully everybody's good to go here. I'll repeat this stuff if I need to, but I think everybody who wanted to be back is back at this point. Thank you, Twitch, for fucking just cutting my stream in the middle of it. Anyways, you can't build these in the air like this. Doesn't matter how close it is, it's just gonna drop. It won't work. There's no salvation for that. Just doesn't work. And I would need to do that for a space elevator because you cannot build terrain past a certain build limit. The build limit is quite high, but it does not connect to 2 planets. I don't know how big the gap is between the build limit on each planet, but the thing is, we have a very strange platform over here, this tall platform, because this platform, if I lock it here real quick, will actually interact with your terrain tool, unlike most other platforms. It'll actually catch the terrain tool. Let me see if I can get an angle that causes that to happen. A little hard to see it. It's not doing anything because I'm not in creative mode. There we go. You can see the cursor showing up on the platform like that, as though the platform was the interactable object. it has slightly different physical properties, I believe, than the other ones. And one of the properties it has is if I occupy all the slots on the platform, I should be able to actually put a rail on this tall platform here. So this is why we have the tethers. I'm going to use a bunch of individual tethers to occupy the slots here. You can do this with anything, but it was easiest to do this with tethers because they're very storage efficient. You can store 11 of them at once. Thank you, Geometry, for choosing 11. I suppose it would have been 13 if they had done it the other way, and I already complained about 13. There's just no reasoning with me in prime numbers. Alright, one more. Okay, we've occupied all 6 storage slots on this tall storage here. So if I go ahead and put this here, just store it away, get my thing. I hope this works the way it's supposed to, because it's actually not right now, and that's getting me concerned that this is creative only. If this is creative only, I'm going to be upset, because this is a very disappointing development. But let me try a couple things here. I'll show it off in creative mode if I can't get this to work. But let's try a few things here first. Either way, I'll build it in creative mode to see if the proof of concept works, if we can't do it in this game mode. Let me move on to the next step, which is I need to pick this up. How much fuel do I have in my jetpack? Not enough. Grab this. Let's go ahead and fly up a ways while we're holding this. The other problem would be, how do I place this in the air? So I'm going to get this really high up in the air so I have some time to do this. This is easier once you get into the depths of space. I'm going to go ahead and drop it. And save and quit the main menu. So give that a second to happen. This is unfortunately the only way to do this, is I need to reload this save every time I do it. It's not too bad. It loads off the SSD pretty quickly. I said it loads off the SSD pretty quickly. Okay, never mind, chat. I'm a liar. I don't know why anybody watches me. It loads off the SSD eventually. Like, eventually it'll load. Okay, there it goes. Now this is floating. And this is how you get these things to stay in midair, is you just need to reload your game like this, and then they will just kind of anchor themselves to the air. They won't update. I can lock and unlock it. Like, it thinks it's settled on the ground like a valid, like, storage platform. Okay, there we go. Now it's working. And now I can put rail posts on it, like this. And if I can get these to connect... Okay, that actually woke up the physics engine. But this right here that I just built, this is the premise of making the space elevator. This is how you build rail posts in midair in this game. It was a miracle that I, like, discovered this when I was testing, trying to figure out in creative mode if it was possible to do this. But these are valid rail posts that you can interact with, you can use them. They're, as far as I'm aware, nothing will wake up the physics engine and cause these to drop, and you can ride a train on them. The only thing I don't know is whether or not you can ride them across the threshold between 2 planets. And that is what we're here to find out. So the premise of the space elevator is sound. I'm not sure why I wasn't able to get it to work while I was doing it on the ground, but it looks like we're good to go on that. So there's a couple phases to this process. The first is within the build limit, and then the second one is above the build limit. When we're within the build limit, we don't need this thing. We're not going to use it yet. I'm probably going to package it up and do it later. I need to make a giant, like, dirt pillar all the way up into the sky as high as I can, because that will be way faster than doing what I'm doing here with the tall platform, saving and loading and having it fall. Once I get past the 0G point, which is where the gravity just turns off for physics objects, I won't have to worry about that anymore, and I will be eventually able to switch to the tall platform, because when I place it in the air, it'll just float on its own, and then I just reload my save, and it'll become anchored and become a valid surface to interact with. So this might take a long time. Like, I gave a warning in advance. I don't know if I'll finish it on this particular stream. We'll see how that goes. What I need to do here is get all the dirt that I have in my possession right now and start carrying it up there. And I'm going to go ahead and package this now, because it occurs to me I am going to definitely want to unpack this above here. I don't want to have to carry this thing all the way up, because it's going to be a while before we use this. I just wanted to do the proof of concept. And I was scared there for a second that this wasn't going to work, and this would have been a good time to discover that. But it looks like we're good to go here. So I'll put all the tethers here. Repackage this thing using the mullet from this storage that I have. There we go. And this will come into play later. But this thing, this tall platform, this useless storage that almost nobody uses is the secret to getting all of this to happen. Alright, hydrate. I'll do that while I'm riding back. So anyways, we need a lot of soil canisters, so I might be going back and forth a couple times to do this, because I just need a pillar that's tall enough to get to the build limit, and the build limit is quite high. It's like basically twice the height of the cloud layer, if not more than that. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Luckily this won't take too long. The planets in this game aren't that large. But every time I commit to using this rail line, it is going to be a minute or two, so hopefully I won't have to do that too often. Meanwhile, enjoy the sights. The camera mostly works fine on the surface. Remember that clay is there, in case the deposit that I have is kind of bad, which I think it is. Up and over the hill. I probably should have just gone through that in retrospect. Okay, and it should just kind of... Okay, yeah, it just kind of stops here in the base. That's what I wanted. Okay, excellent. We are going to want mostly short rail posts, so I'm going to make a ton of those. And we need a couple other things while we're up there that are eventually going to come in handy for this activity. We're going to need, interestingly enough, a landing pad is going to come into play at some point. Let's see, how do I make a landing pad? I think it's a ceramic and 2 aluminum? Need more clay either way, so I'm going to go ahead and print some here. And then we need a bunch of soil canisters. We can start with a couple. I'm not sure how many I need. I never calculated this out. But we have at least a couple of basically full canisters. I'm actually going to completely top this one off. I'll just transfer some of the soil between the two of them. Couple more cycles of this, and we'll bring those two up to start with, because we're gonna eventually, I think, be juggling the rocket, but it depends on how this goes. I'm not entirely sure what to expect from this. There's our 2 canisters. I'm going to need a couple for my own inventory. I already forgot if I grabbed a second aluminum, so I'm just get one here. And let's make a landing pad. This will come in handy later when we get to the 0G point, because we're going to start needing to do some shenanigans of vehicles and rover seats. Okay, it's 2 ceramic, of course it is. Go ahead and smelt this real quick, because I'm pretty sure I had literally no ceramic. Okay, we need this anyways to craft the other thing. Yeah, I did grab 2 aluminum. And we want a bunch of these things. In fact, I should just kind of mass produce them over here. I'm gonna go ahead and let this unload, like, honestly, like 8 of these. I'm gonna make like 8 of these bundles, because we're gonna need a ton of them. I'll slap some of the aluminum here, and I'll come back and get more in a moment. But I just want to set one of these to auto print. That's specifically why I have these ones here. They exist for the sole purpose of auto-printing stuff, but they're separate from the other printers. Okay, and then I need like 3 more of these. Grab this thing while I'm at it, and I've got a couple solar panels that I just happen to find out in the field that I'll just drop in the base somewhere. Don't need any power on the train for this. I'll attach these to something later, it kind of doesn't matter right now. Okay, I can free up an inventory space if I just hold spacebar for a couple seconds. And there it goes. Took you 5 minutes to circumnavigate Silva at the equator. Okay, that sounds about right then. So it's a little more than a minute to do a quarter of the planet. And I'm assuming the rail line you made was reasonably straight. Even if it wasn't, I don't think that would make that much of a difference as far as how the trains go. Which train did you use for it? Was it the fast one? Like coal here? Because I assume it varies a little bit. I don't know if the length of the train affects the speed either. I think it does a little bit. How's Gale the Galastropod doing? Is one of them called Gale? I don't actually know if one of them is called that. You were using coal. Okay, it was probably about the same as mine then. Well, that's good to know then. It's not too bad then. It's only like a minute, like scenic tour of the level before it comes back. We definitely don't need these on here. And yes, chat, coal is the name of the train engine that has the face on it. It's named coal because it's like the word coal to power a train. Ugh, this game. Alright, let's get all our rail posts here. We don't need this. And we'll call them Gale. Or you call them all Gale. Okay, that's fair, honestly. I don't remember the names of most of them. I remember Usagi, but not for good reasons. Usagi is remembered for being a menace and just a generally shitty snail. Okay, so we have 1,000,000 of these things. By 1,000,000 I mean 8, but 8 is a large number. So it's 1,000,000. Put all those there. Got a little bit of extra dynamite anyways. Don't care about that. How are the snails doing? They are mostly fine. I'm going to need a few terrain modification tools as well. This is going to get really difficult once I reach a certain height. If I like fall off... Ooh, I just realized, yeah, I'm going to want to build the rail line as I go, because if I fall off, it is going to be a huge pain in the ass to get back up. So let me grab this real quick. Let's see here. Actually, hold on. There's a terrain mod that might be helpful for me. Oh my god. Buy primes, viewers, and followers. Why the fuck would you even buy primes? How could that be cheaper than the money you get from the primes? How could that even happen? Okay, my mods are asleep. I'll do it. I was gonna give them a chance. Like I deliberately stalled for a second to give them a moment to ban the bot. I still don't understand how does that work? How do you buy primes? How could I? So I think I get 250 from a prime sub. How in the universe could they have a profitable business model where I pay less than 250 for the prime sub? I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. Come on, bots. What are you doing? If you're gonna scam me, at least like make a compelling argument for it first. Okay, I got distracted by the bot. What was I doing? I need to get tools. I was going to look into something, the alignment mod, a tool that I never use because it's generally worthless, but it might actually have a functional application here to help me build straight up. Aligns terrain deformation to the curvature of the planet, and I think what that essentially means is it builds straight up relative to where you like started building with it. It doesn't create like true flat, it's not the same thing. But I think it will help me make a giant, like, Minecraft cobblestone pillar up to the build limit. Maybe they sell a spoof of a prime. I don't know what that even means. How would that even work? I just don't understand. I don't know what that means, how they could possibly do that. We need to throw this up there, the 2 soil canisters. Let me check if I have a third one real quick. I'm curious, but, like, I'm not curious enough for anyone to go there. Like, please do not go to those websites. Like, do not even go to those websites, because I don't know if they can actually do anything with your, like, Twitch, like, session. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to do that, if the opportunity presents itself. And we want the narrow mod, and probably this as well. But I am curious, like, how that business model works, because it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know what a spoof of a prime is. Yeah, get at least one leveling block. I can create more of these if I need to. Got a couple soil canisters. We got everything we should need. I can always teleport back if I forgot something, so it's not that big of a deal. That's not the correct snail for that. Okay, you get this one. Let me go clean this mess up first before it starts causing more issues. This is what I meant by this not being quite perfect, because some of these are leaking out of their respective storage areas. Okay, now I can grab these. And they're one of them like fell out of bounds, so it's not perfect. I gotta figure out how to fix that someday, or maybe I don't gotta figure it out. I don't care that much. Anyways, space elevator. We got 2 canisters of soil, narrow mod. I did not actually make the alignment mod. I'm gonna go through the fun backpack printer that definitely isn't a shitty user interface and make the alignment mod. This one, got it. You picture a fake code that triggers the Prime badge on one of the bots that's already subscribing. So you mean a bot just types something in my chat and has a Prime badge? Or... I mean, none of these bots are subscribed to me. Like, I mean, if the bots want to give me free subs, then they're free to do that, but they don't sub to you, that's the point. I don't understand how that works. How could I possibly pay less than just if I gifted a sub to someone? Like, I just don't understand how... Like, I get the buying followers thing, because they can just fucking create bots to do that. But I don't understand. I do not have moment badges. But yeah, I don't understand the rest of the business model. I wish I had moment badges. Instead, I have the shitty feedback thing. The thing that only lets people submit positive feedback, so if there's actually something wrong with my stream that they want to say anonymously, they can't do it. I think I have everything I wanted. Hopefully. I'm going to grab a beacon just in case I lose sight of this. Like if something falls off. But I think we're good to go for now. Oh, a rover seat. That's the other thing I need. Maybe. I may need a rover seat on the back of the train, so I'm going to go ahead and grab one. Like, basically, if I could snipe the rover seat while I'm falling to my untimely demise, then that could save me from a lot of hassle later. So we got the rover seat. We have a beacon that I'm just going to put on one of these. Or not. Actually, I guess I don't need the beacon yet. It's for the landing pad. I'll just store it here for now. I wish I had moment badges. I really do. Okay, I think we got everything. Hopefully... we got everything. I don't know. We'll find out. Okay, camera, could you cooperate for 2 nanoseconds so that I can go back? Thank you. Apparently I brought the leveling block that had nothing in it, or it's just not rendering right now, because I thought that was the full one when I put it there, and it appears to be empty now. Whatever, that's not a problem. I can make more. These trains are still so much cooler than using rovers to get around. It's just automated. I can just sit here and hydrate or scratch my ass or something while I wait for the train to move. I can just sit here and think about how I could possibly buy primes from like illicit websites for cheaper than I could just gift people subs. If it was legit, not an IP key stealer. That's what I meant to say earlier, and I forgot what the term was for. That's why you should not go to that website, because it might like try to steal a token, or at the very least like scrape your IP, which in theory you can't do anything with that information, but you don't want that. That's a bad thing. You do not want a website like that getting your IP and knowing that you were traffic on that site. And then if there's a token exploit on Twitch that they know about, they could legit just hijack your session. Like, it shouldn't be possible. But none of these exploits should be possible, and that doesn't mean that the people running all these systems actually do diligence and prevent it from happening. And that's why there have been, like, token hijacking exploits for Discord, for instance. Like, you don't count on that. Don't risk it. Just don't go to websites that you know are up to no good, even if you think they might be trying to run a business and won't, like, exploit you anyways. They might just exploit you anyways. Like, they don't give a shit. Anything that gets them money, they're gonna go for it. Okay, so I want the leveling block because I want to start this pillar on the dead center, which is not super important, but to my OCD it is important, so let's get all the essentials here. Need all these toys. We are not going to smooth this entire pillar, that would be insane. I just want to get it centered on top of the North Pole of the planet, and then from there I'm just gonna kind of wing it with wherever things go. So in order to do that, we don't need the drill mod. I could actually take that off and put it on the train eventually. Let me go ahead and use an extra rail post to get the train like right up here next to me. I think I could do it like this and it would still work. Okay, we'll put it there for now. It should be fine. on your train. Stop making faces at me. I don't like you, okay? You're fast, but I do not like you. You're weird and cringy and make me feel uncomfortable when you make strange faces. Yeah, this game has changed a ton since the beta. It's definitely for the better. Like, I agree with almost everything they've changed in this game, I think. It's just, more of my complaints are leveled at the things they haven't done in this game. The bugs that I inevitably start complaining about. Okay, we're not going to need this for a little while. We don't really want this snail for the duration of this activity because I don't want a big cursor. I actually want the narrow one to save on soil. We're going to definitely need to print another one of these leveling blocks. I'm going to go get a soil canister up here. Blane the train is a pain. No, this is coal. This is not Blane. And I suppose that would have been another. That was probably like something they had on the whiteboard for like terrible train ideas, for like the names. That was probably one of them, if I'm being real. It's like, we gotta make it a pun. We gotta make it funny. And coal was what they went with. Okay, we need a second leveling block. And then, let's see, can I build from up here? No, I cannot. I'm also falling. I need to kind of half-ass a pillar. I don't remember how the alignment mod works, so there's going to be a little bit of trial and error here while I get this. But it should let me build pretty much straight up, and the leveling block is just to center myself on the top of the gateway, and then from there we're not going to use those anymore. I think I got everything I need here. And the center should just be directly underneath this. So I'm going to build up through it a little bit, because you can just do that. Tap down the leveling block. Should probably be using the one that has like one left in it. Okay, now let's see if we can figure out how to get the leveling mod to work. Or the alignment mod. So what is this going to do? I'm just going to click the button and see what happens. It locks your cursor. That's actually huge. That's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted it to do. It just locks your cursor on the spot where you started using it. So I can't move it around, or my camera can't fuck it up. That's actually really cool. That's exactly what I wanted this to do. So let's go ahead and do a leveling block right here. Okay, and that right there is the exact North Pole of this planet. Let me get this off of the orb here real quick. I can tidy this up later. Or never. I don't know. I say later for things that I may or may not ever do. I just want the orb to be exposed so that I'm not clipped into it if I teleport back here. Because I don't know if that's going to eject me like higher up above it, and I don't want to be up there potentially if I die or something while I'm doing this. Yeah, well, okay, the alignment tool's not so good at digging. It's not letting me dig out any more than what you see here. This isn't me like clicking a single time. This is the tool preventing me from moving it around. Okay, that's good enough. That's from The Stand, Stephen King. I'm uncultured, by the way. I don't know how long you've been around here. I'm hopelessly uncultured, and I'm not going to get references to 90% of the things you tell me. I don't know if it's a redeeming or endearing quality of me as a streamer, but it is what it is. So my apologies. If you make like a really clever joke and I don't get it, it's probably me, not you. So don't fret over that. It is I who am hopelessly uncultured. It's not that your joke was bad. I mean, it might have also been bad, I don't know. But that's not the reason why I didn't laugh at it. Alright, so let's see, what do we got here? Let me top this off, like, right now. Yeah, I'm going to definitely want to build the train up along with me. That's going to be the easiest way to do this. So let's do the first batch, and then fly back down and kind of see if I could figure out how many rail posts I need, like, per canister of soil to do this. So we've got 2 canisters right now. We're starting at the bottom. Got the narrow mod. There we go. And let's see if... Actually, this might be too narrow. I didn't realize I wasn't using it the first time around. Okay, we can't use the narrow mod because that's all it builds. So never mind. No narrow mod, regular mod. I don't know if the boost mod affects building speed. I think it does. Fairly sure. Okay, that was 2 soil canisters. Got us... That's actually better than I thought. That is considerably further than I thought this was going to get me. And this is the center right here. Looks like it hasn't gone off alignment too much. With the narrow mod, this would have been like a quarter as much soil used. But this isn't too bad. The question is, how much of a pain in the ass is it going to be to build this before I reach the 0G layer? And the answer is probably a really big pain in the ass. So hopefully we don't have to do this for too long. I want to use one more tall rail post, and then I'll switch to short ones for this. Yes, it is very straight. It looks like a beaver, like chewed a piece out of the middle here. But it is quite straight. Let me see, what side do I want to put this on, just for consistency. I don't want this to be twisty, if I can avoid it. Like, I don't want to spiral up and down this thing. Even though that would be kind of funny. So we're just going to do something like this. Because once I get to the part where I can't build anymore, there's going to be no aligning this anyways. So I'm not too, like, obsessed over having a perfectly straight line right now, because it's not going to matter in the grand scheme of things. Alright, we need to set this silo up to be, like, very easily accessible. I wonder if I could, like, maybe move one of these rail cars to the front. Actually, no, Cole doesn't have an attachment point on the front, so I'd have to power it from the back. And it might go forward when I press start. I could call it. I think I'm going to actually put coal on the back so that I have better access to the storage. As long as I remember to call the train and not start it, I think it'll always go in the correct direction. Alright, attach to the back. Attach to the back. Attach to the back. Okay, apparently it's not going to do that, so I'll just piece it together the hard way. Or maybe I can't. Okay, alright. Come on, game. Let's try this. Path obstructed. Okay, I think that's why. I think it's multiple train segments, and that's why it won't let me, like, add another one. So let me take all these off the track. Alright. Now can I do it? Now I can do it. Okay, that's what the problem was. And then I want this storage to be on the very back. So we're going to put this here. The storage goes in the back with the silo covered in stuff. And I'm going to put the rover seat there. This is in case I need to, like, panic and get in a seat, which might happen. It would be very good to have that there. And I can keep the second soil canister on the other one here. Or actually, I can put the landing pad here. We don't need that right now. I have access to both soil canisters, whichever one happens to be on the correct side. Doesn't really matter. Alright, the narrow mod, we didn't really end up needing this. Just put that there. We're going to be using these rail posts from now on, so let me put the tall ones away and grab a couple regular bundles. And we don't need the leveling block anymore unless I, like, misalign myself at some point while I'm up here. Okay, and then this is the hardest part about all of this, I think, is going to be placing these rails while I have to also fight the shitty camera to get the angle I need to actually place the rails. Once I get into the 0G section, this becomes much, much easier to do. So let me fill up my canisters. And if it becomes a hassle to build like this, I'll get a second canister, but I don't think I actually want a second canister, because it's not really going to help anything. Or rather, a third canister, because I need to stop periodically to build the rails anyways. So I don't really gain a whole lot by adding more canisters. So we're going to have to be doing this, and kind of figuring out, like, roughly what length I can get. I might need a lot of hydrazine for this, but I have a couple extras in storage there. You know, it's about 1 rail per canister. So two in total right now. That's not too bad, actually. I could manage that. It occurs to me I could use the compass to make sure that this is the North Pole, and you can see the end swinging around there a little bit. It's gray on gray, but I think it's slightly legible. So I just need to make sure I'm building off of this point every time I do this. So I just gotta get the camera correct, grab that point, and go for it. I'm very happy with how straight this tool is actually working. Like, this is the perfect tool for this application of making cobblestone pillars in Minecraft and also in this game. It's so straight too. It's making a very clean pillar. Like it doesn't have like a bunch of weird lumps and protrusions on it. It's not perfect, but again, I've already accepted the fact that this is not going to be a perfect pillar. And let's see, we have room for 2 more of these. There's going to be a lot of hydrazine. I have to start pulling the camera up every time I move down, or else the camera pulls down like that. And these are not going to be perfectly optimized on distance. I'm just kind of slapping them down. Okay, it's not quite 2. Okay, we're at the flight limit here. This is going to get nasty. Let me call the train. Or I'll just get in the train and drive it up. We're at the flight limit, and this is going to be very tedious to deal with this. Because this is where I need to start hopping around with, like, rover seats. I need to actually... If I start this... Okay, we'll go that way. I didn't quite get in time. And I'm gonna have to actually remember that. If I would have to call the train back down and then get in. Maybe I should use coal for this. And put it on the front and just deal with the shorter distance. Because I need to control this thing and then get out near the top. Yeah, this could get ugly. I think I might actually want to do this in one shot. And it might be time to start using the landing pad as well. Let me think about this for a second, chat. Give me a second here. So the problem, in case it wasn't obvious, is there is a limit where you can't fly anymore with the jetpack. It's roughly here. It was basically at the top of this post. I need to be able to gain height, and you can gain height by like getting in rover seats that are on platforms and things of that sort. And I think that's what I'm going to do in order to gain height. It looks like I can maintain my height while I'm on the seat. I just can't go any higher. Okay, we're gonna do that. So we're going to go back home and get a couple of medium storages to put rover seats on, so I can kind of walk my way up the pillar from the train. And hopefully we get to the 0G section sooner than later, because that will make this much less tedious once we get to that point. Oh, that looks kind of neat. It actually renders from this far away. I thought it would get just... I thought the level of detail would just cut it out. Oh, that'll be sick if you can see that thing from anywhere on the planet. It's another reason to make it centered. I guess I could have just gone home, but or through the portal, but nah, it's probably better to do it like this, because I've got several things I want to bring back. I want to bring at least like a couple more rover seats. And ultimately, the most progress I can lose is basically up to the top of the nearest rail. Like anything past that, I can just drive the train back up. So it's not like falling off of this thing is the end of the world. I will have a way to get out of it. And I want to put coal back on the front. Or I want this to be the front again, because that'll make this easier to drive the thing. Do I have any seats sitting around? I got one right here. That was from the gateway incident where I got stuck and was trying to get like into a gateway, and I printed like 7 rover seats and didn't end up needing all of them. And let's get the storage. I'll grab a couple of these, I think. Yeah, I didn't even have inventory room. I'm glad I brought the train back. And then I might move the rover seat off the back of the train. We'll see if that ends up being useful. Otherwise, I'll just pull it off and kind of place it on the pillar. So obviously we're not going to unpack these until we get there. I also need to keep an eye out for physics object 0G, which I think is different from player 0G. Player 0G, I think you literally get stuck and can't move anymore. I don't know, it's very, very janky the way the system works. And while we're here, let's get more hydrazine, because I'm going to run out of jetpack fuel if I don't. Let's grab a couple more. Because I'm going to be doing a lot of hovering, which you can still do with the jetpack. The VTOL, by the way, for anyone who is wondering, is useless for this because it has the same height limit as the jetpack, as far as I'm aware. If it's a different height limit, it's not much different. So it won't do me any good here. I should hold one of these in my inventory. Alright, let's go. maybe the last trip that we need to do, if these soil canisters last, which I think they're going to. I think actually I might be able to make it with just one canister up to the build limit. Shoot you. Yeah, you can do this, by the way, while you're driving vehicles. It doesn't seem safe, but I don't know, it's the future. Maybe they have, like, invisible seatbelts or some shit. Yeah, this really does not seem safe. I should probably be keeping my hands in the vehicle. Why is it making music? Stop! No, only I'm allowed to do that. Rain, stop singing. It's weird. It's kind of weird when you do it. Alright, how bad is this going to be? Am I going to be able to get my footing on anything? Yeah, right. That right there is the limit. So, while we stand here holding spacebar and wasting hydrazine, I need to grab a medium platform, unpack it in midair, which is another way to get a midair platform, but it's not as efficient, I think, as the save and reloading. I could use a lot of packagers and do it. The rover seat, get in the rover seat, get out of the rover seat, get teleported down a considerable distance, so let's try to put it up higher. I think the game is unfortunately looking for a place to put me, and it sees that. Okay, there we go, I was far away enough. Oh, it's not gonna let me engage spacebar. Oh, this is gonna suck. Okay, hold on, let me think about this. I think I need to do this pillar in, like, one shot here. Okay, it's not letting me engage spacebar, so I'm trying to think, what options do I have here? I have a little bit of airtime where I could pick up the platform, slap it higher on the pillar, and then get back into it. I just need to get to the top, right there. Or maybe I could get on it if it was a tall platform. Maybe I should unpack the tall storage now. I might be able to get onto it if it was the tall platform because of the way the terrain works. Or the way the game is looking for a place to seat me. Or I could drop it off the edge because I failed to snipe it and unpack it. And all we're wasting here is hydrazine and time. Yeah, we're gonna try this with a tall platform, I think. I could put the seat on top of the tall platform as well. If the game would just put me on this platform, then we're golden. Unfortunately, I need to try to do that again, because I do need to deploy it up there. I don't have a way of carrying it other than winches. And winches, I think, this is already janky enough. This is the problem-solving process. This is why I didn't do all of this off-stream. Did I put it in my backpack, or did I put it on the train like a dumbass? Am I out of fuel? No, I'm not out of fuel. The game just decided when I opened my backpack that I wasn't allowed to use the jetpack anymore. So I need to open the backpack, which for some fucking reason cancels this, hold it in my hands, and then try to deploy it and snipe it before it starts falling. So let's get it up as high as we can. Okay, that's good enough. I'll take it. It's all the way up here, put it under the rover seat, and let's see if it'll put me on top of this thing, or if I can get on top of this thing using the rover seat. Okay, this is doable. Oh, it's janky though, but it's technically doable. And technically doable is good enough. Is that a rail system? Why, yes it is. We are trying to build a space elevator right now. Okay, maybe it's not doable. The game is not cooperating. Oh my god. Okay, I just need to get up there. Maybe I should put the second rover seat down. Okay, apparently I'm not allowed to hold that. Which hydrazine do I have? Still plenty. I just need to make sure, honestly, the snail that's going to prevent me from dying up here doesn't run out of food. AKA the oxygen snail. It's not the fall damage that's going to kill me. get in this one, and then we have like a backup seat. I just didn't mean to do that. It's so frustrating not being able to even press spacebar while you're up here. How do I get in this? Maybe I should actually carve a little nook in the side. That works the first time. Maybe I could position it a little better. Where's this one going to place me? Also just down. Let's try to get this one up. This is not the problem I was expecting to have here. Worst comes to worst, I'm going to start building like little protrusions in the mountainside. I was just hoping to avoid doing that because it's gross looking, but we might have to do it. Especially with the way the game is behaving right now. Grab another hydrazine. No, no camera. Believe it or not, I don't want to look straight down. I actually want to look at the thing that I was pointing my cursor at. It shoots you so far down when you get out of the fucking rover seat. My god. Okay, we're gonna have to make little nooks. I was hoping to avoid this. Oh, good. Catch fat, please. Smile. Got it. Have they added anything since? They've, I think, added the snails and the train update and the trains. I'm not gonna say snails and rails, even though chat likes it when I say that. I'm extremely agitated by the way the camera wants to point down every single time I take out the terrain tool. It's infuriating. It's one of the things I really wish the devs would fix. And we have somewhere we can stand. We're going to make a mess out of this pillar to get this to work. Hopefully we're getting close to the 0G. I need to get both soil canisters here. The other one was already full, apparently, so I'm not sure why the game refused to let me build there, because I know I could build there. Oh, I still have the alignment mod turned on, that's why that won't work. Okay, so the only goal is to land on this thing. I just need to get on top of this pillar, and then I think I have a better solution to the problem than what I'm doing. The snails are these little things in my backpack here that provide you buffs. There's like a quest line that you can do to get to these snails. And they give you like little buffs. Like each one has its own. You get them on each planet. The mission system kind of walks you through it. It's a very cool update. Except Usagi. Usagi is useless. That's a bad snail. The other ones are good. The other ones deserve petting and attention. And Usagi does not deserve any attention because it's a bad snail. You'll understand if you do the quests. And then the rail update should be fairly self-explanatory. We have these now, which are a miracle. You don't have to drive a rover everywhere. You can just use those. Personally, if I had to pick which of the two I like more, it's definitely the rail update. Alright, so if I get in here, will the game place me on that protrusion? No, it did not, but I was able to get to it. It looks like it drops you a few feet below, like straight underneath the seat, is what it seems to want to do here. I'm trying to get a very precise spot right there. Let's see if that'll get me on top. No, it still wants to put me down there. Yeah, it is basically stuff like that, exactly what you said there. I mean, I won't spoil what they all do unless you just want to know what they do. But it is interesting to discover it for yourself. I think I might just have to start climbing like this. I really wanted this pillar to look cool. And instead it's going to look like this, because this is the only way I could find to do this. Why? Why would you put me over there? Is there any consistency to this? Like, I'm trying to figure out if there's a rule for where the game puts you when you get out of the rover seat. There doesn't seem to be any. Prince B, thank you for the follow. Happy to have informed you here. But yeah, I think this game's definitely worth another playthrough if it's been a while since you played it and you're curious about all the new stuff. I've been enjoying this. Like, as someone who played this game for hundreds of hours and eventually got bored, this has been a very refreshing, like, update that they've added to it. Or 2 updates, I guess. Okay, let's see if we can do this a little bit more intelligently. Maybe if I build up a little bit, add a rail, build up a little, add another rail, maybe we can just avoid having to do this again if I never get off the top. I think that's the game plan. That's what I was thinking of doing here. If I never get off the top of this again and just carefully build the rails up behind me, I don't think I have to worry about the problem I was having. So let's see here. I used an entire soil canister, so I need to grab another one. Well, I guess I'm going to be calling the train in a moment, so let's not grab another one. Let's just go up a bit more. So do this for a little ways. I don't have a song command yet. If you want to know what the song is, it is Eridanus. It has anus. Eridanus Super Void from the Starbound soundtrack. I'll go ahead and link it for you or anyone else who was curious. It has the word anus in it, so it's funny because I'm 12 years old. Let me double check that I'm still at the North Pole here. Yeah, okay, this spot right here. Yeah, it's from Starbound. However many problems that game might have had, it had a great soundtrack. It's very fitting, I think, for this game, since this game doesn't ever play a soundtrack. I mean, that's a little bit of hyperbole. This game does have a soundtrack, but it plays very infrequently, and it's not a very diverse track. I'm trying... It's hard to tell what I'm doing here, but I'm trying to get this. Come on. This is an extremely steep camera angle where basically every pixel I move this thing results in a huge change in its position. I think it's too far away, actually. I might have to... I'm gonna actually drill back down to do these when I make this mistake, because I don't want to get off this pillar again. This was such a huge pain in the ass. Yep, they're gonna add more planets. They keep saying they don't want to add new planets because I think they would have to like rebalance a lot of the materials and stuff around it. I do wish they'd do like a quality of life update. I think that would be my like preferred content update, would be if they just went and fixed a lot of the problems that the game currently has. Just like general like network instability and co-op and things like that. Like that would be my ideal like Astroneer update right now. Or fix the camera, but I mean, I don't know. I'm starting to wonder if the camera is actually the final boss of this game, and they don't want to remove that content. Because this game's camera could use some work. I mean, you know, if they want to remove the camera boss in the quality of life update, like, I'm not going to object to it. I'll just say that. This is going to be... Let's see, I can't reach it from here. The problem here is I need more soil, but I don't want to drop the canister off the edge. I'm going to go back down a little bit to get that in range without the terrain tool. Something had to go wrong while I was doing this, and it ended up being that this process is a bit tedious. I suppose I don't know what I was expecting, so let's go ahead and try to get close enough to load it. It doesn't matter where these go once they unload, because I can grab them with the terrain tool. I just had to be able to reach the canister. Because the terrain tool makes your range like 4 times longer. I don't know why. It just does. I hope they never fix that. Biggest issue is crashing, loading, and lagging when you get far along or too many people. That is exactly the problem I was having with online that made me not want to play this game online anymore. Like, they've got this cool cosmetic shop full of all sorts of funny skins and like suits and cat ears and stuff. And I'm not going to buy any of these things if I can't play this game with any other human being and have them see it without the game crashing. Like, their priorities are a bit weird. I love the content that they've been adding to this game, but they really need to stop for a second and like fix the stability issues. Or the fact that your save file size getting bigger makes it take longer to get in vehicles. And eventually, on console especially, your game becomes like unplayable, from what I understand. Like, your saves take so long that you basically can't play the game anymore. On PC, I'm pretty sure you can just kind of sit it out, and as long as you have enough memory for the game to process it all, it eventually starts working. But I think on console, you're screwed. Alright, so 1/4 of a canister seems to be a pretty good number for this. I should pick these up now and repackage them, since it turns out we didn't need to do it like this. So I'm gonna go ahead and repackage these, I think, like right now. Or at least as many of these as I can. Let's see, I could put a rover seat there. Can I reach the other one? I really don't want to get off this pillar until we're done. No, I cannot put that rover seat anywhere, so we're gonna go ahead and package it. Yeah, I'm glad to have another like confirmation that indeed the multiplayer is just unstable. Like, it's not just me or the setup I had with the group of friends I was playing with. Like, the multiplayer just seems to not work once you get to a fairly early point in the progression where you have multiple people on a couple planets. You play it on console, every time you got in a vehicle, the game froze. Yep. This game autosaves when you get in vehicles, and only when you get in vehicles. Or when you save and exit the menu, which is stupid. First of all, there should be a button right here, save game, save and continue. Should be an option. Getting in vehicles should not save at all, and then there should be options to just autosave every 15 minutes with like a 10-second warning that the autosave is about to happen. And then they should fix their save file format to not be a single file, which is part of the problem, because this game has to write all 8 megabytes of this file here every single time you save it. And 8 megabytes is not a lot. I have been meticulously playing this save file in a way to prevent it from getting bigger. I do not dig random holes in the terrain, only when I need to dig holes, because digging is the thing that most drastically increases the size of your save file. Adding tethers, I think, creates a lot of lag. I don't know if it contributes to the save file size very much, but I know adding tethers creates a lot of lag if you have a ton of tethers everywhere. So that's another thing to avoid in multiplayer. And if you have like 3 or more people, you're fucked anyways. Your game's eventually going to brick itself. This is the shit that I wish they would fix. They need a better save file format, among other things, and just a generally better save system, and then better handling for issues in online. Things like people crashing and the rockets getting deleted in the depths of space are definitely not fun or cool, and should not be a problem people have to worry about. And like, I ultimately have to play this game and deliberately avoid digging terrain, which feels like it kind of goes against the video game, but I don't know. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that little bar on the post actually shows the distance, like how close you are to reaching the max distance. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, let's keep going. There's a lot of cool things in this game, like that feature, and then there's just the other problems that just kind of make the game not so nice. Like the camera and the fact that I can't point it down any sharper than this even if I wanted to. Which I do want to, and I can't. Right. Yeah, it's gonna be a little twisty. Whatever, I already accepted the fact that it's gonna be twisty. Once we get to the build limit, this is going to get very interesting, and we're gonna hopefully not run into any game-breaking issues. Well, not game-breaking, but build-breaking issues. So let's see, that's still the North Pole. I almost fell off. Oh, interesting, the compass is already starting to wig out. We're not quite at 0G. Are we at physics object 0G? I wonder if it's a budget issue or dev team size. I think it's dev team size, and no one on the dev team has the skill set to fix the netcode, is my suspicion. Like, it's not a very big dev team, and I think they're just prioritizing other stuff. I mean, it could be a prioritization issue, I suppose. I don't know what else. I don't know that it's a budget issue. I'm guessing it's either the dev team not having somebody who can really figure all this stuff out, or it's them just generally bad prioritization. Like, they just want to add new content because they think that'll bring in more money. Why is this pillar creeping over to the side like this? I don't know, I'm speculating here. I'd like to know. I'd love to know what exactly is the problem here. I should probably top off before I go again. Let me dig this back down a little bit. Just hydrate here. There we go. I think the mic picks up a little bit of the hydrating experience. Where's my soil canister? Am I a big dumb? Oh, it's behind the rover seat. That's why I can't see it. Go ahead and top that off. Get that one. Use a terrain tool to pick them up because they got put on the least convenient storage they could have possibly gone to. At least they're not on the back where I can't reach them. I suppose it could be worse. Right, let me double check what direction north is. I keep forgetting I don't have to hold the button down if the compass is the last thing I used. Okay, yeah, this is the spot we're building from, so let's keep going. The compass is wigging out a bit, so we're definitely getting into, like, forbidden territory here. Places no Astroneer was meant to go. I mean, that's never stopped me before. You should see some of the ridiculous shit I've done on this stream. Not this one particularly, but just in general in this game. Alright, Alright, so we just used a quarter. Let's see how far along that got us. I could see the little progress bar. Okay, we're at just max length, so I think a quarter is pretty good. It doesn't seem like it's consistent every time, but it's pretty close. So that's kind of tentatively how far I'll go each time. I'll build it up a quarter and then see how far I am. These rails feel really short from this angle, but I think that's just the depth. Just not like conveying itself properly in the game. See, that one's only half though. How did I get half of a rail length away the first time around, and then use the same amount of soil and got half that distance the second time? I don't know, I think there may be something else going on here. Maybe the soil usage isn't consistent. Like, soil is already a lossy system where if you dig and recreate the same terrain a lot, you end up with less soil than you started with. So I'll kind of have to wing it on this. Hopefully it'll work out. So let's use the last quarter here, see how far we wind up. This one feels like it might be going too far. Let me place one of these. No, it's actually not. So much for my intuitions. Oh, interesting. It bugs out, like, as I step over the pole. I wonder if this is a rounding thing, where I'm, like, on top of the pole and my coordinates are close enough as something is rounding to 0, and it doesn't know how to display the compass. It's always fun to speculate. This is, by the way, this is a situation where beyond the camera angle, I don't want to shit-talk the devs, because, like, obviously this is not something players are supposed to do. Like, I'm reasonable in my complaints here. I just want the camera to not jerk around randomly when I'm doing shit like this. Everything else is fine. Compass broken, whatever. Yeah, the trains are great. I assume you're talking about the general concept of the train system and not what I'm doing, because this is incredibly stupid and not more efficient than using rockets. But the trains in general are great. I'm thrilled that they added them. I was like waiting for them to add this to the game after they leaked it. Like, not leaked it, but like leaked a spoiler of it. Like, the fact that they were working on this, I was like, I'm gonna wait for this and then I'm gonna stream this game again. Well, I say again, I've never streamed it before, but stream it again as in play it again and stream it this time. No regrets. Even with the struggle of getting the trains to actually do what I want, I've been enjoying this a lot. And hopefully it's been interesting to people, because I've shown off a few glitches and other weird things that you wouldn't really know you could do in this game, like making flying machines with rovers that you can actually control and not lose them in the void of space like most people do, and then post it on Reddit and get 200 upvotes. What do I normally stream? I mean, I used to say I normally stream Spelunky 2, but I've kind of burnt out on that game, so I'm a filthy variety streamer at the moment. I'm playing still Spelunky 2 a little bit, Deep Rock Galactic, Power Wash Simulator, and Astroneer. And when I'm done with Astroneer, I'm probably going to pick a new sandbox game to start playing. That's tentatively what I have planned. I'm considering Oxygen Not Included. I might give that game another shot, but we'll see. I'm not sure what it'll be yet. It might be a Terraria, like, lightly modded playthrough. One of those two things. I do a lot of science on my streams. Like, whatever game I'm playing, if I could break the game in an interesting way, I tend to do that a lot. I don't know why this pillar is getting off center. I just gotta keep an eye on that and not lose track of it. How far up are we? It's in the blue. Wait, this is a, despite my name being cosine 256, I don't do that much math on this stream, but we do some occasional, I said doo-doo. We do some occasional science and like mathy stuff just to explain stuff, to make things a little more interesting. But this is not an educational stream. I just enjoy mathematics and engineering in general. So games like this that have a lot of like weird interest. Okay. I was using chat there in case anybody was still locked in watching like a Corona ad or something. Whatever it is you get in your local region. Also, hey Jess. Welcome back from whatever it is you were doing. I hope it was going well, whatever it was. I feel bad that I forgot, because I'm pretty sure you did say what it was before you left. Okay, anyways, I think we're back. So all I was rambling about was the fact, I mentioned the games I played. I don't know when this cut out, but I played Spelunky 2 a little bit. I'm burning out on that. Deep Rock Galactic, Astroneer, obviously, and Power Wash Simulator. I'm probably going to play either Oxygen Not Included or Terraria when I'm done with Astroneer. This is my tentative plan. And then beyond that, I'm just kind of winging it. Don't know what games I'm going to play. It's all over the place. Again, I'm a filthy variety streamer now. You hate to see it. But you know, maybe that's for the best. We'll give more people the opportunity to catch the stream instead of just me only playing Spelunky for a niche community. A great community, by the way, but a very niche one. Hopefully the stream doesn't crap out again. We're overdue for the Comcrust. And if you're not familiar with the Comcrust, that's when Comcast actually fucks up my internet and my stream goes down for 5 minutes. But so far Twitch has taken it down twice today and Comcast hasn't done anything. So we'll see like who ends up being the winner at the end of the stream, who takes it down the most. Never heard of that game. I listed off a few games. If you mean Spelunky, it's basically like a ridiculously hard platformer roguelike game. Like it's unreasonably difficult, but it has a very dedicated community to it, and for the most part, it's a really like fun game if you can get past the insane difficulty of it. It's very rewarding to get good at that game. If it's not your thing, then I mean, it's not your thing. Like it is what it is. It's very different from what I'm doing right now here, but I play a variety of things. Not a huge variety, but not everything I do is like sandbox games like Astroneer. Let me adjust this one. I generally like to play like kind of cooperative shooters, a few platformers, and then sandbox games like this. I'm not too into like competitive FPS games anymore. I've kind of moved away from that, so you're not going to see me streaming like Fortnite. And if I stream Overwatch, it's going to probably be the PvE content if that game ever comes out before Blizzard absolutely ruins the company. The snails are getting pretty close. I've got about 10 minutes on them, and I don't know how close I am. Let's see, am I at Physics Object 0G yet? Let me test. No, not quite. Physics Object 0G, to explain, is a layer, just kind of an arbitrary distance from the planet where physics objects just don't have gravity anymore, but the player still does. And once I get to that point, I need to change how I do this a little bit, or I have the option of just placing objects in the air next to me as I build up, which is actually a good thing. But I don't know when that time is going to come yet, so I need to pay attention for it. Come on. Don't grab the beacon. Am I excited for Darktide? A little bit. I'm uneasy about Darktide simply because the dev team for that game is kind of... They're kind of there. It's a dev team. They take a really long time to respond to like any kind of player feedback. And I'm worried that the game is just going to kind of be broken and imbalanced, and they're going to not really do anything about it. And that's ultimately what started turning me off from playing Vermintide. Like, if you had asked me the question, what do I do, like a month or two ago, Vermintide would have been on that list, but I stopped playing it because they just kind of haven't been doing anything with the game. And it's still a little bit broken, and you never know for sure if you actually did something wrong, or if you weren't holding block, or if the enemy just hit you through your block and you took like 50 damage. Because I played on high difficulties, so I just kind of got tired of that like gameplay loop of you feel like you're playing really well, doing a great job, and then the game's like, nah, fam, we're just gonna take all your health away, and we're just gonna spawn an enemy right behind you. And my fear is that they're not going to fix any of that stuff in Darktide, and they're just going to build on top of their already crusty game engine that works well, but not as well as it could. So I'm going to play Darktide. I'll probably stream it at some point, but I don't know if I'm going to love it as much as I did Vermintide, if it's just more of the same problems. Because, I mean, Vermintide was a novelty when I played it, so I could look past some of the issues and just enjoy the gameplay loop. But if Darktide is roughly the same gameplay loop with all the same bugs, it's not going to last me nearly as long as Vermintide did. Yeah, there's a game that's also drastically different from what I'm doing right now. In the meantime, though, I got Deep Rock Galactic as a nice, faithful video game that works pretty well and is almost always fun to play. I should have grabbed another canister. I'm gonna have to go back to the base in a moment anyway, so maybe I could grab a like third soil canister. I don't want to build that one there. I'm gonna build I think a temporary rail. How can I do this actually? I can send the train back down. Yeah, let's go build a temporary rail up here just so that I can get back to this point. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me think for a second here. I really don't want to go back down if I can avoid it. I should have brought more snail food. Because I gotta get back on top of this. Is the root of the problem is I have to get on top of this thing again if I fall down. Maybe I can make this work with what I've got. Let me dig down a little bit so that I can reach the train again. Maybe I could finish it off, or at least get to physics object 0G. Okay, I can barely reach that. Get a little more soil. I really should have brought more soil canisters. I didn't plan this out as well as I could have, but I mean, what's the fun in that if something doesn't go wrong at some point? Like the thing I really don't want is to fall off. Come on, grab it. There you go. I really wish, however, that this would build up a consistent distance, because it's not the same each time I do it. I'm getting up a slightly different height, and I have to kind of like just wing it on whether or not the train is going to make it up this distance, or if I have to create multiple segments. And in case anyone's wondering why I keep doing these weird camera flicks, look at the little circle, like at the base of these rails. It's red when I can't place it, it's blue when I can, and I'm trying to get the blue bit just on screen enough to see that I can place it. Like that's the visual aid I've been using here. I guess to finish my thoughts on Dark Tide, it's basically like hope for the best, expect the worst is kind of the attitude I'm going in with Dark Tide. Like I'm basically like thinking it's probably going to be a mess, but you know what, if it's good, then that's great. But I get the feeling it's not going to last me as long as Vermintide did, unless they really like get their shit together and make something special out of that game. I mean, Vermintide's melee combat was also its appeal, and if this is just going to be a more shooty version of Vermintide, I'm not sure how much more I can get out of that. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. We'll see if that lasts more than one stream. I think I'm signed up for whatever like pre-release stuff they have for it, but I don't know if I'm going to stream it for that. I don't know, we'll see. I'm not going to make any promises. I might do it, I might not do it. So don't cross your fingers for it, but like maybe it'll happen. And there we go. You can start seeing the beacons for the base over there. Oh, how far up am I? Okay, I'm not at player 0G. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back down, I think. This is probably as good a place as any to go back down. How do I want to do this? Let's call a train to start with. Again, the problem here is I need to get back on this pillar, and I think I'm just going to make a protrusion and fucking hope that the train, like, will put me on that when I get off of it. Because otherwise I'm going to be falling a long distance, and I'm going to have to call the train back down and do it all again. But the snails are hungry right now, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's make a bit of a platform to stand on. Just something long like this, it'll give me plenty of time to get onto it. And we'll put a temporary rail post like right here. And just hope that the train doesn't eject me at a random angle. And down we go. Down past the tumor, down past the bad camera angle. There we go, it's a little bit better. And it's a little bit crooked. Yep, the camera is just like, yep, let me do that for you real quick. Nope, cameras. I'm not moving the cursor, by the way, chat. My hand is not on the mouse. This is why I say this game has a shitty camera. It's this right here. It's like this game's camera does not know what it's doing. It has no idea what to look at, especially when you're going up or down, but just in general, this game's camera has no fucking idea like where to point at any given time. I have not touched the mouse since I started going down the pillar, and that's what the camera was doing the whole time. We'll see what it does on the way up. But if I want a cinematic like camera, I probably need to do it myself. Okay, I'm controlling it now to look over here. No, I can't tell if I'm seeing it over there, or what that is in the distance. I don't think I can see it from this far. It gets clipped out. level detail is just too low. Now, it could be the hazy atmosphere is blocking it, and I'm just having trouble spotting it. We'll see it from space at some point and get to make the decision on whether or not it's visible. It's a weird way to, that's a weird way to say, figure out if we can see it. Make the decision on whether or not it's visible. I talk weird sometimes, Chad. I apologize. How are we doing on rails, by the way? I feel like I haven't run out somehow. And I kind of feel like I should have. Okay. Now let's seize this opportunity to make this a little bit less inconvenient. Put that there, get the beacon somewhere that's not in the way, the soil canisters. The rest of that stuff is fine, I think. So we got one of those. I'm gonna feed all the snails like in tandem in a second here. Once they all run out, I'm waiting for them to do that. This will take like a minute. It's 30 minutes, I think, if you feed them their favorite food. And I was going to also grab another one of these, just so I could do slightly longer between cycles. Let's see, do I have an extra one? These two are for the centrifuges. I'll just print another one. Okay, I got lucky. It was right there. I thought I'd have to scroll through all 60 items in my tiny-ass crafting grid to get to that. And I put the tumor in the research thing. I don't really need bites. I have, like, that many. Whatever that is, I think 1/7 of a million. I don't know why I would say 1/7 of a million. That's a weirdly specific number, but that's how many I have. And it kind of doesn't matter. Because I researched almost everything that I wanted. So the bytes are just a number to make go up, because haha, big number go we. Let me grab another hydrazine while I'm here, just in case I start using these. But I don't think I can use these until I get to the interplanetary space. I forget if I can even use them there or not. Or if that's where my character just freezes and won't move anymore. There's an art to this. There's a science behind it. I've done some research in the past. I don't know if they've changed between updates. Come on, snails. I don't have inventory space for all your damn seeds. I need you to starve now. Come on, do it. Where's the other one? Not Usagi, we don't feed that one. This one here. We're gonna feed this one while we're at it, in case I want to top this one off later. Or have it topped off and I need to dig something. Okay, there they go. Yeah. I'm not going to make any more snail noises, I promise. Don't mute me. We'll just listen to the weird snail noises. Okay, and the last one. That's every snail that matters. You know, I'm feeling kind of bad for this one here. Here you go. You know what? You can have some food. I don't even know if you like this. No, you don't even like this food item. Whatever, you can have a couple of these. Alright, all of the snails have been fed. Literally all of them. So I think we're good to go here. You can sit over here, I guess. I'm not using this one right. Well, let me put it here near the other storage, or the other drill items. Okay, and I think we're good to go. Got an extra soil canister. I should probably fill it while I'm here. How are we doing on soil? Yeah, there's no way that I don't have enough soil here to do this. Let me use this one just to make sure that they both have some in them. I'm gonna grab another soil canister actually, just so I don't have to do this as much. The fewer times I have to do this, the better. Okay, do that, and then as far as freeing up inventory space, I can just put the leveling block back, and that'll give me one more free spot. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, good. I think we're ready to go again. Hopefully I didn't forget anything. And off we go. This is going to be fun when I get to... If I get to Silva while doing this, because I need to build one from the other direction, which... The thing that I have going for me is that I will know what I'm doing when I build it from the other direction, so it'll be a lot faster, but I might do that in a separate stream. So again, this might end up being a 2-parter, or like a 7-parter, depending on how many times Twitch disconnects me while I'm doing it. But we may just get to the interplanetary boundary with the space elevator, and then if that works, I'll build the rest of it like probably on the next time I stream this game. Because basically what you see me do here, it's going to take not twice as long, but kind of close to that, and we're not even done with the first half yet. That looks really cool. I'm glad that's visible from as far away as it is. It's very majestic. Maybe it looks like the Citadel in Half-Life, I don't know. It's very tall and menacing looking at the same time. Well, up we go. So it's more than twice the cloud limit. I wonder what it is yet then for the build limit. I actually don't know. It's kind of hard to measure this stuff. Welcome to City 17. Okay, if I fight the camera, this is actually pretty cool looking. I just have to occasionally tell the camera to keep pointing down, up, and we're at the top. Alright, folks, where am I going to get ejected from? Oh my god, I'm actually on the ground. I was like completely ready to yell loudly. We're actually on the ground. Right, let's call the train down. That is a twist I was not expecting. Let's get rid of the protrusion. Let me double check where north is. Okay, it's right here. Trying to level this out. I rule, come on, calm down. There you go, thank you. Is this just going to be at a weird slope, or is it going to smooth itself out over time? I think it's slowly leveling out. Let's see. Let's try this. Okay, there we go. It's not building anymore. Oh, it's getting weird. Can I jump? Yeah, okay, I can still jump. I am not sure why it's doing this. Do I have the... Okay, that's why, because I don't have this enabled. I'm an idiot. You hate to see it. Dumb idiot streamer. It is idiot live on stream. There we go. Okay, this is what was supposed to happen. I was like, that's not right. That's not supposed to happen yet. It's supposed to just work. Yeah, I think I turned it off when I was doing something. Kind of don't remember why. Okay, never mind. I'm not an idiot. Why is it not working again? Idiot streamer is actually a genius. Game is dumb. I mean, how close is this? It's blue. Honestly, if it's basically blue, that's good enough for me as far as like rail efficiency, because these probably cause lag just like tethers do if you have too many of them. But if it's close to being like blue highlighted, that's efficient enough for me. I'm getting kind of good at just sort of winging it. What side do I want this to be on? This side here. It'll help the camera if this thing's not super twisty as well. But man, it's gonna be a mess once I get to the part where I have to start using the platform. Hello, Captain. I don't know if you've been here this whole time or not, but you haven't spammed your emotes, so I was getting worried about you. I'm not sure what's happening here. I wonder if this is just a floating point issue because I'm getting further and further away from the planet, where it's kind of having trouble building for me, because I have the same mods enabled that I did before. You haven't. This game sucks. I am sorry to hear that. You have that opinion. That is a fair opinion, and you have the right to that opinion. But I don't like your opinion, so as a denizen of the internet, I have to be upset with you for having a different opinion than me. So, how dare you? Okay, I'm done. I'm done being upset about your opinion. Oh god, why is this getting slower? Come on, game. How far up are we? Looks like another, maybe a couple more seconds of this. Okay, apparently that one doesn't want to build. I could start mashing spacebar, I suppose. I think... No, never mind. I can't jump while I'm doing this. So yeah, this is gonna suck. Let's build another one. Good. Call the train up. How much soil do I have? Not much. This would be a good time to top off. The compass really doesn't know what it's doing right now. This is weird too, because you can build this high up. I'm not like in the forbidden zone yet. Like I can build here. It's letting me do it. And the game is still kind of running out of like ideas for what it should actually be doing right now. Things are starting to break, get crusty. Oh, I guess they really didn't think anyone would do this. Oh god, I just realized I think the rest of the canisters are behind the snails. Can I reach these without my... Oh boy. Oh god, I should have moved those. I should have thought about this. I am able to snipe it. I saw the pixel that I needed. Let me see if I can get it again. There it is. Come on. That's hydrazine. I don't need this. Oh, wait, I'm a dumbass. I can just put the snails here, since I have another storage I can slap them on. Wait, where'd the canisters go? And why do I have an extra one in my inventory? What am I doing, chat? I'm losing my mind. Where is the other canister? Whatever, I think I can just get it to show up by doing this. Right, beacon, you go there. I have no idea. Okay, I put it on the side of the train. Grab the canister, and there's the last one. Okay, we got them all. That did not need to be as complicated as I made it. Okay, I have to start spam clicking. I can't hold it anymore. I need to spam click to get this to actually build properly. Then when it starts, I can hold it down, and then it stops, I have to spam click it again. Behind. Yeah, it was behind something. I don't know what. I just had the canister summon it again. I figured it was hidden behind something when I wasn't able to spot it, like, at all, because there's hydrazine there. This game is really good at just putting things in very arbitrary slots with no particular consistency to it. Okay, I'm getting upset that I haven't reached the build limit yet. But we got soil. Like, we're not going to run out. It's just... Oh, that was interesting. Was that a level of detail change right there? Maybe that's a good thing? I don't know what that really says. I don't know how far away you have to be for the game to change the LOD like that. Hopefully we're getting there. Here's something that the hypothetical dev in chat could do for me, just for cosine. Add a measuring stick in this game, like a tool I can use that just like tells me how far away something is in meters or tiles or whatever. Like one grid length here, one tile, which is this like little square here, is basically a meter. It makes your Astroneer slightly more than 2 meters tall, which makes sense because they're wearing a spacesuit. So like that's kind of in my head canon. Everything is measured in meters in this game. That's probably how they intentionally did it. But I want a tool where I could point at something and it'll tell me how far away that thing is. That would be extremely useful for some builds and some science in general. Because right now I don't think there's any way to do that. And I've actually used the level of detail to measure things. Like if I knew how many LOD increments there were all the way down to the ground right there, I could say that, like, oh, that's 128 meters in length, like that thing right there, if I knew how many iterations it was. That's really like all I have to work with as far as the level of detail. Okay, what is going on here? Alright, I don't know why that was getting stuck. It is getting very finicky. Yeah, we're definitely going to build the second half in a future stream. But let's see if we can get to interplanetary space. Come on. There we go. Sometimes it's fine. I do wish this tool was a little bit more consistent about this slope right here, this spot where I keep putting the rails, because I'm trying to keep them on the same side of it the whole time as I go up, but it kind of wiggles around a little bit anyways. Maybe building a little closer to that side, like just a little bit. Oh, there we go. It kind of helps a little bit. If I just put the cursor slightly closer to that end. Oh, it'll be a little wiggly. As I said before, the wiggling is going to get really bad, like, later on in this build. So it's not going to matter. Like, if you think this is a rough ride, you're not going to like what comes later. Come on, camera, please. Give me just a smidge, just a little bit of the blue circle, thank you. Right there. Also, the compass is actually snapping to the wrong position from further away. So I gotta keep an eye on this particular spot here because I can't get this back anymore because the compass doesn't work. So it's just the center of the pillar. As long as I don't screw that up, I should be fine. This would be a good time to top off. Just have that just load in when it gets close to me here. Okay, is 4 more gonna do it? Okay, I don't know where one of those went. I feel like it went behind somewhere. And I'm gonna just turn this thing back on so that it'll show me them. Okay, one of them went there. I see it right there. I don't know why. Oh, because I had my backpack open. There we go. Okay, we got all 4 of them. Do I need any rail posts? Yeah, I should get another bundle. I think I need it in a second here. Rail junctions. Okay, and up we go again. Just a little further down. Seems to create a good flat surface to build on. Yeah, that's almost offset by a whole tile. I do need to keep an eye on that. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit closer. I can keep an eye on the center with this one. I'm getting a lot better at guessing about how far it'll let me place these. Less trial and error involved. As long as they're all powered and have an oxygen supply, that means that I didn't like miss anything and accidentally not connect one of them. And the train is up here with me, so we should also be good to go right now. I don't think these can ever disconnect, like after they show that they have a connection. As far as I'm aware, I can't even like dig this thing out. Like if I dig the dirt under this, it'll just kind of float. I don't think it can even get disturbed once it's been placed, which is very nice. I feel like I'm getting less like soil economy out of this now that I have more canisters. The game must be like removing more soil for each iteration, like as I go further up. This doesn't feel the same as it did down there. You can finally pay attention to this. Well, you haven't missed a whole lot. It looks the same for the last like kilometer above the surface of the planet here. We're getting there, I think. I hope. Like, I kind of wish I had a more tangible, like, estimate for how far it is that I need to go here, but I just don't. I don't know. Okay, here's what we're gonna do with this one, I think. Yeah, let's go ahead and dig this one back down. I don't want to build a short rail like that. I kind of want them to have a consistent length. I just need to get close enough to this one to grab more soil, and it definitely feels like this is not the same soil economy that I had up there. It's got to be rounding something wrong. But we make do with what we got. As long as I can reach this from here, we're good to go. And then I can just grab them off of this slot. Okay, and up we go. Right here seems to be a good spot. Good to know you're still here, Captain. There we go. There's some nice space music. Maybe what I'm doing isn't quite as exciting as the video game this is from, but you know, it looks cool. Look at the view. Look how scenic this is. This is a pretty game when you look past all the bugs. The bugs are very ugly, the rest of the game isn't. It just stopped again. I can't move anymore. Are we at the build limit? We might... Let's see. We might be at the build limit. Let me try to pillar up a bit. Yep, we're at the build limit. Alright, so there it is. Basically, this is what happens when you reach the build limit in this game. It's not enough to get you to another planet. The terrain just kind of starts doing this once you've reached this point. So let me dig this out a little bit and smooth it. And then this is where the hard part happens. This is where we have to traverse interplanetary space. Also, my character is stuck, but I can get out by getting in a vehicle, so I'm not worried about that. I did a little bit of homework before I engaged in this activity. Because we cannot just build a platform to another planet. I see this question come up. I've been asked this, I think, a couple times. The answer is no, you cannot build to another planet. That's just not a thing in this game, because there's a build limit between them. But Silva is up there. You can probably see this if I get the camera right. You see that little cigar-looking noodle there? If you're at 720p, you should be able to see it on the stream. That is the satellite orbiting Silva. So, like, the planet is up there. It is not rendering right now. It's directly above me. There's a little bit of, like, a rail visible here, and that's where we're going. But I need to bridge this empty space in order to actually get there. So what I want to do here is finish this off with the leveling block so it looks nice and clean, and hopefully the game doesn't crash when I do that. I need to get a rover seat as well. I think I left one right here. Is that it? There's the rover seat. Okay, so physics objects, when you're at this distance and a ways lower, don't move around anymore. They don't have any gravity. In my case, I'm stuck. I think I'm still subject to gravity. I'm just stuck here. The game will not update my players physics at all. But I could still get around by using rover seats, for instance. So I could put it here, get in it, and then get back out and be in a slightly different spot, or unstick my physics without expecting to. Okay, we'll have to call the train. I thought I was going to have 0G there too. I think I wasn't high enough. This is fine. I'm going to call the train and go back up there so we could salvage this. But essentially, the physics engine gets really crusty. Let me actually try to call it from here. I could just land on one of these because I have the invincibility snail. Otherwise, that would have been lethal fall damage for sure. But we have the snail for that. Speaking of that, let's see. They're all good for at least half an hour. So it'll be a hot minute before the train gets here, but things are about to get really strange. And what I might need to do is kind of stay in the interplanetary space area where I can't move, because I think what happened was I fell below it. And if you're not familiar with how the jetpacks work in this game, you can't use them beyond a certain distance. And that's more or less what was happening there. I couldn't use the jetpack anymore, so I just had to fall. I want the leveling block. What else do I need? I don't need all these soil canisters anymore, so I'm going to go ahead and drop off a couple of them. I'll just let... Actually, I kind of want the other one to be filled. That's 2 soil canisters should be fine. I can't build up there anymore, so I'll just... They're probably taking up inventory space. Actually, we'll just hold one, I think. Let the canisters do whatever they want. We got the leveling block here, which I'll put in this spot. Okay, I need to get back in and get back up there, which this could be a struggle, but I mean, we did this before. I was able to get up eventually. But I basically can't ascend without getting in vehicles when I'm, climbing the space elevator. And I just fall. And if I miss my input to get into a vehicle, I basically need to call the train back down to carry me up again so I could try a second time. I need to be a little quicker on the draw. as far as like getting on one of these posts if I don't get kicked out where I want to be, because my camera is going to fucking kick down when I get out of this vehicle, and I need to be up there. Okay, we landed on this. Can I... The camera is so bad in this game, but if I could just keep my terrain tool out and get in the rover seat. Okay, there we go. Where is this going to put me? Is it going to drop me? I think it's going to drop me. No, it did not drop me. It actually put me where I wanted to be. Okay, and we want the rover seat to be up here-ish. Just above this in general is fine. And then I want to get the leveling block. Might as well just turn the compass off. It is not doing anything. I can't use the compass anymore, so I guess it's just stuck on. Get the leveling block. Move off to the side a bit. Come on. There you go. Oh no, don't fall off. Do not fall off. I can't jump anymore. Okay, I think this spot right here might be it. So let me get the rover seat a little bit closer down. I think if I flick it like this and then drop it like right there, that should be good, but I kind of want it higher. I don't want it to be able to put me back below the boundary. Yeah, there we go. This is what I meant by getting stuck. Oh my god, I'm a smooth criminal. This is what I meant by getting stuck in space. Once you pass the build limit, your character just gets stuck like this. The moonwalk is just a bonus. I wish the compass wasn't here. It's kind of spoiling the look. I could go find the moon real quick. Or planet or something. Like, look at me. It's literal moonwalk. Yeah, that's enough cringe for now. There we go. That's the build limit. Okay. So we have that. And I'm going to... Let's see. I'm just going to protrude the sides a little bit so it looks a little bit cleaner. And then if I want to get my camera on the other side, I need to move the seat. I just need to make sure this is high enough that it does not put me back in bounds, or I'm going to fall an extremely long distance. And the last one's right over there. I don't trust that I have that in the right spot. I really don't want to modify this thing anymore if I don't have to, so let's go over here. Okay, good. Now let's place a rail right at the boundary. Call the train. Recall obstructed. I think that happens when you're in space and it still works because obviously the train came here. Things are gonna potentially get weird while I'm doing this because I didn't do a ton of testing for this beyond is it possible, which it is. Because although you can't, like I did this earlier, for anyone who's just stopping by, you can't build rails in the void of space like this, for instance. They won't connect. They're red. No matter what distance I put them at, they won't connect. But for some reason, you can build rails on this storage, the sloped edge and the pole of this storage here, which you may have noticed if you've ever played with these, that for some reason this particular storage, like, intercepts your digging cursor while you're trying to build shit. I don't know why it's like that, but basically if you reload your game for some reason, you're able to just use the terrain tool on that storage, and it turns out that's not the only thing you can do with that storage. You can also build rails on it once it has like settled, which I think you need to reload your save to do that. We're going to be doing a lot of save loading. For anyone who was worried about that, your fears have been realized because we're going to be doing that for a while here. I need to move over here to get a better camera angle. Should be able to grab these tethers and just barely place them. So that's the full tether bundle. I wanted the individual ones. The reason why we're doing this is because this game by default will try to put the rail in those slots, but if it doesn't have a slot to put them in, it's going to try to put them on the tall storage. So the thing that I need to do now is position the tall storage where I need to build the next rail, which is going to be very difficult to do. It's going to be an imprecise process. The rover seat is going to put me in random places. But the flat surfaces are going to be on the four sides, like relative to where the top is. And we want one like roughly here, I think. And I'm kind of trying to eyeball the distance here to think whether or not a rail will connect. And I'm pretty sure it will. I don't know how much of this we're going to do today, but this is like the premise of the space elevator. I'm not sure how far I have to go, and there is actually something I'm going to do to test that in a moment here. So we're not quite done with all this nonsense, but the first thing I need to do is, let me get in here and see if I can go a little higher up. Okay, so step 2, save and quit the main menu. Because right now that tall storage is floating, it's like an airborne object and it won't let me build on it. But this game is stupid, and if you save and reload, it forgets that things were falling, and oh wow, my save size actually went down. That's not what I was expecting. Anyways, it forgets about these things. And if I come back in, this thing is going to have the physical properties of like an anchored table, even though it's floating in the air, or an anchored platform, and it combined with the fact that the tall platform has really janky physics when interacting with the player's cursor, that means we can build on it now. So if I go ahead and pull out a rail, I can do this. And this is the process by which I'm going to build the space elevator. We get this up as high as we can on the weird collision for the tall storage. It's a Christmas miracle. What are the chances for corrupt saves? Probably not very high, but we may have issues when I cross the boundary between the two planets. I don't know. It'll be a surprise. We shall see. But anyways, this is effectively the process for the tall storage to build the space elevator. This is the miracle that made it possible for me to do this, was that I discovered that this thing has weird properties that let you build on it once you've saved and reloaded. So if you're ever wondering how like glitch hunters find this stuff for speedruns, the answer is they make observations about things in the game that just don't seem quite right, and then they exploit the shit out of those observations to see if they can actually like do anything with them. And in this case, it turns out you can do something with this. The weird collision where the terrain tool gets locked on tall platforms is the same detection system that the game uses to decide if you can build a rail on something. So that's how a lot of these glitches get discovered, I'm pretty sure.
I'm funding the elevator. Name it the Usagi Space Elevator.
Severin, for the love of God, please get a majority share in the investments on the space elevator so I can name it something else. I'm begging you. Don't let the board of directors name it the Usagi Space Elevator. Don't let it happen. Chat, you could prevent this. You can name the space elevator literally anything except that. You have the power to do that. And by the way, if you were wondering, yes, the train can go out of bounds as well, which is, again, the premise of this.
Noom Space Elevator.
Noom Space Elevator. Okay, that's kind of lame, but that's still better than the Usagi Space Elevator, because Usagi is terrible. So anyways, we brought a landing pad. Well, I mean, Captain, you can donate too if you want to. You guys don't have to give me money, by the way. This is just a bit. I don't know what I'm going to name it. Maybe we'll have a poll for it or something later. I don't know if it's going to be bits based. Anyways, this is why we have the landing pad, because similar to the funny tall storage here, this game is stupid and landing pads can't be deployed in midair, but if you save and reload, they can be deployed in midair and they just work. And this is how we're going to get back up here quickly without having to ride the train, and it's also going to be useful for what I'm about to do next, because we are going to head back home in just a moment here, because I have to do that anyways. So there's a couple things that I'm going to be doing here that aren't building the space elevator. I'm wasting my time talking. I need to reload the save. I want to measure roughly how far I need to go and decide what I want to do today on stream. Maybe I'll keep building this because I'm kind of into this, even if it's getting late. Maybe it'll be interesting. Maybe there'll be surprises. People can stop by and watch the construction process on the space elevator.
An anonymous donator puts it for Usagi.
Oh shit, anonymous donator. You could have just said it was you. It wouldn't have made a difference. It's still $2 for calling it the Usagi space elevator. Blow up the moon. Yeah, that was a failed project. I tried. It didn't work. So yeah, you can deploy the landing pad. And it just kind of works as a landing pad now. It's like, it's completely fine. It's a functional landing pad. So let's build the next one while we're here. Every time we save and load, this is what we're here to do. This is actually going to be more like straight than I thought it was going to be, but the problem is each subsequent post won't be exactly above the previous one. So that'll be the only problem with that. But anyways, we can call the train up if we want to now. Get in this. And I could basically use this landing pad as like a checkpoint to get to this point again anytime I want. I just have to save and reload if I want to move the landing pad somewhere else. We're technically still in the solo sphere of influence. Again, Silva is up there. The question is, how far do I need to go?
Anonymous donator says Noom Space Elevator.
Am I gonna have to go back through and measure how many bits you've thrown into this? I don't know what we're gonna call it, okay? But we've got a compelling argument for the Noom Space Elevator, because that's how the bot pronounces it. Anyways, I need to get a rocket up here if I'm going to come back to this. But what I want to do is actually get a rover, because I can use the rover to figure out how far I need to go. So I'm trying to think where I want to do this. I can call the train anytime I want. So I could get in the train, fly back down, go take a piss or something during the drive. And I could always call the train back to this point from anywhere on the planet anytime I need to. It'll probably take like 2 or 3 minutes for it to get here. Oh yeah, steam gardens. And besides that, I think what I should do is every single time I add something here, I should move the tall platform up further, just so that I have it in a better spot next time. So that if I do a save and load for any reason, it'll just be in the next spot for the next iteration of the space elevator. So things are not going to be terribly precise because I don't know where exactly to build all this stuff. But I'm going to try to keep it roughly straight because I need to match up with the line that's going to come off of Silva later. So for instance, I'm just eyeballing it. I'm guessing this is probably going to make it. And we're just going to leave it here and come back to it later. So let's get in the train and head back down. Why are you making faces, train? I'm sorry, do you not like this?
Greetings from Germany. Save the Usagi, kill the Noom.
Oh my god. Again, you don't have to do this. It's a joke. But you know what? Maybe I will honor whoever pays the most money. Just because at this point it almost feels bad not to. But thank you for the bits. And hello and greetings, Germany. This is the United States. In case my like crusty ass American accent wasn't obvious enough.
Can't kill the Noom. Elevator gotta go fast.
Oh my god. My mods are too good to me. I don't deserve this. So this would be a lot more awesome if the camera would let me point it wherever I wanted it to. I suppose if I calculated the speed of the train, I could figure out how long the space elevator is. Like, my estimate for how big that is it's about 1 kilometer tall, but I don't actually know. This is something I almost want to get like Cheat Engine or something and just measure my coordinates. Like, just figure out where that's stored, and I could definitely figure it out from that information. Or the devs could just, heaven forbid, add like a measuring tape to this game so I could just point a laser pointer at something and it just tells me how far away it is to that. Like, come on, that's not that expensive of a raycast. Just do it like every few seconds. Multi-thread it if you have to. No, never mind, don't multi-thread it.
Love the
They'll probably fuck it
marathon.
up.
Me and my girlfriend love to watch it together. I love you, Usagi. Will you marry me?
My Usagi's not marrying you because Usagi is stuck in a jar for the rest of its life. You could get your own if you wanted to. We'll call a draw and name it neither Usagi nor Noom. I don't know what just happened. Art Womble has gifted a tier 1 sub to Jess. No, thank you for that. Or wait. No, wait, did I get a wait, what just happened? It was on Jess's channel? No, it's not on my
Can't
channel.
name elevator something slow like
Okay,
a
well,
snail, otherwise can't escape
Is
orbit.
Jess streaming? Wait, I'm so confused. I just got a notification on my stream that I got a tier 1 sub for Jess from Art Womble. So it's for Jess's stream. Art, are you here? Is Jess streaming? Okay, she's streaming. Okay, I was so fucking confused. I was like, wait, what? Okay, hold on. Let me make this weird.
Time? It's 1:02 for me. Okay, chat. So how do we do?
Let's see.
Slept yesterday,
What emote did we
sit
put in
here
this?
high.
I know this is invisible chat, but you can hear the audio. There we go.
Congrats for living. Thank you.
Let me just drop out of my stream for a second.
I co-sign. Pay attention to your own stream, would you? I say as I'm lurking in your stream.
Oh, I see how it is. Do I even need to like shit talk to you in chat, Jess, or do you hear me with like a stream delay? Or are you muted? Just awkward. One awkward stream
God, I
delay
hope those are
later.
lips. Nope, that's teeth.
Okay, I think Jess has me muted.
It's meant to be fucking cursed. I hope you. Yeah. So we got. You'll work in my channel all you want. Okay. So we got. We
Okay,
got
I'm gonna mute it. I'm actually gonna leave it
tiny
running.
smile.
Just add a viewer, but I am gonna mute it. BTF. I forgot what that means. That's a bad thing, right? You're making fun of me. I forgot what that stands for. I'm being completely honest. It takes 40 rail posts to go from gateway to gateway in a straight line on Silva over the surface. I assume semi-optimally placed rail posts. I don't know how far apart two rail posts are, but that is good information. Because I could count the rail posts. The problem is I kind of... They're imperfect, but it would get us close at least to an estimate. I gots to know. I'm trying to think if I want to measure this out now. Let's stay focused here. I didn't mean to bring these tethers back. Whatever, we're going back up there anyways. We're gonna take a ride up there. Okay, so here's a vehicle that nobody has seen for a fairly long time. Let me grab the silo off the train. Get that bad boy. That's the wrong one. Actually, I want the other one. It occurs to me, I dropped a medium storage, like in a box to the bottom of that gateway a long time ago, and I don't know where it went. Because I have to go looking for it later. Okay, we need this. One of the RTGs.
Snails being slow is propaganda by the Bug Collective. Usagi then, Usagi now, Usagi forever.
Oh my goodness gracious, I'm gonna have to add these up after the stream and see who has put the most money towards this. If I could do like a multi-incentive, like where people put channel points towards it, I'd probably do that for what to name the space elevator. For the like 3 people that probably care about the name of the space elevator. That'd be kind of fun, but oh well. We don't have that technology. Channel points are only for like all or nothing on one thing. So yeah, pay your real money, folks, I guess. That's the only way to do this. There's no other solution. I mean, I kind of never did say Usagi was slow. I just said Usagi was a bad snail. I didn't really go into
Usagi
much
simps
more.
out in force.
Usagi simps represent. Wait, wait a minute. Wait, did you change? Did you like convert? Or is that like an insult? Are you saying you're an Usagi simp, or is that like that sounds like an Usagi vote? Oh no, what happened to you? Like being a simp is almost like ironically fine in this day and age, so I'm not sure how to feel about that, man. It's an insult. Okay, well, it didn't work very well because we both thought that was a vote for Usagi. Oh no, what have you done? Okay, let me move this. So anyways, I kind of glossed over this. This is the other flying machine, the one that you can actually control, which we need for what I'm about to do here.
Usagi
Dude,
bad.
okay, oh my god. So, dude, you have spent like $15 on this. I appreciate it. I want to emphasize that I hugely appreciate it, but you are also a lunatic. Why are you throwing this much money at this? It's just, is it for the memes? Is this for the memes? Because I respect that. The memes are very important. I almost forgot to put the RTG on it. That would have made this much harder to control if it had only had the little RTG on it. Okay, it's for the memes. I mean, I'm not refunding these. I don't think I can. You've accepted what you've done here. Let me top off all the snails real quick. We might be up there for a while. You okay, Kai? I mean, you can donate too. Contribute your vote. It's definitely not just me getting free money. I'm gonna grab one for the snail that would hypothetically be in that spot. You have a small budget for bits. I assume you spend it all on me and Jess and Nebgoal occasionally. Which are honestly good places to spend them, not just because I'm on that list of people. Okay, so anyone unfamiliar with this vehicle, by the way? This hideous
For the glory of
abomination...
Usagi, the god emperor of all creation.
Oh my god. I'm getting better at not talking over the bot, by the way. I'm getting better at that, but my god. BTFO. Okay, I'm looking this up. What does this mean? You might have told me and I didn't read it. Blown the fuck out. I'm sorry, blown the frick out. No, we say our F words. We say our hex and our pecs here occasionally. I just try not to be like excessively vulgar, but I swear occasionally. That's just how I do things on the stream. Anyways, this is the hydrazine flying machine. You can turn this one on and off. That's the magic of it. And what we want to do is go up there. So, this one is actually harder to control until you get into the depths of space, and then it's easier. I don't know why, but for some reason steering this thing is a fucking pain in the ass. Just, it gets really hard to control it once you're going fast.
War against Usagi, is it?
But we need to fly up to the top of the space elevator. Once I get to 0G, it'll also be much easier to control this. Oh my god. God, you are in... What is wrong with both of you? It's the name of the space elevator and a meme. You don't have to. Thank you for the money, though. Like, really, thank you. I do appreciate it. It'll go towards the new chair fund that Jess keeps telling me to get a chair, and I need to get a chair, and I'm trying so hard to get this thing to point straight up. And Chad, it's not because it's lopsided. It's something else about these vehicles. Just makes them so hard to steer. I just need to get to 0G, which I should be able to tell when it happens pretty quickly. I don't know why the winch one is much easier to control. Just something about this particular setup. The game just does not know what to do. I don't know if the hydrazine thrusters maybe tell the game that it has like a different center of mass. But this game's physics engine does not work in the way you'd expect it to. It's not lopsided because of the thing on the front. It's lopsided because this game's physics engine doesn't work correctly. Like, it spins when I'm not inputting at all, which in a realistic thrust scenario, this thing would not spin if I just stopped thrusting. But I am fighting it right now. It is fishtailing on me. Like, I'm skidding out on the ice right now. I can't pitch it up anymore. It won't let me do it. Okay, I think we're clear. Your plan works, just send you the half. Why would I send you the half? You're trying to vote for the thing I don't want it to be called. Why would I send you back money? It's pulling up right now. It's not accelerating, and the vehicle is pulling up uncontrollably. Oh, we're close. We're actually close. I didn't realize we were that close. Okay, hold on. Let's get back over there. We might be able to do this in this stream. I need to stop accelerating to start with. Or not accelerate. I need to stop moving. I need to zero out my velocity and get back over there. I have a visual on what I'm aiming at right now, but we're actually quite close to the planetary boundary. I didn't scam you. We didn't agree to anything. You started giving me money to call it the Usagi space elevator. And we have somebody else who wants to call it the new space elevator. And while this is more or less the equivalent of voting for two shitty politicians, I like one of the politicians a lot more than the other one. Like, at this point, I'm going to honor whoever donates the most money. And the community sub counts as basically the number... What do I count it as? Okay, the community sub counts as half because I get all the money from the bits, because the bits cost 1.4 cents per bit, and you pay that ahead of time, but the sub, I lose half of it after you give me the sub. So basically, it counts as $2.50 if you give me a sub for this incentive. And it counts as a full bit otherwise, because I get the full monetary value of the bit. Like, I get 1 cent per bit. It's just you spend more than 1 cent per bit is how Twitch does this. Alright, so anyways, by the way, if it wasn't clear already, the reason we're not using the winch one is because I need the ability to stop while I'm in the air. And pretty much, we're directly above the space elevator. And if I go up and wait to see when the transition to Silva happens, that's how I know how far I need to go. Like, roughly, and can get an idea of about how long I think this will take. It doesn't seem like it's actually that far. So I'm very slowly inching upward right now, just kind of waiting to see when it transitions over. It's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be, but it's still a hefty distance. This is still at least like a dozen save and loads. Let me slow down a little bit here. I think we're about to hit the boundary. How much hydrazine do I have? One canister completely empty, but we have plenty in storage. Okay, I have about zeroed out my lateral velocity, so we're just going up at this point. And it is possible to come to a complete stop because this game has drag in space because nothing is realistic. And eventually the rover will stop moving if I don't periodically thrust it. Okay, we're moving now. Alright, it's right outside the landing pad render distance is when this kicks in. That's not too bad. So we'll know we're almost there when the landing pad stops rendering, is kind of what I'm aiming for here. Then I have to basically go that same distance in the other direction. So what I'm going to do is get to the interplanetary boundary. And then I think I will do the rest of the space elevator on my next stream because I have to build this pillar again and gather more supplies to set it up. It'll be a lot faster, but I want to get to the boundary on this stream to see if the concept is possible. And then you'll have to tune in next episode to see the rest of it because I want to do a little bit of something else on this stream. Unless people really want to see me do this for the next like 3 hours, which I don't know, maybe I'll put it to a poll once we get there to decide whether I go build more auto extractors or do I finish this on stream, knowing fully well that people will probably not get to see the whole thing because it is going to be running late. So we'll see, I might put it to a poll. Like, I don't mind staying up late to do this because I'm a degenerate and I have no schedule anyways. But it's a matter of I don't want people to just feel like I've been doing this for 8 hours straight unless it's legitimately interesting. Like, the payoff is going to be great when it's finished. I just don't know how many people want to sit through that whole thing. Anyways, we found the information I wanted. I have a decent visual approximation for how far I need to go, and it's actually not that far. So we're going back to the base now. That was the whole purpose of me flying this thing. I'm just going to kind of let it hit whatever. Don't get stuck. Okay, good. We'll just drive it back home. Flip over. Flip over. I don't have a winch. I should have put a winch on this thing. I could have done that. Maybe I took it off. Maybe I had one earlier. In case I get stuck in a ditch, it's always nice to have a winch to pull it out. The one vaguely intended use of the winch, as opposed to everything else I do with these things. I get over the crest of this hill here. It's not really a hill, it's definitely a mountain. Well, based on the scale of things in this game, it's a mountain. Got nothing on real mountains. There's real mountains that are literally bigger than the entire planets in this game. For anyone who's not aware, by the way, the diameter of this planet is 1.6 kilometers, and yeah, Mount Everest is like 11 kilometers tall. So if you ever wanted to appreciate the scale of real life compared to this game, real life's a lot bigger. Alright, I have no idea what that hydrazine just got placed on. Let me stop the vehicle and turn this thing off before it keeps griefing. Okay, I think it actually sniped a hydrazine onto this thing, which is not really what we wanted it to do. Yeah, I put a hydrazine there. Okay, we'll keep 2 of them, I think. I'm not going to need to do nearly as much boosting. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and retire these 2 for graphene productions, because it's cheaper to do it that way. Refuel these, and then go ahead and put these back where they belong. Backpack full. Of course it is. Because we can't add more storage space to this game. Nope, that would ruin the delicate balance of this video game that I'm breaking in every other way already. Okay, go ahead and put those there. Grab our hydrazine. I'm going to bring both of them over there in a second. And I'll go get the ammonium to kick off production again. It's amazing how much hydrazine this process uses. I used 2/3 of a canister just to do that launch. Like, the devs really did not intend for people to do this with their hydrazine thrusters. Like, honestly, I don't know why you can even put them on the back of the rockets when I think most people just lose them to space. Like, realistically, I think most people who attach hydrazine thrusters to their rovers either get stuck on the planet or they lose it in space because they don't actually successfully land anywhere. Though it's easier to do it now that the planets are surrounded instead of sitting in a straight line in the void of space. Like, if you fly anywhere from Silva, you will end up in the influence of another planet. It just might not be the planet you wanted, and you might not be able to stop if you ran out of fuel. Could be worse. Oh god, here. What are we doing? Auto arm, please. Okay, there we go. Okay, how are we doing on ammonium? It's actually half full. I'm just gonna leave it. It's closer to half empty, technically. Alright, what was I doing? I was going to go build the other end from Silva, so let's give that a good thinking here. We have our train. I need roughly the same tools. How much soil am I going to need? I used basically one soil canister and a smidgen to do that. So let's go ahead and fill up the 2 soil canisters again real quick. I want them both to be set to enable output, I think. Actually, I want them both on input. So real quick mining break to go get more soil, and then I'm going to transport all of this to Silva, and we're going to build it up from the other end. Here's the digging rover. It's this one right here. Okay, it has 3, so that should be fine. I'll fill up 2 of them and call that good. Hopefully it'll fill up the 2 that I want, otherwise I'll have to move the soil around a bit. Doesn't really matter what I have in my inventory here, but I'll drop off the tethers just so I'm not holding on to this crap. We're going to want another tall storage on the other end, so I should probably prep that, which luckily I have one on the ground over here from something I meant to do earlier that I forgot about. So we'll just reuse it for this. We get another couple tethers for the bundle, since we know we need 6 of them. And conveniently, there are 11 tethers in a bundle. Well, that's not convenient at all, so let's just do this. These ones are marking out grid increments, so that's why I'm not just going to pick those up. I'll clean them up another time. Yeah, that's good enough. I'm gonna put the rails away, the leveling block. And as long as I bring everything that was on this train, I should be good to go. So we're gonna have these 2 storage canisters here that I put on the rocket to go to the other planet. Because I am going to use the rocket for this, it'll just make this easier in general. Okay, so before we go do any of that nonsense, let me go top off on dirt. And I know it's faster to put the drill on front of the rover instead of the crane, but the crane is way easier to control and ultimately doesn't make a gigantic mess because I could just aim where I dig the terrain. If I put it on the front of the rover, it's going to make a gigantic mess. Resident Sleeper. Look, I just built a space elevator for like 2 hours straight, and you're telling me this is the Resident Sleeper? I didn't put an RTG on it. Hold on. I was like, why can't I move anymore? Oh, there's a very good reason why I can't move anymore. What am I doing on tools? That's kind of fine, honestly. I just slap this somewhere on the front, whatever. I'm sure that won't get damaged if I run into anything. This game doesn't have realism like that. Okay, I never showed this off, but I dug the ramp down further. It just goes down to the next cave layer. I didn't do anything else particularly interesting with it. You didn't miss anything. That was an off-stream digging activity to get a bunch of dirt for this activity. Because I think it's probably much more interesting to watch me use the dirt than to accumulate it. If you want to see me like dig out the dirt, that's for the OnlyFans. You're gonna have to pay a lot extra for that. I do wish this was as fast as digging with the rover, but it's not too awful. If I position myself smartly and just do a little bit of this, it'll be done in like maybe 5 or 10 minutes. Normally I would have done off-screen grinding, but I didn't know how much dirt I would need for this project. I actually thought I would need a little bit less. Like, in retrospect, I'm surprised by how little it took once I saw how big the distance I needed to cover was, but at the start of the whole thing, I thought I was going to need less dirt than this. So I wasn't quite prepared. I would have had like 4 canisters ready to go. And we only need to fill 1 canister, really, because the other one was already almost full, and we know that we can definitely get there with 1 to 2 canisters. As far as I'm aware, this drill is not slowed in any way by the rock that I'm digging through, because this is the Tier 3, like, rover drill that I'm using here. You know, I could put it, you know, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna slap it on the front temporarily. Okay, the game wouldn't let me move it. And I'm gonna dig out a little bit of the floor, just to kind of get the bulk of the work done, and then I can go back and do the other part off screen. I can get the floor. The problem is aiming the thing upward becomes very difficult to do. You can already see I'm kind of having to fight the camera to get this thing to go where I want it to. It's very tedious to actually drill with these and do anything with precision. It's easy to dig tunnels. It's not easy to dig tunnels where you want them, because the camera is bobbing around constantly, and the height that the drill digs at is based on the camera, and things just escalate from there. Next thing you know, you're falling straight down and forget which button turns off the drill. Because for some reason it doesn't use your mouse controls. It's the letter V on the keyboard, and C activates the things on the back if you have anything. There are no controls for the left and right side of the front of the rover either, which is kind of dumb, because I basically would love to have the ability to do that, so that I could have like a paver and a drill and activate one or the other and not both at the same time. We haven't seen the paver at all, because the paver is the slayer of file sizes, and we don't want to use that if at all possible. Well, I don't want to use it. I mean, you have to watch the saves too, so maybe you don't want to use it either. I'm gonna kind of go around this pit I dug here that goes down a ways. I don't have a hole that goes down to the core yet, but I might eventually want to do that, just for shits and giggles. I think the space elevator is going to be the big highlight for the foreseeable future, but I mean, eventually it's going to be done one way or the other, and I'll have to find other fun things to build. See if I can milk this game for all it's got. I mean, how are we doing on soil? I think we've almost got both of them filled up at this point, if we don't have them already. Like, the blue ring that's showing up in front of me, obscuring my view, is telling me like how filled the soil canisters are, which I guess is useful. But it doesn't like denote the individual canisters though, so it's hard to tell when I have 2 out of 3 of them filled. So I'm just gonna dig around in a little bit of a circle here. I suppose the other reason not to use this particular mode of digging is that this is probably not very pleasant to watch from chat's perspective, as I whip the camera around randomly, desperately trying to get this thing to go in a straight line. Like, I think the crane definitely fulfills the user experience a little bit better. Okay, how are we doing on that? We have... Okay, these 2 filled unevenly. I'm just gonna go ahead and finish off the one there so I don't have to transfer any soil, but then we should be good to go. What am I stuck on? Oh, of course. Yep, that would definitely hold the entire weight of this rover. Come on. Get off it. Thank you. Devs, please. First-person camera. Just do it. I don't care what your philosophy is on how the camera should work in this game. This ain't it. This might just fill all of them if I do the full circuit here. And if anyone's wondering why I'm not building like a multi-layered quarry with these digging activities, the answer is it's really hard to do with all these caves in the way. Like, you eventually just start falling through the floor and your quarry just doesn't work. It just has pits all over it. If you use the paver, you end up placing more terrain than you remove sometimes, and then you go back through the terrain you paved, and it's not good. Getting large quantities of soil in this game is kind of a pain in the ass. At least I don't have to do it by hand. And once we have this canister full, I'll probably do more off-screen digging to get any more that we use for this project. You can kind of point the paver up, I think, to get the ceiling, but it's not very effective, and it's really hard to see when you do it. So we're not going to do that. Then I'll just poke a hole in the wall over here. Please don't get stuck on that. Okay, good. It destroys it. Alright, and we're topped off. Yep, nice, perfectly flat, nice and smooth, just the way I wanted it. I kind of really want to build the whole space elevator today. I mean, people are going to be coming and going. I don't expect anybody to stick around for the whole stream to see this. I mean, it's just as likely that you might just not be here next time I stream it anyways, because I don't have a consistent schedule at all. And we might finish it. We'll see. I'll cut it off if I like personally start getting really tired and don't want to do this anymore, but we may tentatively finish it. I'm going to go ahead and swap these out. One of these canisters I'll use for the soil centrifuge, and then I'll put this one on the rover. You'll stick around for the whole thing, or you'll actually watch a VOD later to see it? There's some dedication if you're willing to do that. I don't know if I would want to do that. I wouldn't blame anyone for just skipping through a VOD to the part where I finish it if you wanted to do anything. Okay, that should be good enough. I can just leave this here. So I need to bring these two on the rocket, along with the soil canisters. Am I forgetting anything else important? We're not going to have a train. Okay, I need a train. Yeah, that's what I was going to forget. I'm going to watch all the way. Oh, I respect your dedication. I actually do. That's not even sarcasm. But you don't have to do that. Or you're just japing, which is fine, honestly. Okay, this is what I should have put here. I need a winch in case I need to dig it out of a pit or something later. Anyways, I need to make a train for this purpose from the other side. Like, these aren't going to go to waste. Eventually, it'll be the same train on both lines, but for now, it'll be easier to just make a new one. As long as you don't get it... Oh yeah, you work late. That explains a lot. Okay, you might actually be here when I finish it then, now that I think about your schedule. So let's go ahead and make the thing here. I need a snack later. Well, you better, like, open the stream up on your phone. You don't want to miss a second of this riveting action, as I do the same thing for the next 4 hours. Real car, of course. It's 2 resin. Okay, well, joke's on the game. I needed that aluminum anyways. Let's go get some copper. How are we doing on this, by the way? Did I never turn this arm on? Am I just a dumb idiot? I think I never turned that arm on. Okay, I wouldn't even be surprised, honestly. What's the holdup over here? Did this finish operating, or did the train get stuck again during one of my save and load cycles? Let me set something up printing first. Get the rail car going. Rail engine, rather. I woke up at 9 for some reason. I woke up at 11 a.m. for some reason today, which is unusual. So I don't know how well the late stream is going to go. Okay, yeah, so... it turns out trains don't work correctly if you save and load the game a lot. I'm I'm not even fucking surprised. Like, I'm gonna come clean, chat. I'm not even surprised that this happens because nothing in this work. I said this before. Everything in this game works 95% of the time. That's as high as it gets. And then there's just something else wrong with it. So if I design a proper rail system, I'm going to have to make the trains get called periodically to unstick them from that state. But for now, it's not worth like worrying about that too much since we are going to be saving and loading a lot once we get to the void of space. So I'm prepping some stuff, and I'm gonna go ahead and start building from the other end so I have a visual aid that I can work towards. I can kind of see the rail line building up and go straight towards it. That's why I want to do the other end now. So am I forgetting anything? I don't think I am. I have the tall storage. I don't have any rover seats, but those actually didn't end up being all that useful. I guess I'll make one rover seat and grab a medium storage just in case I need it. Doesn't hurt. I could always shred these later if I don't end up using them. But for the most part, I got what I need. So make a rover seat, get a medium. Should be one of these. Medium platform, whatever, not storage. Come on, print. I don't think I'm going to need a landing pad. Maybe it would be a good idea to bring one anyways. I'm gonna go ahead and bring a landing pad as well, because just in case I end up needing one for some reason. Like if I have to stop, I want to be able to fly back up there again later in the future, so I'll go ahead and make a landing pad that I might not need. Can't think of anything else now, so let me start putting things on the silos. But our train got a lot of rail segments. I'm surprised by how few I used while doing this. Because we still have at least like 30 of these. 40 of them even. Okay, yeah, we can probably do the whole thing then. I think I made 8 of these and I haven't even used them all yet. Maybe we'll make like 2 more. 2 more will almost certainly cover it, so I'm gonna go ahead and make 2 more. Should just auto print them. I never turned the printer off. Okay, and do I have any tall ones? I need a few tall ones to get to the pole. Probably a lot of tall ones. That's actually the thing I think I need a ton of right now. Yeah, we need more tall rail posts, so I will go ahead and make a few of those. This is the same ingredients, fortunately enough. Game, you really don't need to move my camera slightly every single time I take out my terrain tool. Like you just don't need to do that. That's not necessary. You can just let me move the camera when I want to. I'm an adult. I don't need my hand held. Right, put that bad boy there. Get that one there. I will find storage space for things as needed. Let me make 2 more of these and then we'll be good to go. And we'll start building from Silva. Did I just hear a boop boop? Did I hear the bad noise? Might have. I kind of had a train here. I'm whatever. There's no mistake in making extra trains. I'm absolutely going to need all of them at some point. Okay, less important objects are going to go on this one, like things I'm not going to need to grab in the heat of the moment. We need 6 tethers, these platforms, the rover seat, all that crap needs to go on this one. However, we don't need either of these snails here right now. See, that's Usagi, who doesn't get fed. This is Bestafar, who does get fed sometimes. In fact, you can get fed right now. I'll go ahead and get a full batch of snail food. I think I'll get 2, actually. Because otherwise, we all know I'm going to run out. Well, I know I'm going to run out. Don't know if Chad knew that. Spoiler alert, I'm going to run out. Got 2 rover seats, medium, tall platform. We're going to need this pretty soon here, so I'll just hold this. Alright, this silo is good to go. And let's go get the snail food, and then we're out of here. These snails are my lifeline, so I gotta make sure I have enough snail food for them, or something terrible is going to happen. If I run out in the depths of space and I don't have the oxygen snail, things are gonna get really ugly. How much hydrogen do I have on the rocket? Thank you, camera. I was just trying to look. I could just mouse over it. Why am I looking? 71%. That's plenty. We only need to do a couple launches here. So let's put this lopsided ass thing on the rocket. And probably forget something. It kind of is getting late. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to finish this today. We'll see, I guess. I'm kind of thinking, like, a lot of people are probably going to start going to bed. I'm going to start it in any case on Silva, but I'm going back on my idea. I might not finish it today. Also, I want to show something here. That's the landing pad that I placed up at the end of the space elevator. That's actually cool. I can get a good visual aid for how far that is. Well, anyways, yeah, you can land on that. It's literally above the, like, orbital height for these rockets, but you can land on that if you want to for some reason. Which I might want to do if I need to get up there quickly and then call the train. Could be potentially how I decide to do this later. But for now, we're going to go over here to the fake Silva, where some visual trickery will happen. I love how far away I can see that from. And then we just teleport north instead of actually in the direction that it looked like we did. Okay, so this is the same premise. We got to go to the North Pole, which is unfortunately actually further away on this planet because the starting base is on the South Pole. And I need a power supply, and I kind of could... Okay, well, I could use RTGs, but I kind of want to be able to run it all the way across the surface of the planet anyways. That's a long-ass distance, though. Maybe I will just use RTGs to power this base initially. Do I have RTGs on the rocket? Let me think about this for a moment. Because I need to be over here, roughly where this site is. I could go through the gateway, grab an RTG that I package, use that to power the train, which would cover basically everything I need for the purposes of setting up this base. And then it would save me the trouble of making an interplanetary rail line all the way back over here. On the flip side, I'm going to build that eventually anyways, but that doesn't... I think I should do that next stream. I'm going to start over here. I'm going to go back through the gateway, grab an RTG so I have a power supply. And eventually we'll connect the whole thing. Yeah, the CO music is fitting for what we're going to be doing here, though it might end before I actually get off the surface of the planet. So let's go over to the pole, and go over to the north. And I'll drop off all my crap, and then I think I'll just leave the rocket there for the remainder of the stream. I don't know, I gotta decide what I want to do with the rockets at some point, but once we have a gateway setup established, it won't be too bad. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, that would have been bad. That would have been stupid. It's not north, it's south. We're on the North Pole of Calidor. We need to go to the South Pole of this planet. That would have been really stupid if I had built it here. So that means we are going to build the rail line. Now, we do want to be over on this side of the planet. I would have been very upset if I had fucked that up, but just let me show the diagram again for what I just almost did. North and south are labeled on this diagram of the planets. Like, imagine them like on each vertex of or on each surface of a cube, or on each vertex of an octahedron. They're equivalent statements. Calidor is on the south, Silva is to the north of that. I took off from the North Pole of Calidor to the South Pole of Silva. That is what we're trying to do here. So I almost just went to the North Pole a second time and made a gateway, or made a space elevator to Vissania, which would have been incredibly stupid. On each cervix. I said surface. Won't be like this. Okay, keep being like this. It's kind of funny, but that's not what I said. So I'm going to go ahead and leave the rocket here for now and start building the train. The way I have this set up is I have a train here that I'm basically not using anyways. I could have used this. Maybe I will use this. For now, though, let's just start building it off in this direction, and I'll improvise this later and decide what I want to do. So let me get the old rocket out of the way. This is the shitty original base that I started with, by the way. We'll just go through the woods, honestly. As long as I don't carve any terrain, it won't cause too many problems. So, tall rail posts. Probably need like 3 of these bundles. I can occasionally call the train. Maybe I should just use this train, honestly. It would save me a lot of grief. I wanted to worry about calling a new one. So yeah, maybe we won't unpack the train that I brought, because I forgot that this one would be accessible to me. So let me actually use this train. Let's turn it around. This could be useful. I'll go ahead and leave this car on, and I'm going to take these 2 off. Just because it'll, I think, be a little slower if I have multiple cars on it. We'll leave 4 cars on it. And I need these 2 silos. And that should be everything. I definitely don't need a soil canister on it right now, so we'll just do this. And hopefully... Oh, we do need soil canisters. Is that what I forgot? Oh, fucking damn it, that's what I forgot. I had to go back and get the soil canisters. It's always something, isn't it? I might as well just steal all of these and put them on this silo. And we're going back for the canisters in a moment anyways. And as long as the open slots are, like, visible to me from wherever I am, I can very easily fill up on soil while I'm doing this. So I'll go ahead and put these here. Okay, that's that one. We have, like, 6 slots available there. Okay, and then let's go back and get the soil canisters real quick. Luckily, we still have the rocket, and we can actually land at this base. It's always something. I always forget something on these trips. Good thing interplanetary travel only takes like 30 seconds. They could have made it a lot worse than it is. A little bit of clicking, but it's fairly fast, and I respect that. I appreciate that. Now, if only this fucking process wasn't so tedious, of landing on the wrong side of the planet literally 99% of the time and having to wait to get in the spot in your orbit where you can actually go to your base, because I can only go forwards at varying speeds. I can't tell the rocket to go back, or heaven forbid, just have a drop-down menu that lets me pick where I want to land. Okay, this is what we were supposed to be bringing with us. It was literally right here. I have no one to blame for my incompetence but myself. How many soil canisters do I have? I've got 1 in my inventory, 2 here. I think 4 was a good number, so I'm going to grab just 1 over here because I don't know where the extra one went. I probably have 5 now. Alright, and off we go. For some reason, I was confused about where I needed to go. It's definitely Silva. Yep, right through the center of Silva to get to the other side of it. Something the shortest path between 2 points. This game adheres to that very strongly. From what I've heard, you can get the achievement for going to the planet's core if you do that. If a rocket passes through it, it counts for like 1 frame as being in the core. I don't know if they patched that or not, but that was a thing that was definitely possible before. So it'd be kind of funny if that was still a thing that can happen. Why are these jostling? I heard them make noises. Okay, let's see. There are 2 canisters. I don't think I need any more open slots on this. I'm not going to be creating more storage. Yep, we have an extra canister now. There were in fact 5 of them. I just couldn't see the last one. Where was that slotted to? It was right there. We do not want anything in that slot. Or we want something in that slot so the canisters can't go there. Okay. Inventory is looking good. We're not quite at the part where I need all these canisters yet. I think we're good to start building. And the rocket is just going to sit here. I can come back for it at any time that I want to. I have other flying machines, other means of travel. We'll see how that goes. Let me get another tall rail post bundle while I'm at it. Okay, there we go. I'm going to use the whole thing. Doesn't matter if I start with the one that's filled. And we are going to the South Pole. Just whatever which way it works. And unfortunately, it's going to carve there because it always does, but after that, this should be pretty clean on the save file size. I don't actually know how my save file got smaller since last time I checked on it. Like, that was an unexpected development. In fact, it is currently... Okay, it got bigger again. It's 8.1 megabytes. I don't know how this game works. This game is an anomaly. I'm trying to kind of find the fastest way to get out of this forest. Are there mountains over there? We got low mountains, and there should be a plains over there. Okay, we're gonna want to turn actually and go this way. I'm trying not to go through the trees purely for aesthetic reasons. It doesn't matter at all. The trees literally will not collide with the train, but I kind of just don't like the premise of going through them. Aesthetics matter sometimes. They make things more interesting. They mostly don't matter, but I don't know. I've decided they matter to me at this particular point in time. I mean, I wouldn't try to make my base perfectly flat if that didn't matter to me. Okay, go ahead and do that. And we're back to the plains. Hopefully, I can just turn... Okay, it's right there. That's not too bad then. So we can just run along the flat area. And not have to worry about going through these damn mountains anymore. I don't... In what universe did I just take fall damage? Well, I have the snail to protect me from wayward fall damage, I suppose. I wish the game would tell me how far out of range I am, so that I kind of know if I need to pull back a lot or just a tiny bit. Well, the entire 11-minute Cosmic Ocean theme finished playing, and we spent maybe 30 seconds of that time in the cosmos on a rocket. Which, I mean, is that really in space if you're in a rocket? Like, you gotta be in a rover to get the proper cosmic experience. Okay, speaking of experience, I need to sit here and wait for a second for the train to get here. Don't need the compass anymore. I think we know what direction is south. You can see how slowly it's updating. Like every 5 seconds or maybe 3 seconds, the game is like updating the location of the train on my like actual screen. This is a weird optimization to make. I guess maybe it reduces the number of like spline curve calculations they need to make for figuring out where the train is located. That's my best guess for why they optimized it like that. Which kind of makes sense. I know I had more tall rail posts bundled, I swear. Okay, there they are. I could be very upset if I couldn't find them. So I kind of want to go up... Let's see, what side do I want to go up? I want to be on the same side as I was on Calidor. Oh boy, this could be ugly. Let me... There's a chance that we have to put a twist in the middle if I fuck this up, so let me think about this for a second. Calidor is riding up along like this, I think. So I think the Calidor rail is on this side right here. Because, well, no, hold on a second. That doesn't seem right. Let me check the gateway numbers. I can just use it based on this. So I know I picked the side from where I started, which is Equator 3. That's the same side on this planet. I guess, how do I know which one that is from here? Let's consult the diagram. So you can't see my cursor on this, but I'm on the side of Calidor where De Solo is right now. Like, that's where my home base is. That's the side of the space elevator that the rail is going up. If I was to be on the same side of Silva, then it would also be, I would be between Gateway 3, or Equator 3, and the South Pole, which is this one right here. Because I'm at the South Pole. The problem is I don't know what direction is Equator 3. based on where I'm standing right now. I just have no idea. How do I figure that information out easily? I could go to Equator 3, I suppose, and then just surf back, and that would tell me the information I need. So I'm going to do that. I'm just going to go back, because I have the snails and the hoverboard, and I'm just going to pay attention to what side of the gateway I wind up on my way back, and that is the side that the rail needs to be on, so that I don't have to do a twist in the middle of space. So let me turn this off here. I'm double checking my notes to make sure it is in fact Equator 3, but I'm pretty sure it is. I really wish the devs would give a way to set a compass to those endpoints instead. But there's a lot of things I want in this game that it doesn't have, and all I can do is complain loudly until they get added. Or until I lose my breath and stop complaining, but I mean that's probably not going to happen anytime soon. I have a lot of practice complaining. Okay, anyways, Equator 3 faces the Solo. I'm checking my diagram. Okay, yeah, so Equator 3 is what we're interested in here. And we are at Equator 3. We need to head south. Did I say the Solo again? Calidor, whatever. Same thing. They're both desolate. I'll get it right someday. By the end of this playthrough, I'll have it knocked out. I'll be calling them both the right thing. So it's just very important that I turn up on the correct side of the South Pole Gateway. That's the only thing that really matters here, and this will be very fast with the hoverboard. Probably about as fast as it would take to ride a train, so just a minute or two if I don't get stuck on anything on the way over. Devs, please give me a dedicated button to activate my hoverboard. I don't want it to be double tap spacebar. It's fucking awful. Double tap inputs are terrible game design. What if I just want to jump twice in quick succession to activate my thruster, which is also bound to spacebar? It's almost like you should just have a different button for this function, and the console peasants can suck it, because I have like 80 buttons on my keyboard, and I could use it. Alright, so we got the info that we need. This is the side that I need to be riding up on. Bitrate. Oh god, yeah, you're right, I went through the forest, I'm sorry. Sorry for the bitrate, everyone. That's how this game works. Alright, so we need to be on this side. I'm just gonna mark it real quick with just something that I'm not using right now so I don't lose track of this. Yeah, we don't need bitrate here. We're going to space, which compresses reasonably well on stream. Alright, so I'm gonna turn this. I'm not gonna redo the rail to go up this side a little bit more smoothly. I'm just gonna kind of turn it here. Gotta go up right here. I should like mark out in my diagram like what the orientation of the gateway is, because I could use that information. Like if I know that Equator 3 is always on like the pointy end of the triangle instead of the two flat sides or the one like orthogonal side, I could use that information and not have to just guess this every time or do it the hard way. I need to get this one back a little bit so I don't clip through that, because we are going to go up the invisible wall on the side of the gateway there. If you didn't know there was an invisible wall, you're going to know that in a second. And we'll just use short rail posts from here on out. Get that back on here. How much thrust fuel do I have? Plenty. Plenty, so I'm going to go ahead and grab another one because I'm going to forget about that and run out at a really inopportune moment. Which silo did I put them on? Or did I lose them? Oh my god, do I have to go back again? I can... Oh, never mind, there they are. They were just, like, occluded by this one here. Oh yeah. Alright, so this is what I meant by there being an invisible wall on the side of this thing, because I mean, why wouldn't there be? It's Astroneer. Of course there's an invisible wall on the side of the gateway. Gotta have some invisible walls for this to be a proper, crusty video game experience. Okay, I'll finagle the distance between the gateways as needed to get this to work correctly. Can I smooth off of this? Did I need to do what I did earlier at all? Hold on. Okay, you can just smooth off the top of the gateway. I didn't have to do any of that crap that I did last time. Where is the leveling block? I know it's here. I know it's here, game. Come on. There's no point in hiding it from me. I'm going to find it. Okay, good. There it is. Luckily, there's this convenient dot in the middle of the gateway denoting where the center is. Isn't that cute? Okay, and we have our building point established. And then I'm just going to do the same thing I did last time, except now I know how to do it correctly. Build up like about a quarter of a canister or something, and then place a rail, build up another quarter, and rinse and repeat until space. Not backpack. Hold on, I need a better angle. Rinse and repeat until space. There we go. That's what would have happened if this game had a good camera. So first of all, let me build this up a little further. So, you know, I'll just go ahead and build it out to right here. Anything that doesn't clip will be fine. Oh my fucking god, I hate this game. Well, speaking of clips, I had to pick all these up now. I'm sorry, game. I didn't realize that putting a rail next to my packager mullet on my silo would just cause it to explode. How stupid of me to not, like, think of that ahead of time. You can't write this shit, chat. You can't make this shit up. Astroneer just does things to you that no other game would. I had, like, 20 packagers on this thing. But please clip that. Like, the thing that caused this, oh my god, they're all down there. They're fucking everywhere. It's like I spilled a bowl of popcorn on the floor, like right as I was about to watch a movie. That's how I'm feeling right now. This game detaches packagers if you fucking modify the terrain anywhere near them for any reason, in any capacity. And the carving algorithm for these rails apparently triggered that functionality, even though the packagers were not near terrain at all. The rails carved the terrain that did not exist next to the packagers and caused them all to pop off of it. And now I have to fucking clean up the mess. I'm probably never going to find all the packagers. I'm upset now. I want these packagers. They're precious graphite. Stupid packagers. Stupid silo. If I was just a normal person and put them in the slots, this wouldn't have happened, Cosine. Why aren't you a normal streamer and just do things the way the game intends it? Because I like to live dangerous. Thank you, Infernus. I'm not gonna watch it immediately, but I just like having a few clips. I occasionally post them on my Discord. I mean, you're free to post it if you want to as well. If you want to get to it before I do. Okay, we had a bunch running down the back, I think. Oh god, there were more than I realized, weren't there? Yeah, I'll just start putting them on the back. Recreate the mullet. Okay, we got 2 clips. The only way to do this is for you two to battle to the death, and the survivor gets their clip uploaded. And I delete the other clip and permanently ban the other player. It's the only way to resolve this conflict. Or I don't know, I'll just pick the one that I like the timing for better. Thank you though for making the clips. I do appreciate having the clips. I watch every clip that people create of the stream. Even the ones that you don't realize you're creating when you want to go back to hear something that I said, like with a slur in my voice or something the first time around and you couldn't hear it because it was like garbled and I don't know how to talk coherently. Those create clips, by the way. Just anyone who was wondering about that, when you press the clip button and then cancel, Twitch fucking creates a clip anyways for like 30 seconds for whatever it is you were re-listening to. I don't know why. I don't know what you're going to do with that information now that I've divulged it to you, but it does that for some reason. So I get a few of those clips, and if nothing else, it helps me realize if I didn't say something clearly, if somebody is listening to it a second time. So like it is kind of useful to me to have that information, but I don't fucking know why Twitch creates a clip when you cancel. That seems like functionality that should not work that way. But Twitch works in mysterious ways. Like all that money I got to name this Usagi space elevator, or whichever other one. I don't actually know who's ahead on it. I'm gonna have to add it back up. Fucking, I don't know what they're using that money on. It ain't QOL. Alright, we got a couple rail post bundles. My backpack print button is inactive. I think that's because that's not a filled soil canister. And in the time it took to do all this shit, we already used 1 round of food for the snails, so I'll go ahead and top all these off. Let's see. I need to make sure I don't feed the wrong one. If I accidentally feed Usagi, that would be a bad thing. I don't want Usagi to think that it's okay to be useless. So there we go, we're good. And now I think the packages are good to go. We are not going to level any more rails anywhere near these goddamn packages. We're going to keep them back here in a safe distance. Set the clip on loop. I think the sound that it made was what fucking cracks me up more than anything else. This is the sound I made, or the sound it made, and just me getting mad at it. I'm not even that upset. Something funny had to happen. Things had gone too well. I still haven't died in this playthrough. I haven't save scummed in ages. None of the save scums have been me dying. It was bound to happen. Something terrible had to happen. Okay, we got the packages set to go. I'm gonna rotate. No, I'm not gonna rotate it. It's fine. I hope it's fine. I swear, if this happens a second time, I'm gonna be very upset. We got our boost mod, our alignment mod. Now is when I need to fill up my inventory with as many of these soil canisters as the game will let me. Not the leveling block, we don't need that right now. God, this is still loud. I turned this song down again, and it's still loud. It's just C418 music is like this. Come on, people, make your music a consistent volume. Even if it's good, which it is, don't get me wrong, but like, goddamn, please just make it a consistent volume for the sake of people listening to it in a playlist. For anyone wondering, this is the credits music for Minecraft. Little indie game you've probably never heard of that. Not as popular as Astroneer, I think. Okay, this is definitely the perfect spot here. I think we're good to start building, and then I'm gonna cry when I find out that I did something wrong later. Oh good, is this how we're gonna start this off? We're just gonna immediately not build consistently. Okay, I think it actually helps to be slightly off-center to get this to work. So I need to like relearn the distances I need to do this from. So same thing as before, I'm going to kind of kick it off to the side a bit. This should be the same side. I'm trying to make sure that my smooth brain isn't like doing something wrong here. Well, let's see here. So I would have been standing like this on Calidor. I would have flipped and done a 180. And then from my perspective, this would have been, yeah, okay, so I need to favor the right side ever so slightly since I was biased to the left when I was making the first step of the space elevator. And the worst case scenario is that I fucked this up and I just had to do a 180 in the middle. So it's not the end of the world. At least I didn't accidentally build it on the North Pole. Like, that would have been the worst case scenario, honestly. So we'll find out what happens. You can all point and laugh and put your Keck W's and your Omega Lols in the chat if I fuck this up, but just let's see if I actually fucked it up or not first. Up we go. This is so much better than the way I was doing this originally, where I just built the pillar and then like tried to fly up it. Yeah, quarter canister seems to be pretty consistent for now. Let's see if that holds true. Or not a quarter canister, but a quarter of like whatever I've got in my inventory. I think I have 3 canisters registered for some reason because the one in the crafting slot sometimes works. I don't really understand it. Okay, no, it can drain, but I guess it doesn't show up on your cursor here. Which I wonder what happens then if I empty these out. It stops. But it did empty it. Wait a minute. Oh. I only have 3. Okay, never mind. Nope, this is right. I'm the dumb idiot. I only had 3 of them. I thought I had 4 for some reason. Come here, train. Stop, put your clip in and come over here. We got things to do. We got content to generate. We got packages to eject violently at high velocities. Oh, not that one. Good, I can actually access all of these from here. Perfect. Of course, it's still trying to put them in backpack full. If there was ever time to go back for that one, it would be right now. Yeah, I'm gonna go back for it now while I'm still close to the ground. Alright, where did it go? Probably, there it is, okay. Come here, train. We're fine until I get to the part where I can't use the jetpack anymore, and then this becomes a huge pain in the ass once we reach that point. Oh, we got a little ways to go here. Don't KW me now. Nothing has happened yet. Or are you just still watching the package clip? Because honestly, I can't even blame you. Like, it's okay if you're KWing me for that clip. Okay, we already have the compass glitch for standing at the North Pole. That didn't take long. I didn't have to go far up at all for that one. You gotta KW the streamer when you deserve it. You watch it again with the rant. Do either of the clips have the rant? Because the one that has the rant might be the better clip. And I'll decide after the stream which one I liked the most. Still though, again, I do appreciate anyone who makes clips of just dumb shit that happens on the stream. Like, even if it wasn't that funny, but you liked it, like, go ahead and make a clip. Twitch is paying for the storage space, not me. And you never know, it might be funny to me, just to see something that happened that didn't seem funny at the time, or I didn't notice it. Oh, never mind, I thought I saw something on my feed. It was just the minutes switching to hours on something that happened earlier. What the fuck is going on with... Oh, it's on the wrong side. Need to thicken this one up a bit. The soundtrack is still playing, by the way. It's just Minecraft music, so it's just randomly super quiet. Okay, you did clip the rant. I'll look at both of them. Judge who is the most worthy. When I'm making clips of other people's channels, I usually try to just get, like, a lot of context with it. Like, what they said, like, immediately before and after the moment of the incident. Especially, like, the reaction afterward is usually important instead of just cutting the clip. Unless it's, like, a really funny, like, cut off, like, mid-yell or something. But you gotta be careful about that. There's some finesse to creating that kind of art. Like, perfectly cut screams are definitely an artwork. Or an art style. An art... I don't know what I'm fucking talking about. They're definitely art of some form or another. Why is this so crooked? Why am I having so much trouble aligning this? Probably because the compass is in my way. Let me move it. Is that even... Okay, it's just barely blue. Got it. Has me measuring the train post. Yeah, the perfection before the tragedy. I'm looking forward to seeing both of these. Why is this one so twisty? We can do better than that. Let me realign this one. Or let me grab the cable plug. That's definitely not what I wanted to do there. Okay, there we go. It's a little bit better. It's a little bit wiggly, but whatever. I don't care that much. Train, come here. I'm getting a lot better at doing this. Recall failed. Did one of these not connect? Oh, fuck, well. Oh. I was bound to make this mistake at some point. At least it's right below the flight limit. Alright. Okay, game. What are you gonna make me do here to set this up? One of these apparently wasn't connected. It was probably said it was connected as I placed it, and then it rotated just a little bit too far to be, like, just not connected anymore. because video games. So, I need to get on top of the pillar. I was really hoping to avoid having this happen during my second build here, and I failed. Where is this going to put me? Path obstructed. No fucking shit, it's the end of the line. It's gonna put me over here. Okay, let's aim for one of these and see if we can get our way back up there. For the love of God, stop pointing my camera down. I know what I'm doing. I don't really know what I'm doing. Let's get the tall storage, and I can use that to walk my way up. There we go. Just snipe it in midair, it just stops moving. How cute. I could probably parkour my ass up here using this thing, but I don't know if that's what I want to be doing. I would need 2 of these to do that. John From with the raid! I'm falling! Don't look! Stop! Stop! Hold on, this is embarrassing. I'm gonna blame the raid on that, even though that was just me falling off, because the collision is bad. Hello, everyone. We're building a space elevator in a video game that doesn't support space elevators. Doesn't that sound exciting? This is extremely difficult to do. Let me get one of the rover seats. I think I just have one here. Hello, welcome. How'd it go? Elden Ring. How was that going? That is a video game that everybody except me seems to play. And my understanding is it is a good video game. I just don't care about like those games. Hello. Sorry, I talked over the text speech. I forgot it does that for subs. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Well, welcome to the stream. I'll answer any questions that people want, but this is a very different video game from Elden Ring. That's the best I can describe it as. This is a sandbox video game. Can I land on this? Oh my god. Yeah, we're struggling here. I was trying to avoid this exact thing. This is not your fault, I want to be clear about that. I wasn't startled by the raid or anything, I literally just fell off of it. No, we're not calling it that unless you had the most money in the donation incentive. Which I don't know if you did, I hope you didn't. I think I'm gonna have to name it after the end of the stream is what we're gonna do. Or I'll tally it up I'll tally it up when it's done, and we'll christen it with whichever name, like, had the most points. And by points, I mean real world money. Oh my fucking god, please. I'm trying to land on that thing. In case it wasn't obvious what I'm doing here, I'm trying to land on that tiny little, like, platform. And this game's physics engine is extremely bad, and it is incredibly difficult to land on that. Like, it's very floaty, and I can't use my jetpack at this altitude. Stay on it! Stay on it! Okay, alright, we're on it. Next step. Next step, I'm just going to build like a little tumor or something to land on underneath the train itself. Need more soil. Is there a canister visible to me over here? Of course there isn't. Whatever, I'm gonna rebuild this whole section anyway, so let me actually... You know what I should actually do is this. I should just build back up from where I started. Yeah, I'm just gonna build back up from down here is what I'm gonna do. I think that's the most straightforward way to get up here. Just don't fall, don't fall, don't fall! Ah! It's so floaty! Yeah, it's so floaty! I can go by the weekly top bit thing. Is that a thing? I guess that's a thing. Well, except that, I mean, I'm pretty sure you've donated something at some other point in these streams that weren't dedicated to that. Chad, do you like how I just got ejected off the side of that there? Oh my god, this is painful. Yeah, fine, you can start KEKWing. Start putting your KEKWs in the chat. I deserve it. I deserve the KEKWs. Like, I fucked this up for long enough that you can make fun of me now, and it's my fault. I'm a bad streamer. Stay up! Oh god. It's so hard to describe to anyone who hasn't played this game how fucking difficult it is to do what I'm doing right now. Okay, alright, I leveled it out a little bit. I sniped it. I leveled it out a little bit. And there goes the tall storage. We have to go back and get that now. But first, let's just finish this part. I just need to clean up the mess that I made here. Get something I could stand on. Please? Please. Okay. Alright, we got it. We're back. I'm going to carefully level this out without falling off of it. Okay, I need to go back down for the tall storage, but that's not a big deal. I have a flat surface that I can land on now. I also can't take fall damage because I have a snail that is making me invincible, and if that doesn't make any sense, don't worry about it. It doesn't make any sense even after you play the video game. The snail just does that. These are some wacky snails here. I don't know how I accidentally picked up the cable plug there while I was trying to grab that. Alright, come here, train. Just give it a second. The space elevator is going to be very long here. So if you think this is slow, it's going to get worse. Okay, go ahead and repackage this. I'm gonna slap it somewhere that I can grab it easily later if I need it. Let me put this somewhere easy to grab as well. Alright, soil canisters. While I'm up here, I might as well do this. I think I can still carry 4 of them pretty comfortably. Yeah, we can still carry 4 around, and we have a few more rail posts, so I should be fine. Okay, this time I need to not fall off it again, because, well, I mean, not this time any more than the previous ones. I just really don't want to fall off of it. In case it wasn't obvious for anyone new here, I'm not supposed to be doing this right now. This is not a thing you intended to do in this video game. It is something that I have decided to do because I'm an idiot, and instead of playing this game the way the devs intended it, I have decided to just do this instead. Because I found out that there is technically a way to go between planets when you're only supposed to be able to use non-automated rockets for that. But the rails allow you to do it, or I think they allow you to do it. And that's what we're about to find out here, because I already built the one on the other end from the other planet that I wanted, and we're going to find out if this one works. Once I convince the terrain tool to actually do what it's supposed to. It would probably help if I did it correctly. Camera. Camera, please. Please, camera. This game, by the way, has the worst camera in any video game I've ever played. It shouldn't be an award for that, but I mean, I said it how it is. I still love this game, but like, my god, the camera is bad. Let's talk about the good things in this game. It has trains and the ability to go into space with them. That's it. That's the list. That's the whole list. Trains that can go into space. Make sure you write that down. Don't forget. No, that is not a good thing about this game. That's a bad thing. That could be a good thing if Usagi wasn't useless. For anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, Usagi is one of the snails. Specifically one of the snails that doesn't do anything. And is bad and should not exist in this game. I have snails that are making me invincible, they're giving me oxygen, they're giving me power. And then I have a snail that sits on the sofa and watches sitcoms all day. And this guy in chat here really likes that snail for some reason, and gave me a lot of money to name the space elevator after it. Except apparently the other one has more funding on it, and I don't know which of you two is gonna, like, cave in first and stop giving me money to name the space elevator. Like, this wasn't even my idea. I wasn't going to do, like, a bit incentive for naming the space elevator. Like, they came up with it. That did not connect. That would have been bad if I had gone with that one. But I'm more or less just trying my best here to build up in a roughly straight line to the best of my capabilities. You're winning, you have the badge and everything. Oh, that's right. But, I mean, that's... Again, I don't know what time frame that's over. Like, we gotta tally it up. Like, basically, it started when, like, the first point incentive towards the snail being... It started when the first bits came in for naming the space elevator. That's when the race started. It reset 2 days ago. Didn't I stream 2 days ago? Okay, I think I did. I don't think I streamed yesterday. I thought I streamed the day before that. What I'm saying is I want to be, like, diligent about this. I want to count out the points so that I don't immediately get accused of a miscount by the losing party. Exactly. It's going to get called rigged if I don't carefully count it out. Like, show on stream the feed for all of the money that I've been given today after that thing came in, and prove, like, affirmatively who the winner is, because I can't modify the feed on a live stream. This is not pre-recorded because you two know you've both been giving me money. Unless you also pre-recorded your bits, in which case I don't honestly know, like, who's fooling who here at this point. If this was pre-recorded, that packager thing wouldn't have happened. Maybe it would have happened. I don't know. It was kind of funny. Maybe I would have left that bit in. Okay, we're almost out of dirt again. Go ahead and top off. And we're out of rail posts. Perfect timing. Let's get more. From the millions of rail post bundles that I stuck on this thing. I'm not gonna say that out loud. You're gonna use that against me later in court. I know better. I don't know where the last soil went. Okay, apparently I have an open slot somewhere on the back, and of course the game wants to put them there, but I can get the other ones pretty easily. Okay, it's getting a little choppy. We're getting kind of high up. This is definitely going way faster than it did the first time around. I can go a little higher than this, I think. Did I lose sight of... No, okay, I'm on the correct side still. I'm trying to prevent this from becoming too twisty, because otherwise the camera will be really awful to watch every time I ride this, which I don't know how many times I'm going to ride this, but it'll be more than one. Maybe even 2 times, and I don't want the camera to be shitty when I do it. And if you're wondering how I'm gauging the lengths of these from this terrible angle, I'm looking at the little red circle that's flashing blue when it's at an eligible range. That's how I'm determining whether or not I can actually place this or not, because any further out and it's too long and the game won't let me place it. But it's really hard to tell that I accidentally placed it too far out because you get almost no feedback for that, so I have to be careful not to make that mistake. I've learned a lot from the first one of these that I built. This one's definitely going to go faster. It's amazing what work experience does for you. I'm going a little too far per iteration. I'm going to want to slow it down just a bit. Low res planet, yep. Don't worry about that. But the trees aren't. Yeah, I don't look, man, I don't even know. I was having performance issues with this earlier. Let's turn this back on. Okay, it didn't do anything. It's still low res. I don't know what that setting was going to do in that situation. I didn't see anything change when I modified that setting. I'm assuming it kind of didn't do anything at all. Like, it does do things when you're close, but I guess at this distance it has no effect. Oh well, it's fine. It's a stylistic choice, and definitely not them desperately trying to optimize their game's performance. Which, I mean, kudos to them for at least doing that, because this game already performs badly. I shudder to think how bad it would be if everything was at full resolution all the time. It's truly a horror that we don't need to unleash upon this world. Okay, let's go ahead and top off. We're doing on bundles. We got 4. Any second now, the train will slowly level of detail its ass up to me. I'm going to go ahead and drop off one of the soil canisters, I think, and just run forward for now, because I want to have room for a few more of these rail posts. Okay, the snails are eating. We have 30 minutes before they all run out, and at that point we'll probably have to go back if I'm not done yet. Well, that's not too big of an investment. If I can get to the deep space portion, it won't be too bad to just go back. So it seems like maybe 2/3 of a canister is kind of a good cutoff point to check and see if I can add a new rail. For now, it doesn't feel like it's consistent, but for now it's been fairly consistent. It might change later as I get higher up if things start rounding off poorly. But 2/3 is pretty good for now. As long as I keep 4 canisters, I can sort of visually keep track of that. Okay, maybe a little more than 2/3. That one was kind of on the lower range. I gotta make sure I don't accidentally have another disconnect, so I gotta call the train every now and then, or at least check on it. Because if I have a break in the line, it's gonna be incredibly hard to fix it up here. Yeah, ideally I want it to be like a blue circle, like right as I check on it up here. I'm so happy that this alignment tool exists. Like, I've kind of never found a use for this until now, and it's all worth having in the game now just so that I could do this. I have the ability to dig a pillar straight up, because doing this without the mod I have on my gun right now would be incredibly difficult. Because it would constantly get misaligned and just like scoot me off to the side, and it's a miracle that I have this thing. Just I can just pillar straight up. Okay, are we at physics object 0G? I just want to get a feel for where I am. We are not. Okay, keep going. I'm not even sure if physics object 0G is in the same place as it used to be. It'll just give me an idea of like how close I'm getting. And that's... okay, I could have actually kept going with that one. You know what? No, I need to top off on soil before I go again. Recall failed. Did another one disconnect itself on the way? I'm trying to see if I could visually spot where the break happened. I think there might be a circumstance where these can break on their own. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to dig back down. Because there is no way on earth I'm going to try to climb up this again. Like, right when the raid happened, you saw that struggle. I don't know why it's stopping on its own like that. I'm not letting go of the button, it just stops digging. Okay, cool, it broke literally right here somehow. I don't know how. Let me go down a little closer so I get a better angle on it. Okay, we're good now. I'm starting to wonder if these actually can break like a few seconds after you place them, like they drift out of range or something and they don't work anymore. That would explain why this keeps happening, but I never notice it when it's not placing correctly. Alright, well, while the train is here, since I lost a shitload of soil doing that, because you don't get back as much as you dig out, I'm gonna go ahead and top off. The soil economy in this game is in shambles. I'll just enjoy the music while I make a fool of myself trying to build a space elevator in a game that really doesn't want you to build a space elevator. And as always, give me feedback if you don't like the volume on like the music I'm playing or something. Like, I will try to adjust it to be a little more reasonable, but I tried to balance these out to all sound roughly the same and not overpower my voice without being so quiet you can't hear them. You don't like the volume of the pillar. I mean, it doesn't have that much volume to it, honestly. Like, what's the problem with it? I mean, it's more than long enough for any woman. I don't see what the issue is. Yeah, it's a little thin. Is, like, the volume not enough? Or do you want it to be thicker? Because that's going to require more soil. I got that kind of soil. Okay, gotta make sure these actually connect every time I do this now. Thicker equals better. I don't know, man. It's a lot of work. Is it really worth it? Just making a thicker pillar? Like, how important is the girth on the pillar? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, I just needed to make a space elevator. What am I doing on dirt? Almost out. I should probably go down a bit and top off. I wonder if we're at the point where the compass doesn't work anymore. Yep, it doesn't work anymore, so I gotta keep track of this center coordinate. I got some emails. Okay, can you please not forward those to me? Actually, I think I'm good. If I wanted the pillar to be thicker, I could make it thicker, okay? I just like it the way it is, alright? I think it's fine. Like, I don't need it to be thicker. It gets the job done. I guess that's where that wound up, isn't it? Pillar for ants. Ants aren't this long. Look, it's kind of... like, it's a very big pillar. It just has a lot of length, okay? What kind of ants you been looking at? What's wrong with ants? Ants are kind of cool. Ants. Ant-Man. Yes, Kai? I love how you literally, like, cannot see that ant emoji on, like, the dark theme. It's so hard to see it. Not literally, because I obviously saw it, but it's just not see it properly. It has, like, no shading. If I were to look up, I would look at my character's ass, because for some reason the devs of this game decided that you can't look up at a sharper angle than, like, 70 degrees. I might be able to see it if I get in the train, but I do not want to get in the train because then I have to get back on top of the pillar, which is definitely no good. So unfortunately, we're kind of running blind here. I know I'm going in the right direction, and beyond that, I just kind of gotta wing it. And hope that things work out. Look, it's not a penis, it's an elevator. It's gonna be connected on both ends. What kind of dick is this? You know, never mind. I thought of an interpretation. Don't answer that. Just look, it's a space elevator, okay? This is a wholesome Christian channel that definitely isn't flagged as for mature audiences. Look, stop thinking about it, okay? Just don't. Not everything has to be like this. We can just have a nice wholesome stream with some fun music while we work on a silly space elevator that we may or may not name after a horrible snail. Wait, wait a minute. Was there a hype train at any point during that fucking ridiculous like point incentive? Or did it just not spawn a hype train? I think I didn't turn those off. I mean, that would have been the time to do it, because you were gonna give me the money anyways. Did it not fucking start a hype train? Or did it start when I missed it? What do you mean? You're fucking telling me that bits don't start hype trains? That doesn't make any sense. Money is money, Twitch. Don't you want money? Delicious, sweet money? An interconnected space elevator. Okay, thank you. Yep, we had to go there, didn't we? My mind already went there. I was just hoping maybe somebody else would be pure of heart. I was hoping for better from you, chat. Well, specifically, like the 3 people, actually 2 people in chat who are engaged in this conversation, while everybody else is just awkwardly wondering why they watched me and or got sent here by a raid. What is this community? What are these degenerates? They just make like cock jokes and shit all the time? I promise this channel is not all cock jokes, just sometimes. Like, I try not to make too many of them. Like, I do like one-offs, and then every now and then people take things a little bit too far and we get deep dong 1. I hate it. And yet I won't ban these people. They're too important. I need them. I need the attention. I can't help it. This sad-ass, like, touching music playing in the background where we're talking about penis elevators. Oh, what have I become? I think we're finishing the space elevator. We're so close. Like, it's just, I need to build this up for a little longer, and then I need to traverse interplanetary space. Which isn't actually that long. It's kind of weird how this game works. But the planets aren't that far apart once you get to the build limit. Because there is a build limit. Anyone who's just checking by and doesn't fully understand what I'm doing, or you're thinking to yourself like, hey, this guy doesn't know there's a build limit, you can't build a space elevator. There is a build limit. But that is not going to stop me from building a space elevator, because we have a plan B for when we hit the build limit. And it's a juicy one. So just you wait. It's going to be great. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm hyping it up to be way better than it actually is. But I was excited when I discovered this, so I'll take it. Like, it's a build it's like a limit suggestion, but I mean, I don't have to stop there if I don't want to. I can keep going. Just not by building terrain. I could build other things there, including the one thing in the game that probably lets me do this because of another bug. But you know, I'm gonna weaponize the bugs. If this broken ass game is gonna give me a bug that's actually useful for something, like, we're using that. Speaking of using that, I think we're at the build limit. So, this is the part where I fucking made a mess out of this last time. Let me get this train a little closer. Actually, can I make another leveling block? Because I need an extra one anyways. Alright, so we're at the build limit, and one of the things that happens here is your character just gets stuck. Which might seem like a bad thing, but it's not a bad thing because I can still move around by getting in rover seats. And there happens to be a rover seat on the back of this train somewhere. And if I can't get to that, I could just start picking crap up off of it until I can get to it. Because there's no gravity up here for items. I think that's it right there. Got it. Okay. So we can use this rover seat to get out of this spot if we need to, which we're going to later. Actually, we're going to do it now. So let me move it like up here-ish. I just need to make sure it's high up enough that I don't go back in bounds, or else I will fall. If I go below this height, I will plummet. My jetpack will not work, and I will weep softly as I plummet back to the surface and have to fucking call the train and go all the way over here again. So ideally, that doesn't happen. We don't want that. That's a bad thing. That'd be funny though. You can laugh at me if I fuck it up and do that. The rest of this crap, I can just start placing it just in the middle of space. It won't go anywhere. It doesn't matter. This game is silly. Planet could be this thick. Yeah, it's a cube. I don't know for sure how far this is, but I think this is about 1 kilometer tall. I'm not actually certain how tall it is. I've never been able to measure this because the devs really don't want you to measure distances in this game for some reason. But my guess is this pillar is a kilometer tall, if I had to just make an assumption about it. It'd be interesting to know, and maybe at some point I'll kind of dig in and find out, but for now I do not have that information. And where's the other leveling block? There it is. For those of you Americans, such as myself, that's 0.6 miles. Sorry, I said that kind of like an asshole. I'm an American, but I prefer metric, because it just makes more sense to me. America won't change. We're too stubborn. I just like to think that I'm not part of the problem. We don't need to make this a political issue. Alright, let's get this right up on the edge. Come on, camera, cooperate with me. Alright, this is as far as we're going to be able to go with natural terrain because build limit. I'm going to smooth out the top of this to make it look pretty. I have no reason to do this other than because I want to make it look pretty. Insufficient power. Oh, that's right. This is powered by the shitty base. Oh, you know what's cool about this, actually? If I do this correctly, this is going to power both bases. So, like, I'm actually not going to need a power supply on Silva because Calidor is going to power it instead. Because that's the planet we're going to right now, is Calidor. And actually, I haven't shown this in a while, so for anyone just checking in here, we are on the line between Calidor and Silva that you see drawn here. Like, you can't see it clearly, but that is where Calidor is, to the south, like directly above my head. And the halfway point is pretty close, but I can't lean the camera up enough for you to actually see it. But you just got to take my word for it that it's up there, and we're getting close to it. This is unfortunately the part that gets really hacky. We'll see how long it takes for me to do this part. But I kind of want to just finish it off on that stream, on this stream, so that's what we're tentatively doing. But that's where the space elevator is going. It's the line between Silva and Calidor. So there's an update for any lurkers who were wondering what the hell was going on here. There's a lot of things that I didn't explain there, but I explained one of those things. We might have to go back down for snails at some point here. I should have brought a landing pad. Didn't I make a landing pad? I fucking left it, didn't I? Oh, God. Oh, well, we can use the train if we need to. What are you looking at? This is the build limit above Silva, which, if you just got here... Okay, we got a couple people, I think I called out a lurking, but basically we're at the build limit of Silva trying to make a space elevator to Calidor, which is straight up there. And I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. Even if you're lurking, don't feel obligated to chat, even if I call out the lurkers. Like, it's if you want to. I don't mind the lurking at all. I'm just happy if anybody is, like, interested in what I'm doing here. Because I feel like there's a huge technical aspect to this game that people don't, like, engage in at all. I just wish the devs would fix it up a little bit so that it's not so janky. Especially, like, trains getting stuck between saves and things like that. But yeah, Antaurus, thank you for the follow. And hello. And hello, 101 United. I'm destroying the game mechanics. Like, that's what we're here to do right now. So speaking of destroying the game mechanics, I might need to fly a rocket back up here. So I didn't bring a landing pad because I'm a stupid moron. What I'm going to do here is, the snails are going to last a little while. I have, I think, 10 to 12 minutes left on the snails, so we can build up a little bit. And the nice thing about being in this weird glitch zone where I'm stuck floating is I can't fall anymore. Which means I basically have all the time in the world to just kind of move stuff around up here. So here's the next step of the process. You might be thinking to yourself, but Cosine, how are you going to keep building rails in the depths of space when the rails won't connect anymore? And the answer to that is this tall storage right here, this tall platform, which is the only thing in the game I've identified that has this interesting physical property of interacting with your terrain tool. And it turns out it doesn't only interact with your terrain tool, it also interacts with the placement mechanics for things like, oh, I don't know, rails, perhaps. And that's very useful for what we need to do here, because I would like to be able to place a rail anywhere I want, and not just on solid terrain. So I need to finagle my camera around until I can find the tethers, or maybe I could just bring the tethers up here, honestly. Because there's tethers on one of these silos, there they are. And I need to fill all the storage slots on this so that the game won't try to do this. Because we don't want this. This doesn't help. These won't actually ever connect. However, if I fill up all these storage slots first, which I can do by just deploying a shitload of tethers and then putting them in the storage slots one at a time, like so. I don't know why they get really big like that. This game is weird. We can basically turn this into a surface that I could just place stuff on. I need to empty out my backpack for a second. We don't need soil anymore, so I can put some of these away. We don't need that either. I'll keep one soil canister in case I forget and go back to the surface. And for anyone who doesn't know, by the way, if you take out your terrain tool, your grab range becomes further for some reason. So for instance, I can't grab that beacon now. If I take out my terrain tool, my grab range is like 4 times longer. Don't know why, but I'm abusing the shit out of it because I mean, I've been doing nothing but abuse this game for the last like entire stream and then some. So anyone who didn't know that, you can grab things from really far away. Go ahead and do that. I think I need to get a little closer to the storage here to do this. So let me just move it a little closer to myself. It's a little hard to move things around in the depths of space here because the game really doesn't want me to be here. And I kind of have a fixed length to my interaction range, so like I can only move things around at this distance. So if I want to move a short distance, I need to go over here, get out of the rover seat, turn around and put it back over here a little bit to the right, and then get out again, and that's how I move short distances. So it's a pain in the ass, but you do what you have to in the name of science. So I need to get a little closer to this thing. This looks like creative and survival. It kind of does, doesn't it? I tested some of this stuff in creative, but a lot of this discovery process is happening in survival as well. Like, I have not been just like using creative to test every single thing I do on these streams. I wonder if I could drop this out of my hands at any distance I want. But yeah, this doesn't, like, you can do this in creative, but it's basically the same in both like game modes. Simply because you can't fly up here in creative mode. The game won't let you. You just don't have to worry about like your stats. So anyways, what I'm doing here is I'm slowly inching the tall storage closer until I can get it into a position where it's pretty much directly above this rail line. And it's not super important that I do this perfectly, but I'm trying to get it roughly correct. I can sort of measure it out by looking at where the spline curve is going. And I want to rotate it just like this, because it's going to have 4 flat surfaces on it. This cylinder has 4 surfaces on it, like it's approximated by a rectangular prism. And what I'm going to do here is, first of all, you see I can't place it on here. And that's not very useful, and that's because this game doesn't let you do this until you save and reload, for whatever reason. So we're going to go back to the main menu, come back into the game, and suddenly that tall platform is going to be settled according to the game engine. And that is going to allow me to interact with it with my terrain tool. And I think this is the only platform in the game that has this property, to my knowledge, of being able to connect to it with your terrain tool and place things on it. It's a miracle that it exists, and it's a miracle that I remembered this existed while I was testing this, because I was about to give up hope when I realized there was no way to place the rails in space, until I started dicking around with platforms and discovered that this one in particular lets you place rails on it for some reason. Don't know why, it just does. And you know what? We use these things here. And that is how you build in the void of space without any solid terrain underneath it. I can call the train up here, and it seems to function just as it's supposed to normally. And again, the thing with the terrain tool is this right here. You see how the terrain tool is actually snapping to the collision on this tall platform? Something about the tall platform is just different from how the other ones work. Like, this top part doesn't have that weird collision. The feet don't really, but like the base and this pole for some reason have interactions for the tall platform with the terrain tool. I suspect you can probably deploy tethers on it as well, but I don't want to mess with the tethers here. Let me lock it before I click on it. You can see there, I kind of anchored the terrain tool. I can't build off of it. Like, the game is trying to, but I'm outside of the build distance. You might be able to build off of this in the regular game, like if you're down near the surface, but up here nothing happens. But you can see it is like an interactable surface. And having this be an interactable surface is the reason why I could place these rail posts on it. That's the whole thing that made the magic happen and makes this actually possible to do. As far as I could tell, there's nothing else in the game that has these physical properties, so thank you devs for whatever negligence led to this being possible. Please don't ever patch this. I didn't mean to grab that. So I'm going to move it up to the next step, and this is more or less the process we're going to do until the snails run out of food, at which point I'm going to go back down to the surface and maybe build it up from the other end, or see if I could check on both ends with my flying machine to see how close they are. Luckily, the tall platform is tall, which, yes, I say a lot of redundant things, but it being tall means that I have a lot of leniency on the distance between these posts, because I can use the whole length of this. Since I have to just eyeball this to figure out roughly how high to put it, hopefully I can get to it with the next rail post that I use, and so on. So let me quickly go back over here because I need to put the missing tether on it. Or did I already put the tether on it? I wasn't paying attention. Did I put the tether on it? I think I did. Yeah, okay, I put the tether on it. So once again, we go ahead and check the snails, actually. Yeah, we're getting pretty low. I'm going to have to go back down after this iteration. Looks like I also swerved out a little bit, so this one's going to come back in. That's actually good. Unfortunately, I have not found any way to get these to settle other than to reload your save. So I would love it if there was a faster way to do this. I just don't know what to do. I couldn't figure it out. I tried going to like other planets or going really far away from it or locking and unlocking it a bunch. You can't like interact with it as though it were on the ground until you've saved and reloaded. And I think even if it's on the ground, it doesn't actually get terrain tool like collision mechanics until you reload your save. For some reason. I don't understand it. It's almost certainly a bug, but it's a bug long enough for me to do this. Let me get my viewpoint back over here. And there's the next iteration. And it looks like the range on these isn't quite optimal, but I'm gonna just go with the first one I get as I build this, because I don't want to like move this thing slightly and then have to do this again and again and again. You can kind of hear the volume kicking in on my playlist. I have a system set up to change the volume if it's too loud, and you can hear it kick in like a second after the videos start, because YouTube doesn't provide a way to do this for me. Let me rotate it just a little bit, because I think it got twisted slightly. Maybe up here. It's going to be a little bit bumpy, but that's fine. As long as it meets up successfully with the one on the other end, I can live with that. Maybe I'll go up a little higher. If I pick up and place the rover seat really quickly, it moves a shorter distance before I let go of it, so I'm kind of trying to do that sometimes as well. And then, other than that, I really am just eyeballing this to get it in the spot that I want it. And if it's good enough, I'll roll with it. Let's try that, for instance. That looks like it might be a little too far. Let me pull that one down, just like a few units. And then once I build this one, I'm going to go back down and get more snail food. My save file size went down again. It's back to 8 megabytes. I don't understand how it keeps getting smaller when I build these pillars. Maybe something else is like compressing better and it's just optimizing something, or maybe there's more data in all these objects than I realized, and me using a bunch of objects is actually reducing the file size. Don't know for sure. If you're wondering why I'm concerned about my save file size, it's because every time I get in this rover seat, I have to save the game, and that takes longer, seemingly directly proportionately to how big your save file is. So if you're wondering why your game just gets laggier and laggier every time you save as you go along, it's the file size. And if you dig terrain or build a lot of terrain, your file size gets bigger. So that's how that works. It's janky and dumb, and the devs should fix it, but it is what it is. I need to ride the train back down a little bit. Okay, here's what I'm going to do, actually. I'm going to build this up one more, but I'm not going to save and reload, because we're not going to be doing that right now. We need to go get more snail food before I run out and suffocate to death, so let me put this in the spot where I would want it to be in case I end up saving and reloading later. If it isn't obvious saving isn't enough, I do have to also reload. Let's get this right here. Did I find another interesting bug with the rails? If you mean interesting as in useful, no, not really. I've had an issue with the rails randomly disconnecting from each other right after I build them, but I think that's happening because they settle into the terrain and then rotate slightly, get out of range, and disconnect from each other. So I mean, if you were wondering why you were having that problem, if you've been playing this game, that's quite possibly why. But other than that, I have not been able to weaponize the rails in any terribly unique ways with bugs. Like, they've been mostly either functional or non-functional in a way that I didn't want, like trains randomly turning off every time I save and load the game. That's probably a little too close, but I think it's better than having it too far away. Okay, let's go back down. I'm gonna stop part of the way to get the silos that I left floating in space. Yeah, we got this weird bump in the middle that I'm just not gonna do anything about because it's too much trouble to be worth it. So slap the silos back on. Get in the train, and we gotta go all the way back down. Back through the build limit. And I have to basically fight the camera the whole time. Like, I'm letting go of my cursor right now. Let's see if we get a cinematic camera, or if the game starts moving it for me. Okay, it's starting to bump. That's kind of smooth. This is definitely better than the pillar I made on Calidor. Now the camera is actually chill right now. It seems to be reasonably smooth. The one on Calidor was like jerking around all over the place. I'm surprised by this. Unfortunately, we're running on low power, so this train is not moving very quickly. Yeah, that's the snail indicators. If I kept doing that without the snails, I was definitely going to die at some point. So it's for the best that I went down when I did. And I think I'm going to go ahead and take a look with the flying machine, just for anyone who hasn't seen it yet. Just take a peek real quick to see what the state of the rails are. Or I could use the rocket to do that. I might be able to see it from the other end. Let's see. I think we'll build it up from the other end for a little while instead. Doesn't really matter. I need to fly back anyways. This is so slow. Hopefully once I connect this rail line, I'll have power from Calidor and I won't be running out anymore. I think I need to take a car off of this train as well, just to make it a little faster. I also don't have coal here, which is the one that's really fast. So that's partially why this one is so slow. Okay, and we're back to my shitty home base, which this is not my home base. This is the original base. This is just the shitty, like, junk base that I came up with. The actual base is on Calidor. Hydrazine thrusters on rail edge. That'd be kind of funny, honestly, if you could boost them like that. But I don't believe that's a thing, like, at all that you can do. That would be neat, though. If there was some way to make them faster and upgrade them with hydrazine or something. Okay, and let's see. I used, like, the same exact amount of soil both times. It was one canister and then, like, an eighth of another one. So that's interesting. That was actually consistent to build both of them because, again, I built the other end already. I just need to connect them in interplanetary space. That's the only step that's left. So hopefully we don't need to use this one anymore because we're going to go to Calidor and try to finish it off from there. Let's see. I think I got everything I need here. So let's go ahead and take off. I'm going to launch into orbit real quick to see what this looks like. I don't know why it's so thick in that specific spot there. Okay, this is probably very difficult to see on the stream. That's actually further than I thought it was, but you know, we can grin and bear it. We can deal with it. That right there, where my cursor is, that's the tip of the space elevator from Silva's end. It's right here where I'm running my cursor up and down. And the end from Calidor appears to be right here. Again, this is very hard to see at 720p. But I believe this span right here is what I need to clear in interplanetary space. It's this distance is what I'm trying to do right now. So this might take a hot minute to do, but I'm going to see how far along I can get. Like, the tips are definitely pretty close. And I may be reading the Calidor one wrong. And it might be closer than it actually is, because sometimes these things don't render consistently. But this is the diagram I was showing earlier. If you look off the South Pole, Calidor is right here. You just can't see it because it's not rendering. However, the rail lines are rendered. It's just very hard to see that on the stream. They do exist. You gotta take my word for it. I wonder if I can actually get an angle. Oh, I wonder if you can see that. Chat, can you see this line right here at the bottom? I don't know if that's visible. I need to look at my own stream. That might not be visible. Looking at the stream right now, that's not really visible. Oh, you can see it flicker a little bit. Yeah, you could faintly see it, right? Like it's a very thin line. That is the space elevator on Calidor. That's what you're looking at right there. So again, from this angle, I have to span this distance right here. This is actually longer than I thought it was going to be. Oh boy. Well, we're in for some fun. Let's see how far along we get on that. I've got a better process established, but unfortunately I have to save and load every single time I do this. Are there train issues when traveling through space? They actually fixed that. Like, I kind of missed that because I liked having the X-ray hacks, but they did fix that. The planet loads incorrectly. So we'll stop here for a brief break, but I'm not going to actually take off from here. Like, I'm going to go back to the home base to get more supplies, but you can put a landing pad in space like this. So this is what it looks like from the Calidor end. It's more or less the same process. We have a tall storage, a rover seat. I have a landing pad as like a checkpoint of sorts so that I can just get up here like freely and I can just get out of the rocket and use the rover seat to move around again. And then Silva is straight up there. So it's the same thing from this end. I didn't build it for quite as many iterations. However, I did a save and load, which means this one is active now. So while I'm here, I might as well build one more rail on this end. I don't know if it's going to be faster to like rocket back and forth between saves. Like, saves don't take that long to do, but it's possible that that might actually be faster, which would be kind of interesting. And why is the game not letting me... Oh, you know what? I'm suffocating to death. Hold on, let me really quickly slap this down. Right there, that's as good as that's gonna get, and I don't really have time to place the new one, so let me get back in the rocket, go back to my home base. You know, by getting in the rocket and just going down, because this thing is literally lower. And for the first time in ages, I'm actually directly above my home base when the rocket came down. That's convenient. Okay, so I didn't end up using these. Go ahead and put these down. Second landing pad could be helpful. I forgot to bring this with me because I'm a moron. I'm gonna set up a research item. This is the home base, by the way, for anyone who hadn't seen this, who just checked into the stream. It's quite a bit more developed, but it's also still a mess in its own special way. But it's my mess, and I love it dearly. It's got true flat, unlike the first base, which was terrible and did not have true flat. Those two things are vaguely related. True flat is once you true flat, you never go back. I could probably come up with a more clever motto than that, but it's hard. I'm gonna fill these canisters here. I don't really need the second one, actually. I'll go ahead and just put it back here. Feed the snails. Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm getting things done here. I think I have enough rail posts on these silos here, and I'm gonna bring the rocket up there. So let's feed the snails. If anyone hasn't seen this, here's the auto snail feeding system. Well, it's not an auto feeding system. I just put the wrong one on that snail. Oh, damn it. That one's gonna be that one's gonna be out of sync now. Which one is this? This is the oxygen one, of course it is. Alright, well I fucked them all up. It's fine. We'll fix it in post. I'll synchronize them between streams. Okay, this is for the snail for drilling, which I don't need for this entire project. I'll take the design. Yeah, go for it. This texture right here is the autofill, like, dark gray texture that generates underneath these logistics depots and shelters, I believe. So if you want to sample this gray color, it comes from the underside of these things. And the light gray color is just the default terrain color, or the terrain tool color. So you gotta knock yourself out. Alright, so you can see here the plants were not growing because they were off screen, like I was too far away from them for a while. They start growing in, the system is just patiently waiting for enough of them to grow in to actually harvest them, fill up the storages, and then turn off the harvester. Unfortunately, sometimes the wrong ones get on the wrong side, and I have to clean them up occasionally, but other than that, it's been a fairly robust system. I just have to clean it out every now and then. I might make these walls higher, or block it off, because it's helped a little bit, but it still causes problems. But yeah, that's how I set that up. And let me grab a few extras in case I need to feed the snails again while I'm up in orbit. There's usually a few extra seeds sitting around. I could definitely come up with a better system, like in retrospect, but I'm quite happy with how it turned out. And it means I basically don't have to manually farm the plants anymore. I just kind of go over there, grab a few, and it's just fine. It just works. Okay, go ahead and put those there. We're gonna need a lot of rail lines, but luckily I made a lot of rail post bundles, so that should be good. I can carry several of these now. Okay, what else am I forgetting here? I know I'm forgetting something. I fed the snails, then I put extras on them. I got more rail posts. I have the landing pad for when I go to the other side, but I'm gonna build from Calidor's side for now. I could always just come back down if I need to. Let me grab an extra hydrazine and then take off. I can top that off between streams. I have plenty of hydrazine in storage. I have an ammonium farm up there that's really hacky and shitty, but I don't need to do that right now. I'm actually down 2 hydrazine canisters. One there, and I'll just go grab an extra, even though I think I have a couple on the rocket. I don't feel like trying to figure out where they are right now. Okay, rocket's topped off. Probably forgot something. Let's go. If anyone's ever wondering what the music is I'm playing, I'm more than happy to give you the link. It's just a YouTube playlist I've got running. Yeah, you can actually see it. It's not that far off. I just wish I could get the camera to angle up consistently so I could show it to people. We could use the rocket, I suppose. We don't even need to use the rover seat. I could use the rocket to move around here. Actually, where is the rover seat? Where did the rover seat go? Did I put it on something and forget about it? Or bring it with me? Maybe I brought it with me is what happened. I think I didn't leave it on this end. But yeah, you could use the rocket to do this too, so it doesn't have to be a rover seat. Maybe you'll have a proper computer. And this game, I'm surprised my computer can run this game as well as it can. The camera, by the way, really fucking wants me to look down. That's why my camera keeps doing that. Like, it's not me doing that. I might just use the rover seat for this. I might want to use the rover seat. It's a pain in the ass because of the way the rocket is always trying to put me down like this, and then the camera refuses to cooperate. But think about playing Astroneer if you can make booba. I mean, you can make booba. You can deform the terrain to be any shape you want. You want to make booba in Astroneer, like go for it. More power to you. Okay, I have an extra rover seat. Let's go ahead and use this one. Oh my god, camera, please. You just have to tolerate the bad camera if you want to make booba. Can you make a thick-ass Neptune planet? You're gonna have trouble making a planet. They're very large, and your terrain tool is not that large, but you could make like a small, Neptune planet, a small-ass planet, if that was your thing. It doesn't have to be big-ass, right? There's nothing wrong with small-ass planets. Otherwise, maybe this isn't the game for you. Regret to inform you. You could also make phalluses out of the terrain, but I mean, that's just kind of a given in games like this these days. You could make your home between the cleavage. There's a planet that basically already has cleavage on it. There's a bunch of hills. I'm sure you could find just 2 of them right next to each other and just use that. You'd be creative with it. Okay, that looks like it's roughly lined up. I'm not going to go super picky on this. I'm just going to eyeball it. So I think that's good. Nothing here can fly away, so let's go ahead and save and load. This might be too far, but I kind of need to learn how to eyeball this anyways. I wonder if there's a better way to measure this, like a more deterministic way to do it, instead of just kind of eyeballing it, dealing with your bullshit for 4 hours. Now you only let me play for 2 hours before you get a new group. You have to deal with my bullshit anyways, just watching me play the Cosmic Ocean while everyone else is dead. Like, if anything, this is only fair that you show up in my chat, start shit posting, and I have to deal with it. Like, this is fine. I think this is a completely fair thing to do. And I, for one, am not even, upset about it. Welcome to the stream. Enjoy your stay. Even if none of this makes any sense to you if you've never played this game, it doesn't make a lot of sense to anybody else either until I explain it. And if you're actually curious, I'd be more than happy to explain what the hell I'm doing right now. But to put it simply, we making a space elevator because rockets is cringe, and I wanna make a space elevator so I could do this except with less fuel. I'll move the landing pad at some point here. I'll have to go back down for it, unfortunately. Maybe I should actually move it now. You're only interested in Booba. Make elevator in Booba. I'm not sure how to interpret that as a thing that I could possibly be doing right now. I'm gonna collapse the landing pad. I can't use this landing pad again until I save and load, like same as the other system, but I'll just use it as a checkpoint. I just need to juggle all these items up with me as I'm building. Honestly, I think I'm spending the most time placing the tall storage simply because I don't have a good process for this. I wonder if I should come up with something a little more consistent. Loopy loop. We're not making a loopy loop for this part. We can make a loopy loop like down at the ground level, but this part I'm trying to actually make it a straight line. It'll look better, and maybe it'll work better too. I don't know. It'll probably just look better. We can make a roller coaster later. Do you think this will be faster than using the teleports? I mean, for just me, no. For transporting goods, like, absolutely. But, I mean, rockets would be faster than this. The technical potential of the space elevator, besides just being a meme because I felt like doing it, is that this introduces the ability to automate interplanetary resource transport. Because if this works, there's no reason why I can't send an automated train across these rail lines. That's the potential that we have. No Spaceballs. Nope, sorry. I think I made like one Spaceballs joke in one of my streams, but that's like as close as we've gotten to Spaceballs. I apologize that my stream has not met your expectations. I am truly sorry for your loss. Any good videos explaining true flat? I mean, one of my VODs, but I don't have like a timestamp I could give you. I've explained this a couple times to people, but what it boils down to is, you know what, we're in the depths of space. This is a good example to show this off. Hold on a sec. I'm going to do a very quick true flat primer. Here's the shitty diagram I drew like 4 streams ago. And what you're going to see on the left side of this diagram is the purple diamonds are the gateways. The shitty looking sphere is the planet. And then that cube is the locations where you can get true flat. It's at the gateways because this game actually uses the voxel engine to store its terrain, which is a lot more obvious if you look down at the planet at how it kind of has like a grid-like feel to it. And that's sort of, if you look at the top center cube, I'm showing like one example of how a triangle might be stored by this game. That's not like completely accurate. I think it actually is supposed to be 2 triangles for that particular layout, but the gist of it is, if you want a perfectly flat base, you have to do it on the surfaces of the cubes, or else floating point precision errors ruin everything and you can't get true flat. And the only locations to do that are at the poles and at 4 points on the equator. That's basically the true flat primer that I could give you. That's why you have to do it there. And in order to get the true flat, you use the object called the leveling block, which I don't have in my inventory right now, but you research the leveling block, which is this thing here, and it basically creates a tiny version of that cube with perfectly flat surfaces, and then you just hold control and use a terrain tool to smooth off of it, or whatever the equivalent function is on consoles. But you just smooth off the surface of the leveling block, and that's how you create a true flat base, like the one I have way the hell down there off to the side. So hopefully that vague explanation I gave you was decent. I don't have a better way to explain it quickly here on the spot. As you can see, I'm kind of floating in the void of space right now. But if you have more questions about that, I'd be happy to answer it. You know, true flat, your chest. I'm sorry. I mean, you're doing this to yourself, Alia. Or Alia. I don't actually know how to pronounce your name. Is it Alia or Alia? It's Alia, right? I think it's Alia, and I'm just an idiot, and I've never bothered to learn it. I just think of the word alias, and it confuses me. That did help? Okay, I'm happy to hear that. Did the devs add a true flat terrain tool add-on? They have a few things. Oxygen stale alert. Yeah, that is the one that starved. You know what? I'm going to put a second seed on this one just in case it runs out. Thank you for the call out, though. Because that was only set to 10 minutes. Anyways, I could be saving and loading while I do this. While I discuss this. I have a few things going on in the comments at the same time. It's not called the Usagi Space Elevator until I tally up the amount of money you paid me to call it that. Brain hurts. Already lost you. Yeah, I'm sorry. But yeah, true flat is the ideal way to build in this video game. You just got to know how to get it, and they made it a lot easier. So here's the thing. They added something called the alignment mod. The alignment mod is stupid. I used it for this, but the alignment mod is not going to give you true flat. You need to smooth off of a leveling block surface. That's the only way to do it. And you can make a surface that you think is like really smooth, and then it turns out it's not actually perfectly flat because it's got a slight slope. There's floating point precision errors. You smooth off of it again, and the next time you come around and smooth off of it, it's slightly different, and your terrain gets jostled. All of your platforms get ruined. As far as making something smooth with the horizon, there's no tool that does that. So if you're talking about like getting a spherical surface, there is no way to do that in this game other than trial and error. There is no tool that locks your altitude and smooths from altitude, which there should be. Devs, make it happen, but there is no altitude smoothing tool in this game, which is what you want right now. You want a tool where you're 800 meters above the core, you sample it, and then everywhere you smooth out is 800 meters. I assume that's what you want. That does not exist. True flat smooths on the surface of a cube, and if I, again, show the diagram of the cube here, the cube is going to be a different height from the planet as you smooth it. So like if you smooth out from the surface of a gateway, it looks flat, but then you get further away from the planet because the planet's not flat, the planet's a curved surface. So like ultimately you want to stay kind of around the gateway because otherwise gravity starts pulling you against the slope of the cube because it's not, like the pull of gravity is not the same as the surface that you're standing on. So I explained that a little bit shittily. I could start talking about normal vectors, but I don't know if that's going to help anyone. So the point is, there is no spherical smoothing surface, and you have to do it the hard way, which is just guess and check over and over again, and hope that you got it fairly close. By the way, you'll notice I can activate this landing pad again if I wanted to. That's what I meant by the landing pads also getting activated by the same game mechanic, where saving and loading just makes them work again. So unfortunately, this is a slow process that I do not know how to speed up. But I'm happy to talk to chat or field questions or discuss things like while I'm doing this, because it'll be way more interesting than just watching me build the space elevator and do nothing else. So I mean, ask away if you're curious about anything you see me do in this game, or something you think I might know how to do that I haven't done yet. I'm not like the end-all be-all for like technical knowledge about this game. I haven't played it that much, but I've sort of had to learn a lot of weird things in order to do a lot of weird things. So maybe you'll learn something new from this stream, even if it's not how to build a space elevator. I really am just eyeballing this. Okay, well here's one that I think is a little too far. I'm going to move it down a bit and see how close that is. That should be good. Let's go ahead and save and load. Landing pad doesn't work. I think it's creating the same as the tall thing. Even if it worked, it wouldn't be any more useful. Name something I don't know. I don't know how many units apart the planets are, which I wish I did. It would allow me to calculate how many rails I needed to do this. But I don't think you can place the rails on the landing pad. Even if I could, it wouldn't be that helpful. I'll test it, like right now, but I don't think you can. I don't know why this sometimes takes longer to load, and other times it's really fast. Alright, here we are. And I'm too far away from it. I have to go back down a bit. Let me check first and see if this was good. I think I'm actually underestimating the length that these can go to. Okay, that's good enough. Let's go back down here and see if I could have built a rail on that. I have seen a Reddit post that had like some of the coordinate information for the planets, but the coordinates didn't correspond one-to-one to like the size of a voxel in this game. Like the little cubes are basically a meter cubed, and the coordinates info that they have wasn't measured like that. Doesn't look like it's letting me build on these. Yeah, I can't build on the landing pad. What if I deploy it? I wonder if I could build on it then. No, it's not like locking them on in a way that would have let them connect, I'm pretty sure. These are just floating. Yeah, you can't do this with the landing pad. It's really just the tall platform that allows this. Also, Minbike, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know why specifically it's the tall platform, but again, it just so happens that I noticed that you can interact with it with your terrain tool, unlike other platforms, and sure enough, that's just a build interaction, so you could probably place like tethers on it as well. Join the game, finish your second playthrough. This is a fun game. Like, I burnt out on it, but I had played it for like a long time before I actually burnt out on the game. And I just waited for a couple updates. The snails and the rails. It rhymes. Don't laugh. It's not funny. I hate it. But yeah, the snails and the rails updates are the two that like got added to the game since I had last played it. I'm very happy I came back to it and chose to stream it because this has been very interesting to me. Okay, we've been slowly creeping over in this direction, so I need to actually move this rail post back over this way. Cold Suits Unite. There I have it. I mean, honestly, this game's not that hard to beat, like all things considered. I don't want to be like that pretentious douchebag that's like, oh, the game's not that difficult, but I mean, I feel like the biggest accomplishment in this game really is just doing all the missions. It feels much more satisfying. And I've done all the missions except for the one to step through the gateway in this save, so really I'm just making my own dumb fun at this point. That's why we're building a space elevator instead of just beating the game and switching to Minecraft or something. Or more likely Terraria, or Oxygen Not Included, are the next sandbox games I'm going to stream. I really wish I could get this rover seat a little closer to my face instead of it just going a fixed distance away, but what are you going to do? Can't be that picky. Alright, I think this is a slightly better angle. This is going to be a very janky space elevator. No, it's not. It's even worse. Hold on. Minecraft bingo? Oh god, not this again. I already have my regrets for that. Is this gonna work? This is so difficult to do. This might work. It might be too far away as well. You know, I need to test one and see what it looks like when it's too far away. So let me go ahead and save and load. It wasn't 12 hours, it took me like fucking 3 hours to find the trident, which is still insane, because Minecraft is like even more shittily balanced than this game is. Yeah, we added tridents to the game. They're a mediocre weapon that you can only get like 2% of the time as a drop from an enemy that spawns 2% of the time. So yeah, the drown needs to have a trident. And then it has to roll a chance to drop the trident. And we decided that that is going to be borderline impossible to do. Okay, it does make it. Just barely, though. So this was as long as I could have made this, I think. If you're wondering why I'm complaining about Minecraft right now, don't worry about it. I'm just having some PTSD from a bingo thing I did ages ago. Which thankfully has been scrubbed from the annals of the internet, never to be seen again. It only lives on in the memories of people who harass me about it every now and then. The fucking RNG grind. Terraria has a worse RNG grind, but usually you can mass produce like RNG checks in Terraria much more easily than Minecraft. Getting tridents in Minecraft, it's like, yeah, you gotta make a drown farm. I hope you're ready to do that for the next 4 hours. Doesn't really work when you're doing a bingo run. Okay, I need to move a little further away. I can quickly click and release the rover seat before it has moved to the full distance. If I kind of want a short grab. I think we're about lined up again. I could definitely go longer than this. Let me move it up a bit. And to the left. Good. Maybe. I don't know. Let's just go with it. Yeah, I don't like the RNG grind in general. I don't like Terraria's RNG grind either. But as long as you're not fishing, it's not as big of a deal. I still don't know about Terraria. Like, if I stream Terraria, it's going to be a quality of life mod stream. Like, I'm not going to... I don't know if I'm going to do, like, Calamity or Thorium or anything, but I'm going to have, like, some QOL stuff on it. Like, if there's, like, a mod that adds, like, alternative ways to get the fishing rewards, I'm probably just going to do that because fucking fishing is like the worst part of Terraria. It's literally just an RNG slog of just stand here and fish until you get the thing you want. So, I don't know, we'll see how that goes, but that's for the future. I'm gonna finish Astroneer before I stream any more sandbox games. I don't know what else I have in store for the stream. I'm kind of winging it. Like, I don't plan a lot of this stuff out. I kind of plan out like what I want to do when I stream a game, but I don't really go into much more depth beyond that. I don't have like a ton of future plans for stream games. And I'll just feel it out. Maybe something new will come out and I'll play that instead. And the other thing I mentioned was I might play Oxygen Not Included again. I might give that game like one more try. Maybe an expert in chat or something could show up and tell me how to actually play the game because I can't seem to figure out how to enjoy it. But I feel like there's a fun game buried in there. I just don't know where it is. Let's see here. I'm kind of... There we go. Just wanted to move this slightly. Yep, that's a good slant right there. Good skew angle. And keep me talking, chat, if you want to keep things interesting here, because I don't have anything interesting about this game to say right now. Or post your jam emotes if you like the music. This is from Final Fantasy XIV, a video game that I have never played, but damn does it have a banger of a soundtrack. I need to not accidentally save and quit, or I have to subject myself to another loading screen if I make that mistake. At some point here, I'm going to go ahead and get in the rocket and check how far away I am. My save file size went down again. I really don't understand this game. Did I see the documentary about the game development? For what game? If it's this game, then no, I've not. Or Terraria, for that matter. I didn't even know there was one for Terraria. I come to think of it, I don't think I've seen the documentary for any game, so like the answer is no, actually. No matter what the game is, I don't think I've ever seen a documentary for like a specific game. Oh no. Didn't someone on the dev team die or something? Like, I think that's what happened. Like, someone passed away during the development. I vaguely remember hearing about this. But I didn't watch the documentary, so I don't know the details about that. Oh, that's a nice picture. Oh, this is from back in the day. I'm gonna actually post this. I'm gonna show this right now, just for anyone who's curious what other shenanigans I've been up to in this video game. Like, I probably have this on my hard drive, but I don't know where it is, so I'm just gonna save it again. Oh my god, Windows, no! Just put it in my downloads, it's fine. Put it in there. Unknown already exists. Oh my god, fine, call it Unknown 2. Show in folder. I need to come up with a better way to do this. Open OBS, downloads, Unknown. Okay, so this is from an older version of the game. This brings back some memories. This is when you did planet hopping in the past and the game didn't render the planet that you jumped to. You ended up with this, where you could basically see through the planet with X-ray hacks on, and this is just like the middle of my old base on Visania that I had in a previous save, with a few space probes along for the ride because I towed them through space. And if you're wondering how I towed them through space, I could show that. I could show that as well, but let me get this off the screen first. Just remove that. I just wanted to show that. I'm proud of what I accomplished in that save, but I did not stream that save. That was long before I was a streamer. Unknown 2 already exists. No, not quite. Yeah, I didn't play this game before it released. I did not have to play in the storms, thankfully. And for anybody who's wondering how I got those probes between planets, here's a video of me doing it like 1 or 2 weeks ago on this particular save. For anyone who's curious, that's another janky thing that I've been doing in this video game. Let's see here. I need to move the thing up. It's hard to talk and do things at the same time. Being a streamer is difficult. But doing my best. Hopefully I can keep things interesting for people at the very least, even if I ramble a little bit. Like, I try to keep the pace going, keep things happening. Even if the thing that's happening is just me saving and loading my game over and over again. These are the things we do for science here. We have to ask ourselves, like, is it possible to do what I'm trying to do here? Can I actually build a space elevator in this video game? And the only way to find out is to connect the two ends and see what happens. That looks pretty far. I think that's too far. I'm going to pull it down a little bit. God, I love grabbing the cable plug and then having my camera get yoinked down. Okay, that'll probably work. Regarding the save size, maybe it caches the train so it doesn't have to generate it. Well, that's not... I don't know why it would decrease. The entire... Like, everything I did here has to be persistent regardless of whether or not I'm near it. So I'm not sure why it would ever decrease, other than if something I modified optimized the structure they use to store all the data, which I'm pretty sure is an octree. If that somehow optimized that data structure so that it could handle the data a little bit more efficiently, that would reduce the save file size. Maybe there's some other like temporary local data. Like you could be right, maybe it not caching terrain, but maybe it caches objects around me with some additional information. And that information isn't present when I'm not near them, and therefore the save file size is smaller. What information they're storing, I don't know, because it's definitely not physics data. That's why this works. But they could be storing other info. It could be some crust from however they developed the save system for this game. It's not a very good save system. But in any case, you may be onto something. Maybe they're caching something other than terrain data. I mean, I guess, you know, you may be right. Maybe they do save immediate terrain data just so it loads faster. At the expense of the save file being bigger. Maybe it's so that the game doesn't have to load in, like, all the levels of detail while you're standing there watching things pop in. It could be that. You could be right. Maybe the spot I log off on slightly affects it. Valid theories. I do wish I knew the answer. I'm missing the storms. I've read about what the storms did. And apparently, yeah, like Anto said there, you sat in a hole for 5 minutes and hope that your shit didn't get blown around the base. For anyone who doesn't know, maybe someone in chat could explain it better than I did, but basically they had these like periodic like weather cycles on the planets. I think it was just like an actual entity that moved around the surface of the planet, and it had a storm under it, and the storm just kind of constantly did damage. It blew shit all over the place. And you had to hide in a shelter until it passed, or else it would basically kill you. And they took them out. For very good reason, I think, because it sounds like you literally just had to hide in a hole for 5 minutes until the storm passed. Like, you couldn't play the game. You couldn't do anything. You just either went into a cave or you hid in a hole for 5 minutes until the storm was gone. And for very good reason, I think the devs removed that, because that sounds really shitty. They could have made it a lot more fun. The storm could have had, like, some other effect. Maybe there was like a side effect to it, like it fucked with like your movement speed or your power a little bit, but then like there were like lightning strikes or something. You could get a boost of power from that, or maybe it like some material, some research item only generated during the storms. But as they were, they just kind of sucked, and they threw physics objects around and murdered you. Oh, by the way, you can see the protrusion on Silva over there, which is actually up there. We're getting there. We're close. I think we're close. Let's see, where did I start this? The landing pad was down there. Well, we're not actually that close. Okay, let's get back to it before I run out of things to talk about. Yeah, of course they also generated lag. Wasn't this game like literally just a laggy piece of shit though when it was in alpha? Like if you think this game performs badly now, my understanding is it was super laggy when it was in alpha. Like, I'm glad I waited. I had heard about this game and some people playing it, and I read some reviews, and I was just like, I'm waiting. This seems like a game where I should wait for it to come out, and I'm pretty sure I made the right decision, because it was pretty good when it came out, as far as I was concerned. And it didn't even have like any of this automation stuff, any of the rails or auto arms, like none of that was even in the game. And I'm very glad that I waited. I think I missed a message, hold on. Okay, the one that made the first 3D models and one of the creators. Oh, is that why they had the, like, style change on the 3D models? Was it the artist that died? That's kind of sad. But to be fair, I like the new art. I like the new, like, platform styles better, assuming that's what the difference was. If it was earlier in the dev cycle than that, then I might not even know what the original models looked like for this game. because it wasn't really a game that I followed, like, during development. It just came out. And it was just like, oh, okay. I think actually somebody else convinced me to get this game, to play it in co-op, and then it fucking sucked in co-op because it was super unstable, and I ended up just playing it solo and enjoying it more. Because the netcode in this game is kind of not very good. I think it's better than it used to be, but it's still not very good. Things pop in, things don't load correctly, things get desynchronized, especially vehicles. Like, that's really something I wish they would work on. Oh, I miss the experimental clouds. I remember I was able to run those without a performance drop. And then again, I had the rest of the graphics set pretty low, so I probably wasn't taxing the GPU on that. The bottleneck on my computer for this game has always been the CPU, which I think the GPU was responsible for a lot of the cloud-related stuff. And so, it wasn't too bad for me, but I kind of get why they took them out. It probably just wasn't viable to support that when a lot of systems, especially consoles, couldn't even run it. They tried. An attempt was made. Co-op was a mess. Co-op is a mess. Brain loading still has issues. Dedicated servers, I don't think have fixed that, based on my understanding. Is that basically if you're on a dedicated server, everyone is a client, and being a client is how you have a subpar experience in this game, because that's where you get all like the weird desync issues and vehicles and crashes going between planets. You don't want to be a client, and everyone's a client on the server, so that doesn't seem like it really solves the problem here. If I get this closer to me, there we go. I can't see. Is that it right there? No, that's a. That noodle right there is on the surface of Silva. I can't see the space elevator yet because I can't look straight up. Maybe I should call the train. Alright, anyways, where are we with this? Need to get a little further over there. But yeah, I don't know. The dedicated servers might have helped with like performance issues of the server, but I don't think they helped with the programmatic issues of like desynchronization and crashing. The thing that I always go back to when I'm complaining about this game's online is that I was playing with a group of friends and we were enjoying it for the first like few hours of a session, but when we started going to other planets, it became a crash fest for everybody but me. I was the host, they were the clients, and basically every time they got in a rocket and flew to another planet, there was like a 10 or 15% chance of their game crashing, and that would delete them and the rocket from the game every single time it happened. So we basically lost a bunch of shit to rockets just getting deleted in the void of space because the game was unstable and has no fallback mechanism for rockets getting abandoned in the middle of orbit. So this stuff was just gone. Like any nanocarbon, any loot, any canisters, anything else you had on that rocket was just fucking gone if the person piloting it crashed while they were in space. And the thing I keep saying is, if the devs can't figure out how to fix that, just fucking put the rocket back where it launched from if everybody in the rocket disconnects in orbit, so that you at least don't lose it. Just teleport it back to where it launched. And like that band-aid would fix like 90% of the agony we had while playing online. The other 10% of the agony was shit not loading correctly. 1% of the agony for somebody who died while standing next to their rover because they weren't within oxygen range and they had to load the entire save when they joined back in. That happened to one of us. It was bad. And it really put a shitty taste in my mouth for just playing this game in co-op in general. Crashing, crazy desync are a thing of the past. I have not tried it again in at least a couple years. I've played a couple online games, but they were with like only 2 people. Terrain loading issues are still an issue. Vehicle desynchronization is an issue. Like I had a game where I got in someone's vehicle, drove around, got out of the vehicle, and was just teleported back to where it was when I started driving it, like as though I hadn't done anything. Like the game just didn't notice that I was driving the vehicle the whole time. So I don't know for sure, but at the same time, the fear of crashing is, when you have like a valuable rocket, like that is very unsettling. I just don't even want to risk it at this point. Like again, it put a really shitty taste in my mouth to have these problems and have like no mitigation for it when the devs know that their game is crashing. And also you have to download the entire fucking save every time you join, even though this game loads in chunks. You invite someone to help and they disconnect with an RPG, and I guess there's that too. There's no like character management in this game. Also, there's no way to fucking prevent people from joining your solo games. There's a lot of problems with this game's online, and I keep using this as one of my reasons that I don't buy any of the cosmetics on their store, is they won't fix the multiplayer. I can't create a private game or a passworded game. Anybody on my Steam friends list can join, which thankfully no one on my friends list is joining my game without being invited. Like, I will just unfriend them if they start doing that. But I can't even turn it off unless I have to basically stay in invisible mode on Steam if I don't want anyone to join my games, ever. I'm usually in invisible mode anyways, because that's just usually how I run things on Steam. I don't like to be bothered there. I have a lot of weirdos on that list anyways. But there's no private games, there's no mitigation for crashes, there's chunk loading issues despite loading the entire save file when you join someone's game. You clearly didn't load the whole save file because it has to fucking pop terrain in anyways. So I don't know what that download is that they do at the start of the game if it's not the save file, because it sure as fuck ain't the terrain. Or they don't use it after they load it in. Let's see, this is such a jittery looking pathway, but I think I should just kind of keep going straight from here. Let's see, I'll catch up on chat in a moment between saves. Let me be a little more diligent about doing this, because this is going very slowly. That's probably good. Maybe a little more to the right and up a tad. A smidgen, there we go. Yes, I'm sure I want to quit the main menu. I should make a drop when you DC. Well, the problem with that is, what if you want to come back and all your shit is on the ground? That's almost worse. Like, they should just have like an inventory manager where you could just reclaim the inventory of a player who's not currently in your game. But as it stands, you literally can't even kick people from your game. Like, it's the most like rudimentary, half-assed like multiplayer system. Like, there's no kick system. I don't even know if dedicated servers can kick people. Like, maybe they can, but local host, you cannot kick someone from your game. Or if you have a friend that had to like go attend to an emergency or something and run, like, you can't like kick them out of the game so they don't suffocate to death. They just sit there in the game until you shut down the server. Like, these are basic essentials that I would expect to be in any like multiplayer system, especially one that supports like dedicated servers, and it doesn't seem to have them. It's just very strange to me. Servers can have passwords, okay, but your locally hosted servers can't. Is that what it is? Because I'd like to be able to put a password on a locally hosted server, not just a dedicated one, because I don't want to be a client. Maybe I wouldn't mind being a client if it wasn't so buggy. But like, ideally, I get to be the host when I'm running a server, because, I mean, someone might as well be the host, so that somebody can run the flying machines, because flying machines only work if you're the host, if you're using the winch version, which I've shown in a previous stream or two. Could probably show that again at some point. I think I did earlier today. But there's a few things that only the host can do reliably, as well as stuff like research, like chambers getting jammed and furnaces and a few other things getting desynchronized. Like, I don't want to be the host. I want someone to be the host. Otherwise, you just got to restart the server every time anything breaks. There's a tool on GitHub with a neat UI. It's your interface and customize it. You can easily set up an Astroneer server on any decent Windows machine. I'm not worried about like the hassle of making the dedicated server for like a hypothetical co-op run of this game. I'm worried about the fact that this game doesn't work well on clients. Like, even if the server experience is perfectly fine for me, if I have to join that server as a client and worry about random crashes and desyncs with like vehicles and shit, I'm ultimately not going to have an optimal game experience, and that's kind of what I'm worried about with that. I need to reload. Like, it's not that I want the server to be easier to run. Like, I could probably figure it out. I've set up Don't Starve Together servers. Like, there's no way that it can be more complicated than doing that shit. The problem is, being a client is very bad, or it was bad like 2 years ago. I don't know if things have improved considerably since then, but I don't get the impression that they fixed the rocket crashes at all. And that alone makes me not want to like load into it and risk losing everything on a rocket like mid-game or late game, even if everything had been smooth up until that point, and just losing like all the RTGs and shit. Like, I don't want that. I don't want to run the chance of that happening. I just want them to say that they fixed that by putting the rocket back on the landing pad. Like, it doesn't even have to be a crash. Just what if my power goes out while I'm in orbit in the rocket with 8 mini RTGs in it? It's like, oh, well, I guess we don't get to have those anymore. That doesn't seem cool. Can I get an angle, maybe from the rover seat? Let's see here. Can I get any physics on the rover seat here? I wonder if I could bump it with something. Not really. I don't know how I got that skew angle earlier. I guess if I put it on one of these slots. Hold on. I want to get an angle pointing me up. You say it would probably be fine. That's not good enough. I want the dev to actually do something about disconnecting in space. Alright, what do we got here? I can't see it, but that doesn't mean it's not there. It's possible that it hasn't loaded in. I'm going to turn this around a little bit and go a little further away with the rocket and see if I can spot it. I think I'd be constrained to the viewing angle of the rocket, so I can't really look up much more readily than I could normally. Can I get this seat off the rocket at a skew angle? I can get my character off at a weird angle. Oh, there we go, there's a weird angle. Maybe that'll work. Nah, the game doesn't want to let me flip my camera over, so we can't really see how far along we are yet. Which is annoying. I'd like to know. I think we're getting close. An inch over here. I really wish the rover seat wasn't putting me there. Does it put me on the right side of the seat? Is that where it's ejecting me? Okay, I can rotate it to get on the correct side. I wish I had figured that out earlier. I've been wasting a lot of time moving it around. Because now I know it always gets out on the right side. There we go. Front and right a little bit. I don't know why it specifically tries to do that, but it's consistent by the look of things. Until it's not. Camera, I would really like to not look down right now. That is the opposite direction of where I want to be looking. Like that thing there is Silva's satellite. We're getting closer. I'm definitely not going in the wrong direction here. We've seen visual confirmation that we're fine in that regard. Where am I relative to the pillar? I have moved a little bit too far back. So let me pull it over this way. Okay, that might actually be a good spot. I'd rather go too short than too long, so I don't have to keep jostling this thing around. So we'll go ahead and put it right here. I think it's a little too short. We'll see. I've been getting it pretty close. I haven't had any that I couldn't reach yet. For anyone who happens to be just stopping by, I have to save and reload in order to do this every single time. I wish there was a better way. Like, I really do. But I do get a chance to look at chat every time I have to watch this loading screen. And based on the distance I kind of like eyeballed between the two planets, I think the max number of times I'm going to have to do this is like maybe 30 or 40 times. So it could be worse. Could always be worse. Yeah, I'm getting pretty good on the lengths here. Just get this as far up as we can. Alright, see ya. Yeah, I don't blame anyone for not wanting to stick around for the whole thing. If you gotta go to bed or something, like, it's gonna be a little while here. It's just the nature of this. I was hoping this would be a little bit faster than this, but this is kind of the best I can do here. I could probably do this a little faster if I stopped reading chat, but where's the fun in that? So, see ya. You have a good one, whatever it is you're doing. Even if it's honestly just going to watch another streamer because you got the gist of it here. Like, my feelings aren't gonna be hurt. Get this a little closer. I don't like the angle I've got it at here. That's way too close. What's my favorite game? Right now or of all time? Because like right now it's probably, honestly, it might be Deep Rock Galactic. That's a game I could basically never be upset with playing. But all time, it's probably Minecraft. Just in general, I think that's the game I've gotten the most value out of. Over the course of my life was probably Minecraft. Just playing vanilla, playing mods, playing on servers. I would have to go with Minecraft. Kind of a generic answer, but it is what it is. There's just so much of that game. So many things to do, so many mods. So I don't regret the time I've spent playing that. I'd have to say that's probably my favorite game of all time. Right now, though, I think it's most likely Deep Rock Galactic. Who knows, that might change. I don't like to have like a permanent favorite game. I feel like that's kind of narrow-minded. Like, my favorites change over time, and I feel like that's completely fine. Things get old, and I find new things that I enjoy more. Nothing wrong with that. I think this is a good position. Might be a little close, but that's okay. Yeah, whatever this little part of the save is right here, I don't know what it's doing. It just takes a long time. It's got nothing to do with my disk. I have this on an SSD. I'm probably driving this SSD into the ground, writing these save files constantly. Deep Rock Galactic is a cooperative shooter with, honestly, terrain that is very similar to Astroneer's terrain. Like, imagine Astroneer's like terrain with like procedurally generated caves for a cooperative shooter where you have like a few objectives generated around the caves and a bunch of like giant bugs that you have to shoot. Like, thematically, it's actually quite similar to this game with like the kind of voxely terrain and not the pixelated, but the polygonal style of a lot of the objects in the game, especially the terrain. How do I write it? How do I write one? Oh, that. Oh yeah, I might have been rambling it a little bit. But yeah, that's correct. The Soviets got it. Deep Rock Galactic. You also play as a dwarf, and there's a button dedicated to yelling loudly and just saying rock and stone over and over again. It's a game that encourages camaraderie and non-toxicity, and it's just a generally really fun game with a fantastic development team. Like, they're very responsive, they fix a lot of issues really quickly, they try to rebalance things that people just don't like. So like, huge props to them. I love that game. It's so good. Like, whether or not it's your thing, like, it's fine to admit that it's at least a good game, and like, I enjoy that game a lot, even if it's not for everyone. It's a very enjoyable game, and it's kind of filled that co-op like shooter niche that I was sort of getting from like Left 4 Dead 2 or Vermintide back in the day before I kind of burnt out on both of those games. I mean, to be clear, I lost interest in Left 4 Dead 2, I think like a decade before Vermintide. But it's the same sort of concept of 4 people like cooperatively trying to solve a level, get through some challenging obstacles and work together. Like, the players play really well off of each other in that game. There's 4 different classes, and each of them have their own little advantages. English is not your first language. No worries about that. I forget about that sometimes. If you ever have trouble understanding anything I say because I talk too fast, tell me to slow the fuck down, and I will not be upset with you because I completely understand. I sometimes talk quickly. I don't always talk clearly. And you know, your English is pretty good because I couldn't even tell with your chat messages. So you know what? Good job. You're better at English than some people that actually have been born speaking this language. So well done in that regard. Like, that's always the good sign, is if you have to tell me that English isn't your first language and I didn't figure it out already, then you're good. You're good to go. You're doing an excellent job with the language, because this language is terrible and I'm not afraid to admit it. It's also the only language I know, by the way. I think I'm done flattering you now, that's all I had. I just like to say that every now and then because I get a lot of people who don't speak English as their first language, and I'm constantly surprised at how they speak better than the people who actually, like, should know this language. Like, it's a weird thing. It's America. And Americans are... well, they're not as dumb as, like, the stereotypes make it sound, but there are some very dumb people in this country who just refuse to improve themselves as a person in any regard, and that includes being unable to talk correctly. English is terrible. I don't know much about German other than that you have really long, like, I say you, I don't know if you actually speak German, but German has really long combined words and they sound angry all the time. I don't actually know like what the intricacies of German are that make it a bad language. I'm sure every language is bad in its own special way. I'm just familiar with the ways that English is bad. Like that right there, are versus is, a completely unnecessary distinction between words that doesn't clarify anything that you're saying. But I'm sure every language is terrible in its own way. Spanish is your first language, then Italian and Catalan. I don't know anything about Catalan. I learned Spanish in high school. I forgot almost all of it. But I can read Spanish extremely slowly and poorly by kind of guessing what the Latin roots are for the words that I'm reading and kind of piece it together. I basically don't know any other languages. By extension, I know Portuguese and Italian in the sense that I know a lot of Latin languages in general. I know little tidbits of Latin, just tiny bits of word roots based on how they work in Spanish or English, and I can usually piece together approximately what somebody has typed out in a language like Italian or Portuguese, because they're kind of superficially similar. German I can sort of figure out as well, but again, I'm not good at it. I cannot speak these languages. I cannot write them. It's just bare minimum interpretation is all I can do with this language. If you start speaking to me in any of these languages, I'm gonna have no idea what you're saying whatsoever. I do not have survival skills in any of these languages. And ultimately, I've spent my whole life in the United States and just haven't had a compelling reason to. And frankly, I don't care that much about other languages. And this isn't me saying her English is the best language, all the other ones are bad. It's just me not caring in general, because translators are getting better. And ultimately, my hobbies consist of software development and gaming. And I just have no point, no room in my life really to make the time to learn languages when it's just not something that really appeals to me as an activity to do in my spare time. So it's no offense to the other languages, it's just I don't care, because it's just not something I really want to do. I know one Latin language, so I can deduct the others. Yeah, I think that's kind of what it is. I know English, which I guess passes as a Latin language, and then I know an eighth of another Latin language, and that alone is enough to sort of figure it out. Am I making progress? I hope so. I mean, I suppose it could be that I'm deleting my save every time I do this. German sounding angry is not true. That's just a bit of a meme, I think. The thing about German, I don't know how to put this in proper words here, but German doesn't sound as smooth as a lot of other languages, I think. I don't know if guttural noises is the correct term for it, but it has more of that, and that just kind of makes it sound more aggressive in general. I'm fully aware that it's not an actually aggressive language, but that's just kind of the top level impression I get of that language just from hearing it on the fly. Is that it just sounds generally different than languages like Spanish or French or Italian. There's just a few more of those kind of weird guttural noises in the language. I don't know if guttural is the right word for it. It just sounds different than the other ones. I can identify that somebody is talking in German. I don't know what they're saying, but I know it's German the second I hear them talking in it. Whereas with the other languages, French, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, it might take me a moment to figure out wait, what language is this? Probably, and even then I might not get it right. So I don't mean any offense in regard to it being angry. That's just kind of the meme that's associated with it, because it's different in that regard. Languages are hard. Just fall back on that excuse to fill the awkward silence here. I'm glad Cosmic Ocean music started playing again. This is from the other game that I sometimes play, Spelunky 2. This particular track doesn't fit Spelunky in the slightest, but it very much fits floating in the void of space, constructing a space elevator while talking to Chad about Latin-based languages. 5 a.m. in Argentina. Oh yeah, go be responsible, go to bed. It was nice to have you here. Thanks for stopping by. Well, I'm probably gonna finish the space elevator today. I'll make clips and recordings, and I mean, next time I stream, I'm going to show the space elevator, the finished product. You might miss the moment of excitement where I connect it. I'll probably make a clip of that. If Twitch would give me moments, I would also make a moment for that, but we don't have that technology yet. So, yeah, thanks for stopping by. I hope you get to see the finished product at some point if you catch me streaming again. And I'm not streaming at weird hours like I usually am. Thanks, my first CO constellation. Hold on, let me look at the image you linked. Okay, is this it? The weird looking crab thing? No, this is... Oh yeah, this is online, actually. No, it might be. I think my first one was online. It's gonna take me like 4 hours to go through my screenshots to find this. I think you're right. I think that's my first constellation. That's probably it. It still has like the debug like server names, which by the way, they should not have taken out. I don't know why the devs did that. And we're out of these. Hopefully I have more. I think I have enough to finish the rest of the path. Got rail posts. We have at least 30. I think we have exactly 30 of these. So that's a tall rail post bundle. Okay, we'll see if 30 makes it. If not, I can use the landing pad to get back up here again really quickly. So that's not a big deal or anything. So far, so good on not getting the length wrong on this. January 27, 2021. Actually, wait, was my first constellation solo? Sorry, anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, this is a Spelunky, like, ultra hardcore, try-hard, sweaty gamer achievement to get a cosmic ocean ending, as they call it. It's basically a 2-hour slog of some of the hardest, most shitty game design that you've ever seen. Not to be confused with the first half of Spelunky, which is really good. The cosmic ocean is not very good, but I do it anyways because I have no control over myself. Okay, which one is my first one? Animus Major, Helix. Yeah, this is, I uploaded this, right? This is public. I think that's it. That's my first one, I'm pretty sure. Because, yeah, you weren't in that one. That was just a random, like, co-op game with somebody else that I was playing with. I think I was the only one alive for basically that entire run. But yeah, that should be my first one. Back in the day, when I didn't know that I would have 90 of these. And then I didn't know that I would hate it. You know what? I knew I would hate it. I just didn't know I'd have 90 of them. Weird where life takes you when you just kind of keep playing a video game. Camera, please. I really don't want to look up right now. Oh my god, stop trying to place it on the chair. It's really hard to get the depth on this consistently. I'm lucky this has worked out. Find the link to the VOD of the one Minecraft run. I don't know why we would have it. I never saved it on Twitch. I don't see... unless somebody else, like, saved that, I don't see why it would exist anymore. It should be long gone. Hopefully, because I don't want anyone to see that. It was embarrassing. I'm sure I couldn't do any better now. Not that one. This save. The creative saves are just me usually testing stuff that I'm going to do on the stream ahead of time to make sure that I'm not wasting any time. Like, Creative 2 has the first, like, step of the space elevator, but I did not actually build the whole space elevator in creative mode because that would have taken a long-ass time, and I knew at that point I had something worth streaming. But that's what I mostly do with those creative saves, the ones you see, like, recent access on. Because I don't want to waste everyone's time while I stream this game, and I don't want to waste my own time either. How am I getting these so consistently? Like, when it's blue like this, that means it's optimal length. When it's gray, that means I'm wasting a lot of the length, and when it's red, it's too long. And I'm getting it, like, right in the sweet spot. I don't know if this is luck or talent. I haven't gotten it wrong yet, so I think it's just luck. Okay, well, up we go. Hey, Shrunk. You just checked into something that might be either really boring or really interesting, depending on how much you know or care about this game. We are building a space elevator, and I have no idea how close it is to being done because it feels like I've been doing this for an eternity and it's not finished yet. Well, there's only one way to find out. Keep going. Like, I know what I'm aiming for. It just seems like it's a long ways off, more than I thought it was initially. Yeah, I'm quite high up. I'm high up enough that the physics engine kind of crapped out at this point, and I basically don't fall anymore. And I'm using, like, a weird combination of exploits and shenanigans to build these rails in the middle of the air by reloading and saving constantly. Let's see, this feels like it's a little too far. Let me move it down a tad. it's wild what you can do with this game when you refuse to play it correctly and you just do dumb shit like this instead. I need this rocket out of the way of my camera. I can't see what I'm doing.
I just got back. Is the paint dry yet?
No, not yet. It's a very wavy railway. Yeah, I looked down and it's just, you can see the zigzag at the very bottom where I really fucked it up and wasn't paying attention. It's gonna be a ride. I don't know how to make this straight at all, so we just have to make do with what we got. Look, if you understood how hard it was to do this and keep it straight, you wouldn't be complaining about how wavy it is. You'd be thinking, wow, Kosa, that's really good considering you're floating in the void of space, suffocating to death because your snails ran out of food. Well, you wouldn't have been saying that part. You would have kept W'd in the chat after I suffocated to death. Luckily, I noticed. Okay, this is the one that I fed the wrong food initially, so the other ones were fine. It's just the most important snail is starving to death. Go figure. Okay, we have half an hour here before I need to go back down for more snail food. Okay, I don't know if this one's in the right spot. I'm just gonna go ahead and reload. And to fill in anyone who's just stopping by and has no idea what in the world I'm doing, I have to save and reload the game, build a rail on top of like a weird glitched surface on the side of this tall platform, move the platform to the next spot, and then build the rail again because I am above the build limit for normal terrain. And as far as I'm aware, this is the only way to do this. If there's another way that somebody in chat knows about, I'd love to know it, but I suspect everyone's going in as blind as I am right now. Because beyond this process that I'm doing right now, I don't know what's going to happen when I get to the interplanetary boundary. And we're just hoping the game doesn't crash. How do I keep getting this right? Right there. Okay. That one was pretty straight. No shit talk that one, Kai. That one was good. Look how straight that was. It's like almost straight up from the previous one. And none of the others. Can I get a camera angle? We're getting there. We're very close. Let me move the chair back a little bit and see if I can spot the other end of the space elevator. You can kind of see some crap up there, but that's on the surface of Silva. And we're trying to build the space elevator to meet the other end. Now, unfortunately, I have to do a bunch of this a second time from the other side, but once we could see the goal, I think it's going to be a lot more satisfying to look at it. But I cannot see the goal right now. I'm tempted to get in the flying machine. How did I let it get that bad? I'm tempted to get in my flying machine and spot where it is right now. Just to kind of take an intermission from this. Is it that thing on the right? I hope not, because we still haven't crossed the planetary boundary, so I don't know. Like, it's not this thing, if that's what you mean. That's the satellite. That always generates off to the side like that. Like, I can see the rest of the spaghetti noodles from my rail lines. It's just there's one right here at the top of the screen, kind of going down towards me. And I don't know where exactly it is. It's positioned roughly above this point, running in a straight line up through a loading plane into the other planet. Yeah, that dip is kind of crusty. Oh, it's staying there. I'm not going to go back down there and fix it. It's not worth the trouble at all. We're keeping what we got. I'm so glad my save file is not bigger than this, because every single one of these saves is draining a small portion of my sanity, and I don't have a whole lot of sanity left. That's pretty bad. I can do better than that one. Space roller coaster. Kind of. It doesn't really move very fast. The lame roller coaster. It's just a kiddie coaster. Never mind the fact that the altitude of this coaster is a couple kilometers above the surface of the planet. It's still a kiddie coaster. No inversions, no sick drops. Honestly, I think maybe this is the visual aid to go for. If I could fit like a little bit of this and then a little bit of space on the top, then this distance here I think is actually perfect. And I kind of have to be at this distance to get it lined up correctly in the first place, so that might be it. That might be the visual aid I go for here. If I take more than 30 minutes to do this from this end, I mean, we might end up riding the train because otherwise I'll use the rocket if I finish this end and get to the other side. Because if we get to the other side, I'm not sure how I want to keep building this. I guess we'll see what technicalities show up. It is, you're true. Yeah, you're right, actually. It's a straight down drop, but the roller coaster doesn't speed up at all. Because the speed of these things is, unfortunately, constant. Which, fair enough, they didn't want to simulate the physics of the trains actually moving around. I'll give them that. That would have probably just reduced performance for minimal gain. It would have been sick, though, to have actual roller coasters in this game. Missed opportunity by the devs, honestly. To make a planet coaster competitor. Okay, you know what? Here's what I'm going to go ahead and do. I want to check in on this and see how close we are with the flying machine. So the way to do that is get on this thing, fly back to the surface. And this thing is basically a checkpoint, that landing pad I put there. My god, that's tall. Oh, it's close, actually. Chat, you could see this, right? That's the tip, right there, the center of this thing. That point right there that you can kind of see, let me get it to look better on 720p. That's Silva's end, and this is the halfway point. I think I'm only a couple iterations away from the halfway point. I'm actually going to go back and just finish it then, from this end. You can see it clearly here. Yeah, it's just barely off the top of my screen. We're actually really close. I think maybe like 2 or 3 more of these, and I should have the first half done. We can see the finish line is the important part. And then my small monkey brain is going to like activate a neuron and get excited, and then we'll finish it off from there. Hopefully the game doesn't like crash or do something horrible when I cross this boundary. It's possible that these won't connect across the boundary, but I think that's unlikely to be a problem. And you know, it'll be a disappointing development if that's what ends up happening, but we'll have at least learned something from this. I made a really sick-ass pillar. Even if it doesn't actually function as a space elevator, as I would hope it will. And hopefully Chad is rooting for me and not just preparing their Keck W's, but you know, whatever you're here for in the stream. Thanks for being here. Oh, don't Keck W me, please. I worked hard on this. Get your pause champs ready as well if we get to the point where I'm about to connect these. Okay, so my visual guideline for this, I think I'm a little high up here, so it's actually not a very good visual guideline. No, actually, this is about it. I think I could go a little higher. Yeah, let's just try that. I need to get one of these wrong at some point, so I kind of like know what the maximum is on it. When you switch planets, it instantly rattles your insides with 9 Gs. It feels like that. That's what the camera basically does in this game. This game's camera is very violent, it just snaps. It's like, oh, what's that, fam? You're in a new gravitational field? Here, let me just whip your camera to a completely different location that you didn't want it in. Super Mario Galaxy, this ain't. Alright, we still got it. Right there. Okay, come on, we're so close. Gotta keep juggling these with me just so I don't have to like go back down to get them. Oh, it's right, it's gotta be like right up there. It was so close, this looks like the halfway point. I can't wait for something terrible to happen. I can't wait for the Space Kraken to just show up and kill me. This is too close to the thing. Let me move it back a bit. The only way I can like change the distance between this seat and myself is by varying the amount of frames that I'm holding it, because it tries to snap to a fixed distance away from me. We're actually pretty much straight above. I've managed to keep this aligned accidentally. If it works, I should make a clip using elevator music. Yeah, I should do that, you're right. Okay, so that's probably too high. And my visual aid is actually kind of useful. I think this right here should do it. I could do both. I could play something really cool, and then I could also play elevator music for this. We have a few choices here. I'm not familiar with the Half-Life 2 tram music, or what exactly you're referring to with that. Did Half-Life 2 have a tram? That was Half-Life 1, or did Half-Life 2 also have something and I'm just forgetting that it had music on it? Okay, any one of these could be the one that goes across the planetary boundary. Or the sphere of influence, even though it's more of a cube. Or not, it's not even a cube, like I think the Silva's sphere of influence is a cube, and all the other ones I think are truncated pyramids. I'm not entirely sure what the shapes are. Like just the top is truncated on the pyramid, not the base corners. I mean, go ahead and link music, I guess, if you want to prep for it, but I'm not sure if we're going to be playing it anytime soon. Up, there it is, folks. This was the boundary. It's like it's just right here. I can see the rail. That's Silva. And that thing right there is the pillar of the other corresponding space elevator. So this is it right here. This was the halfway point. I was right. It was like 2 or 3 more builds. So the moment of truth here is, can I build across this boundary? And then once I've done that, it's a matter of going back down there and building up to this point, which I should be able to see as I get closer to it. But it looks like we're good to go here, as far as the physics engine is concerned. I don't think I'm going to crash. And if I pick these up, they flip over. Oh, that's interesting, actually. It's right here. Very cool. I've never really had the opportunity to fuck around with this boundary this much. Like, I think there was a creative save where I messed around with this a little bit, but I had forgotten that this happens at this boundary. So you can actually kind of mark it out by figuring out where an object flips over when you get here. Very cool. Okay, so this is where we find out. Can a train get called across this boundary? Let me move this out a little further. How do I want to position this? Okay, one of the snails just ate, probably the one that provides the oxygen. I need to go over here real quick. Oh, this is jarring. How about this spot? Can I get it from here? Camera? Camera? Camera! I want to look up. Not in whatever direction you want me to look. Yeah, this is very difficult to align. Let's try this spot. Okay, I think I could kind of do something analogous to the previous setup where I just sort of put it down here instead. And build down to it. Let's see here. So it's about the same interactable space, except I just have that off the top of the screen instead of the bottom. Okay, that should be it. This is ridiculous looking. God, I love how broken this game is sometimes. The other good thing is this does not seem to be making my save file any bigger, so at least I don't have to worry about that. Presumably the game is just storing all the objects separately from the terrain deformations, of which there are none. I hope to look. It's giving it to me. Alright, we have a connection. Can I call the train? It's gonna be a little while. What do you mean rocket gone? It's right here. Where'd the landing pad go? Oh, there it is. Oh, not a whole lot of fanfare to this, but The train is presumably on the way here. We can actually see the little progress bar. It is counting down. I think the train is going to come across the interplanetary boundary, which means it is possible to build a space elevator in Astroneer. That's absolutely beautiful. But we're not riding the train until it's done, unless I need to go back to the surface and can't use the rocket for some reason. So while the train is on its way, the camera is going to keep doing this shit, where it wants to pitch itself downward. What I should probably do at this point is get in the rocket, go down there, and build it up to this point. I think would be easier because I have a better process for that. I'm going to leave this rover seat here since I believe we have one floating over there. And let's go ahead and launch into orbit. Interestingly enough, I think this marks the first time ever that I have brought a rocket across the interplanetary boundary without flying the rocket. So like this rocket was actually last on Calidor, and I basically brought it to Silva and then launched it off of Silva. This game is ridiculous. Where is... Okay, there was supposed to be a landing pad there. I thought I had one here. I had a landing pad right here, and then I had one on the other side, which I picked up. I can get back up here with a flying machine if I need to, but I'm wondering where the landing pad went. I should have deployed the other one. Again, I can get back up there if I need to, so this is not the end of the world. I didn't deploy it. Yeah, but I had a second landing pad over here, did I not? Or did I pull the first one over? I don't remember packaging it. Let's go ahead and land and see what happened to it. So let me go back to Calidor real quick here. I can get back over there if I need to, so I'm not worried about that. Because I could just ride the train. It just means I won't have the rocket up there anymore, which is inconvenient but not mandatory. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Maybe I left it in the rocket. Let's go ahead and do this. Did I move the one landing pad that I had? Yeah, I must have moved it. I don't remember doing that, but it's right here. Oh, you know what it is? I never deployed one on Silva. That's what happened. Okay, this is the one from Calidor. I pulled it across and thought I had another one. Okay, that's completely fine. I could call the train. It'll take it a hot minute to get back here. Let me see if I can get a progress indicator on that. And in the meantime, we could feed the snails and finish off a few things. That's not too bad. That's going to be, I think, like 3 minutes for the train to come back. So that's not a big deal. I'm not too worried about that. Okay, let's go ahead and top off the snails while we're here. And then I'll bring the landing pad up with the train this time around. I guess I don't really need the rocket. This should be fine. As for my rail posts, I'm going to go ahead and make another one just in case I don't have enough. And then we are going to ride the train back up, so we'll be listening to the elevator music. Yeah, these things are not that fast, and I think I'm calling the one that has the fast engine on it, too. The inventory's full. Snails are fine. I don't really need to hold this anymore. Let me go ahead and get these off of the rocket, since I am not going to be using the rocket to get up there next time around. I want to have all these down below. And we're going to remember this time in case I need the second landing pad for any reason. And I gotta deploy the landing pads before I leave for this kind of nonsense. This is a little bit early, I think, for the crossing signals to turn on, if you ask me. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Come here, train. You know, honestly, like a 5-minute commute between 2 planets is pretty good, all things considered. And plan B, by the way, if I didn't have a way to get a train up there, plan B would be to actually use the hydrazine rover over there to fly up to it, and then get out and place the landing pad. There it is. 2:43 got one of the elevator musics. Why is there a timestamp halfway through the video? What am I about to watch? Okay, well we can figure this out while I ride up there. Oh, that's the duration, okay. This is from Postal? Okay, that is not the game I would guess this is from. I'm just gonna let it play. I think the timing will be perfect. Oh god, why is this in this game? I don't hate it. Like, I honestly don't hate this right now. Oh yeah, there we go. That's elevator music. Up we go! To Silva! Past the tumor. Yeah, the first one I built was so shitty. The second half of the space elevator is way better. Oh nice, there you go. You can see the angle where you can see the actual rails from the other one, and then the angle gets taken away. I'm not moving the camera, folks. Like, it just does its own thing. Okay, this is me moving it. I can't get it to shoot upward any tighter than this. It goes up sometimes. Devs, please. Why can't I aim the camera straight up? Oh, okay, we're aiming down, apparently. It's settling in just how fucking ridiculous this is right now. Oh, there we go. There's the zigzag. Have video games gone too far? This would be a lot more awesome if the rail wasn't clipping through the camera constantly. Okay, and we're here. See, I can't deploy this until I do another save and load. I'm just gonna let this keep playing. That was actually shorter than the duration of the song. It might have only been 2 minutes. Let's see. Okay, it was actually only 2 minutes. I'm impressed. That's faster than I thought that would be. Because I started playing the song before I even got to the elevator. Okay, well actually what I was going to do here, I'm going to build it one more segment because I'm here, and then I'm going to go to the bottom to finish it off, because again, I want to build up. I think it's a little bit easier to see what I'm doing. So the halfway point... Am I too far? I'm too far, I think. Get in, get out. Okay, that should be good. So it's right underneath the train. And then down here should be a good distance, I think. That's a little bit not good, honestly. I really wish I could scroll the mouse wheel to pull this thing, like, closer or further away from me. But we just don't have that technology in this game. I'm actually too far back anyway, so I do need to pull it forward a bit. So something like this should do it. And just a little further down. Okay, let's try that out. Then I'll set the landing pad while I'm doing this as well, because I have a second one I can do from the other end. We're getting there. We getting there. At the end of this, I might want to... Well, okay, I'll do it off stream, but I'll count how many rail posts I actually had to use to do this, because I'm quite curious. And I might dig into the coordinate system for this game a little bit more and figure out how far this actually is. Like, how much building was I doing? How many of these things did I need to place to do this? Okay, so here's the top one. Go ahead and place this. Still got it. That one was actually too close. Oh, they're too close and too far. Okay, and now that we've gone and done that, how do I want to proceed? I mean, I suppose, like, there's no reason not to keep building from this end if I can deal with going down. Which, come to think of it, I get placed downward by the rover seat. As long as you use when you have the map open, you're seeing the objectives. What a happy music for murder. Okay, I'm going to leave the launch pad here, but I'm actually going to keep going down this way because I'm thinking this is actually going to be easier because the rover seat ejects you downward slightly every time you use it. I just need to get used to this. And I can call the train every time I need materials. That actually might be maybe a little closer. That might be it actually. Yeah, I just got lucky with this placement. This is so ridiculous. I can't wait to ride the whole thing, even if it's just going to be a 2-minute drive of just elevator music. Just to say I did this, and I'm quite possibly the first person to do this in this game. The first person dumb enough and stubborn enough to think this was worth doing for a stream. I mean, as long as I find it interesting, and if other people are enjoying it, then that's all that matters to me here. As long as we're having a good time. As long as this isn't mind-numbingly boring. Just feel free to ask questions or chat if you want to make things a little bit more interesting. I can only do so much by myself. Socializing is hard. I don't have interesting things to say, for I am a very lame human being. Hey, Medial. To do what? Oh, what am I doing right now? I mean, I'm making a space elevator. That's what I was saying. I'm a dumb enough person to do this. To make a space elevator in a video game that absolutely does not want you to do it at all. Like, there's no universe where the devs wanted anybody to do this. And here I am. Stubbornly refusing to give up and finding, like, the one magical exploit that actually made it possible to do this. It really is a miracle that this glitch, like, came together and allowed this to happen. It's like those weird-ass Ocarina of Time glitches or those A-button challenge runs where they find, like, one specific bug that nobody thought would be useful. And it turns out, like, that's the secret to saving an A-press on TikTok clock. Like, admittedly, my caliber of research here isn't nearly as intense as theirs, but it's like the same approximate premise of just, like, weird game bugs that nobody thought mattered under any circumstances are somehow useful. And in this case, it's the fact that I can build on the tall platforms with these rails. Like, specifically that interaction is just a thing that you could do in this game for some reason. Need to be a little closer. That might be too close. Actually, where am I aiming for here? I need to go a little right and a little bit backwards. So yeah, this is not a good spot to be right now. Let me move this a bit. Let me make a click macro so I can just pick up and place the chair really fast. This one feels crooked. I got a bad feeling this one's not going to work, but I'm going to go ahead and try it right here. I think it might be too far, but I've thought that before and it worked every time so far, so who knows, maybe we got it. I can't tell how long I've been streaming because fucking Twitch took my stream down twice in the middle. I think 9 hours? 9 or 10, I'm not sure at this point. I obviously have no control over myself because I keep saying I'm not going to do this. If I had realized how long this would have been, I would have probably just kind of done this next stream. Like, once I established that it was possible to do it. Nope, I keep getting the length like just right. Just barely. Okay, so yeah, we need to be moving. Actually, I need to be moving to the left. I'm a little too far to the right, and I need to move back a bit. Fixed ability to use tall platforms as building surfaces, please now. Fix the Astroneer not ceasing to exist when in the void. Well, I mean, I exist right now, I just have no gravity. Like, I can't move. I haven't said this in a while, I can't move. I literally cannot move. The only thing I could do is get in a vehicle, and that is all I need the ability to do in order to actually do this. 9.5 hours. Okay, thank you. That sounds about right. It's since whenever I sent my first announcement on my Discord, basically. I don't know if that's what you looked at or not. Alright, so we need to actually move a bit to the left. I need to straighten out like this. I'm just going to go ahead and give it a little twist. A little tug. And we need to move... No, we need to move forward. I'm reading this all wrong. We need to be moving forward in that direction. There's no way that chair position is going to work. Let's try this one. Okay, that might be it. So left and forward. And twist it a little bit. You look at the VODs. Okay, yeah, that'll work too. A little bit further forward, I think. I wish I could rotate the seat without getting in it. That would be one way to adjust the position of the seat. Because otherwise, I just gotta double click really fast to get the seat to not move as far back as it wants to. Oh well. Okay, this is gonna be a bit janky, but I do need to force it to line up, so we're just gonna go with this. I'm so happy that I figured out I could do this. Like, from the get-go, when I heard about this rail update, I was, like, excited about the possibility that there might be an exploit to make a space elevator. But I was also, like, cautiously optimistic. Like, I was like, you know, it probably isn't going to work. But these tall storages just swooped in to save the day. I wonder if there's any other platforms in the game that have this trait, when you save and load, of being able to, like, interact with them with your cursor like this. Truly a blessing. Truly this jank was meant to happen. Okay, so let's see what we're doing here. I must be pretty close to being aligned, because I just moved to the left a bit, and now I'm too far to the left. So I think I'm just a little too far back. I need to move forward a bit. That's the only direction I need to go in, and then I need to just kind of hold steady until I have a visual on where I'm aiming. Camera, for fuck's sake, I want to look up. Up, 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 up. Thank you. Now I will look down. This game's camera is the final boss. Like, you're not going to tell me otherwise. You're not going to convince me that they didn't design this game's camera to be a boss fight. Because it literally is. This feels off. Let me move it up a bit. I think I'm closer to it than I usually am. Yeah, I should be able to make it. It's just like 3 hours of me deliberating whether or not I'm going to make it, and it always does. I have not missed a single one of these. Don't know if that'll last. I'll probably get at least one wrong, but let's see how long I go. And by miss them, I mean I place the platform too far away and I can't connect the rail to it, but I've been kind of conservative with these estimates here. I've been going under to make sure that it's always too close instead of too far. I have not listened to the Shapes OST. I keep meaning to do it. I just haven't done it yet. I got no other excuse for that. This one's also perfect. If it's blue, that means it's basically optimal. It's still on my to-do list. I haven't gotten around to it because I haven't played another game where I could really listen to it in the background and pick out the songs I want, which is how I've been doing this playlist thing. Okay, camera, fine. Fine, look down. Okay, you done? Can I look up now? Thank you. Let the camera have its way. When it's done throwing its tantrum, I can go back to actually playing the video game. That's definitely way too close. We can do better than that. I'm very, very close to being in the right spot. I don't think I need to make very many big adjustments here. Yeah, this is like perfectly centered already. Well, perfectly might be a bit of an ambitious statement, but it's quite well centered. What are we doing on platforms? I think I have like 30 of them in my backpack. I might be able to actually make it the whole way with what I'm holding. And if not, we always got the train. Yeah, that one was too close. Bit of a waste there. Oh well. We got 2 more. Okay, I do have actually 30 of these in my backpack. It just takes a long time to place each one. So it feels like I've been doing this for a lot longer than I actually have. Or rather, I've been using a lot more. I've been doing this for as long as it feels like, but it feels like I have used a lot more than I actually have, because it's like 30 seconds to a minute between each one of these attempts. Okay, the camera pulls down for like the first 30 seconds of the load, and then it eventually just kind of fucks off. It's like, okay, fine, I give up. Stupid camera. Let's try that one. Pretty much straight up. Does the rail work? Almost certainly, but I have not linked the 2 planets, so we don't know for sure. You linked the blood farming clip to Nebgoal. Wait, what clip? What did I do? What, from this game? I'm confused already. My small brain forgot the context of whatever clip you're talking about. But yeah, as for a status update in Furnace, I got across the interplanetary boundary, so I'm on my way down to Silva now. We have the first half finished. And the train can cross that boundary, which means the only variable left is whether or not I can connect the 2 planets, or if something is going to happen if I have 2 rail systems originating on different planets and I try to connect them. Which, in theory, should not matter based on how this game works, but we don't know that until we try it. Yeah, the train is up there. So we're getting there. Things are looking good, but we're not out of the water. We're not out of the woods yet. We're out of the water yet. I make up sayings on my streams. I don't actually know any real sayings. I just combine phrases together, and they kind of sound like what I was trying to accomplish. But we're aiming for that down there. I can actually see the rails. I need to go back further. I can see them now. It's very hard to spot them. I'm not going to try to point them out on the stream just yet, but we're getting there. We're very close. Imagine imagining blood farming. Is this do I have context for this? Should I know like what this is about? Did I see whatever you linked here in this clip? Okay, train is there. I don't want to go that far over to this side. Okay, that feels like that should work. I think that'll connect. I'm gonna click on this while I wait. Keep it muted. 3 minutes ago. Is he streaming right now? Like, what is this from? What's the context for this? Or is this a nested? Oh my God, it's this. So I mean, you're gonna clip this one, right? Yeah, I'll look into this a little bit later. There might not be any context for people. Do I need to? Okay, fine. I'm unmuting it. I'm gonna share it. You know what? Fine, we're sharing it. I don't know what this is. Maybe it doesn't need context. I'm not gonna load the game while I run this. Brief intermission. I've been disrupted by chat. All right, let's see here. What do we got?
I want all of those so bad. Ooh, I want to see. Cosine do some blood farming.
Imagine blood farming.
Fucking pussy. That's it? That's the whole clip is just getting
Okay.
called out for it?
Okay.
That's it?
Blood farming.
You guys are toxic. Thanks for the pennies.
Wait, when did I...
Blood farming's cool, dude.
When did
What
I
about my
say this?
exclamation-
Hold on. What is it? He's never unmuted me. What was
I wanna
the
see.
context for
Cosine do
this?
some blood farming.
Was this on my stream? Oh, this is my clip of me shit-talking blood farming. Okay, I get it now. I like this. Well done. If you want to do the clipception, make a clip of this and send it back to Nebgol, I guess.
Farming. Fucking pussy.
And see
That's
how
it?
long
That's
it
the
takes.
whole clip is just getting called out for it?
See how long it takes both of us to get sick of
That's
this
it?
bit.
You guys are toxic. Thanks for the pennies. Blood farming's cool, dude. What about my exclamation point blood farm? My clip's better.
Blood
Toxic
farming is
gamers.
cringe, by the way. Just let it go on the record. You die instantly in this game anyways. What's even the
I
point?
want all of those so bad.
Oh shit, browser reveal. Don't look. Wait, did that not show up? Did that not? No, it showed up. Okay, we're fine. I got scared for a second. I saw a black screen. No, it definitely showed up. We're fine. There, whatever. You have some more footage to contribute. Do what you will with that. Alright, back to our regularly scheduled broadcast of saving and loading a video game 70 times. When I change scenes, my mic gets louder for some reason. I think I was trying to talk over Nebgol. I'm not... It shouldn't get louder. I have the same audio, like, source on every single scene. Let me do one more cycle and I'll check on that real quick to see if that's actually happening. But I think I was just talking louder because Nebgol was also talking. That's my guess for what happened there. I'll look in a moment. It's possible that something in OBS got fucked up and it's actually louder. Hopefully it's not. Yeah, all those efforts to keep the file size low paid off because now I can do this nice and fast. Well, comparatively fast. This would be way shittier if I had a bigger save file. Okay, a little lower. That should be good. I really wish I didn't have to do the save and load to do this. We are perfectly lined up here. That right there, I think, is the tip of the space elevator from Silva's side. It's like right there. You can kind of see it. I don't know what that thing over there is. I think that's a wreck. And then the rest of that tumor is just the level of detail. Okay, let me see here. I want to test this audio thing, so give me a second. While we're in the main menu, let me look at this real quick. Okay, so our audio is set to minus 10 decibels for my audio pickup. Let's see if that changes when I go to the video sharing. Okay, it did not change. Do I sound any different? I'm on the video sharing preview now, and I don't see any differences. I think I was just trying to talk over Nebgol. I don't see any other settings that could have affected this. So I'm going to change back to Astroneer now and just keep talking fluently. Do you think anything changed while I was doing that? Like as I switched between these two sources, or was I just actually talking louder as I did it? I'm going to check chat now and see what you had to say. Slightly louder. Do I gotta listen to myself? Let's see, how can I do this? I could like make a humming noise or something and then switch scenes and then listen to it. On the fade out, increased and decreased between. Why would it be doing that? Why am I choosing now to change this? Okay, how do I do this? Let's see, what's my stream delay at right now? I might be able to just make a humming noise, switch a couple times, and then check on it real quick by unmuting my actual stream. Okay, let's see here. Let me do this off mic so I make sure it's not too loud. I'm trying to find a tone I can make that's like a constant tone so it doesn't like warble or anything, and I'm not good at it. This is why I can't sing. Okay, we're gonna say E. E. Like a constant tone, so it doesn't like warble or anything, and I'm not good at it. Oh my god, my stream delay is massive. Okay, here it comes. Okay, we're gonna say E. E. Oh yeah, you're right. Yep, absolutely. I don't know why. I'm going to have to look into that. I thank you for calling that out. I have no fucking idea why it would be louder in the video sharing scene because I haven't changed any settings on this. Just another OBS mystery to solve, but I'll make a note of that. Thank you for that. This is why I actually check these things instead of just doubting chat. Like we try things, and I am often wrong about assumptions that I make when I think things are going to work correctly. So let me add this to my to-do list that I might forget to do later. In fairness, I admire that attitude, and that's usually what I do, but this was as good an opportunity as any to figure it out, and I did want to fix it at some point. Let's see. Mic volume inconsistent between scenes. I don't know why. It's set to minus 10 dB on everything. Maybe there's another setting somewhere. Okay, in any case, hopefully that hasn't been too much of an issue, because it's probably always been like that. Back to the space elevator. Like, it's probably been like that for as long as I've had that video sharing scene. I don't know if the intro is like that as well. I definitely want to have consistent volume, because I hate going to streams where I have to constantly change the volume based on what the streamer is doing, or if their like BRB music is way too fucking loud or something. So I'll just go dig through the settings and try to figure out where that might have happened. I assume that I sound normal now, because I think this is where I'm quieter, and this is the volume that I've been going for in my streams. Though we'll see, I might have to balance it. If it turns out that Astroneer is too quiet, I will turn it up to match the other ones. I'm probably going to use Spelunky as my baseline for that. Happy Side, thank you for the follow. Let us continue the elevator. We're getting there. Like, the end is in sight. The thing about this is it's going to take about as long as it did on the way up, but that right there is the end. So we're getting there. I don't know how many more of these it's going to be, but we're quite close. Actually, I think I'm in the right spot right now. Do I want to move left? No, I want to move right. So let me nudge it over a bit. Okay, I think we're... No, this is actually too close to me. Let me move the seat just a bit. Why is this on the wrong screen? There we go. Okay, move that. And it didn't bite. Well, he didn't play it again. He didn't continue the cycle. It's okay. You tried. An attempt was made. I kind of didn't do anything particularly interesting with the clip anyways. I didn't like play the whole thing cohesively, so like the clipception moment wasn't really meant to be there. I kind of scuffed it. It's my fault. I scuffed it. Wait, is Jess still streaming, or did she end stream? Oh my god, Jess is still streaming too. I still have it running. I've had her muted in the background. I'll give her a wave. Let's see if she's... Okay, yeah, she's moving around.
Hi, Cosine. How are you? Don't call me a degenerate night streamer.
There we go. I'll leave it unmuted for a second to see the response. Severin here just having a giggle in both chats.
To built the space elevator. Bye. Okay, bye. Hi, Medial. Hi, Sav.
I think it's 5 a.m. for Jess. That's why I'm surprised that she's actually still streaming right now. Alright, let's see, how are we doing on this? I don't know who's gonna stream longer, that's the question. I don't know if this is a competition or not. Okay, I need to go back a lot. Guess I'm near the other. Have you not been looking this whole time? We have been inching ever closer to the other planet this whole time. Like, it's right there. We're getting there. Is this a good angle? Yeah, it looks good enough. Like right there, that's our destination. That endpoint. I've been sort of in and out. How dare you? We're getting there. I don't know how many more of these it's going to be. Probably fewer if I do this faster and more efficiently. But it's mostly a time limit at this point. I hope that didn't come across as me trying to steal viewers from Just, which I'm not trying to do. I just wanted to point out that for some reason both of us are still streaming today, because neither of us seem to have control over our lives. Jess is doing art, and I'm building space elevators in a silly video game for babies. We're different, but we go together. Camera, please. Camera, please. It's like a fixed amount of time that the camera tries to pull down. Maybe pulling out the terrain tool cancels it. I should try that. Maybe that's the magic solution to that problem. Okay, get that one there. A little further. Peaceful music. Thank you, Starman, for having a good soundtrack. I think this particular song is like 20 minutes long. Yeah, this is the one that's 20 minutes long. Just so soothing. I sometimes just play this song in the background when I'm like coding or something. So peaceful. And there's this song, which is peaceful if you forget that it's from Sonic 2006. I mean, it could still be peaceful, I suppose. But it's not quite the vibe that it has. It's got more of a chill vibe, which is ironic because it's a fire level. So cosine or sine up the rails, or is it too much of a tangent from the planets? You kind of had something going there until you tried to throw tangent in there and just fucked it all up. As for what wave function this is just a noise function. This is a Perlin noise function, so none of the above. If that's what you were going for with that. Because it's very clear that this is not aligned properly. What a mess this is. And a little to the left. Actually, where am I? Okay, I'm a little bit to the right, but I think the rail is in roughly the right spot. So we'll continue down this path. The right thing to do might have been to do this off stream, and then finish it on stream, but yeah, well, we're so close at this point. Engine always renew games and ended in diamond DPS. Look, I got a better DPS rank in Overwatch on that alt account than the actual cosine one. So I must have been doing something right. Not something right as far as Overwatch's shitty ranking system was concerned. Something right as far as cheesing the matchmaking system. Because I literally threw every placement. I tell this story every now and then because Kai brings it up for no apparent reason. I had an alt account on Overwatch, like before they had the split queue, where I just like fucked around on DPS and specifically didn't play the characters I was good at. And that account placed higher on my placements for competitive than the actual main account did for DPS for the characters that I thought I was good at, because I just threw 5 placement matches. And it just like sealed, like, any doubt I had in my mind was cast away when I realized that Overwatch's matchmaking system literally was just a fucking random number generator after I got that placement. Because I think I lost all 5 placements and basically didn't do anything useful in any of them. 10? Was that still 10 placements? I don't remember when they changed it. Okay, how's this? It goes back a little bit, which we need. We need to go back and left just a bit from this point. Back then it was 10. I wasn't sure when they switched it to 5. Maybe that was with the roll queue addition that they added. Either way, the matchmaking system's a fucking joke in that game. Like, if I go back to Overwatch, it's going to be the PvE stuff. But the dev process on that game, I have no idea what's going on. It might just be terrible when it comes out. I've fully accepted that possibility. I can only imagine this would be taking longer to load if I had a bigger save file, though I don't know how much the save file size affects the loading speed. I know it affects the saving speed pretty consistently. I don't know about the other way around. Okay, I've been placing these too close together too consistently. Need to go a little further. Okay, camera, fine. Just do it. Do it. Whatever. Look down. Okay, you done? Good. If this game's camera wasn't so aggressive about fighting the player's inputs, I wouldn't complain about it nearly as much. But it's like the camera just decides it wants to do something, and it will not accept any other outcome except doing what it wants to do. And then maybe I get control of it after the game has decided it's finished fucking, like, fighting with me. Gonna do a spinny doodle. I'm gonna have to kick it back further, which I've been trying to do smoothly. I don't know how well I've been doing that, but I'm trying to go back a little bit with each, like, increment. I should probably look up and see if I've actually been doing that or not, because I get the feeling I hadn't. It shouldn't have to spin. I'm pretty sure I did this correctly and got them both lined up on the correct sides of the pillar that I was building. If not, it's going to do a 180 twist in the middle. But I specifically, meticulously tried to avoid doing that, so you can make fun of me if I fucked it up. But it shouldn't require a twist at the very end. Also, if the spacing turns out to be, like, really close, that'll also be really nice, but not terribly important to the project as a whole. I'm still placing these too close together. It's right there. That's what we're aiming for, and it looks like I'm oriented correctly. The rail is on the side that I'm on. So I do believe I did this correctly. We're not going to have to twist it at the very end. Hey, Ted Cuddy. Okay, taking out the terrain tool just pauses the shitty camera. It doesn't actually make it stop doing it. So unfortunately, I have to sit through the shitty camera. That's a very aggressive increment there. Let's not do that. Let's go a little closer. That feels a little closer to what I've been doing in the past with these, but I need to put it a little further back, like that maybe. Oh yeah. Knuckles rap. I'm glad it's playing a bunch of the space music here. But, I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of space music on the soundtrack, so it might just be selection bias that I'm noticing them. As we look at this cool loading screen of a single planet, there we go. And then the game just picks a random direction to face me in. Okay, this one's a little bit better. We're definitely in the home stretch at this point. Okay, camera, fine. Look down. Look down. You done? Good. Alright, as long as I'm going a little bit back each time, that's progress. Because I gotta meet up with this right here. I'm not doing this for the rest of the planets. This is one of those, this is like kind of a proof of concept thing where I've realized, given how difficult this is, even though I could theoretically link up the other like 3 planets I need to gather resources from, I don't want to. This is just a bit too tedious. Like, if there was a better way to streamline this process, do it to say I did. I could do a lot of things to say I did them, but that doesn't make them worth doing. Like, the feedback I would get. Like, I could post this shit on Reddit and I'll probably get 20 upvotes, like the video I uploaded, me towing the Apollo lunar lander between 2 planets. And it was sandwiched between like 2 posts about somebody getting their first nanocarbon alloy and a picture of a marble that each had more upvotes than that post did. Like, the Reddit is disgusting. Like, there's no point. No reasonable accomplishments in this video game will be acknowledged by the masses. I'm happy with what I've accomplished here. Maybe somebody will take it all the way, and they will build their own system of space elevators and fully automate literally all the resource gathering in the game, except for the fact that you have to fucking pick up the auto extractors and place them again every now and then, which defeats the whole purpose of automating things with the auto extractors, because the devs won't fix it for some reason. Don't know what that's all about. Okay, it's right there. What the heck is that? Oh, that's the tall storage from the other one. Oh, we're close. We are really close. Like, I would guess maybe 5 to 10 more of these. Like, the depth is a little bit deceiving here. It's hard to tell, but I think like 5 or 10 more of these and I'll have it. This is worth it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna make the space elevator. And then I'm gonna drive a train from one planet to another. And again, quite possibly be the first person to ever do this, because I've never seen any information about somebody actually doing this, let alone in survival mode. Can I dance? Yeehaw! We even got dust clouds for some reason. Alright, I guess you can just double tap E to get out immediately. Okay, camera, fine. Look down. We good? You happy now? Okay. Alright, we really gotta go back. I'm gonna have to start building rails like this that are just definitely just suboptimal, because I need to go back a larger distance to align these up. I wonder how short I could have made this if I had just like gotten it perfect the whole way through, if there was some way to align this storage here. I don't know, I may do more research into this, but I don't think I'm going to ever bother building the rest of the elevator lines. We'll just have the one space elevator to Silva, which is not a terribly useful space elevator, but it was the only one I could make from Calidor, because Silva's the only planet that's close to Calidor. Again, if you reference the diagram here. If I was on Silva, I could have built it to any planet, but Calidor, I would have had to make it 40% longer to go to any of the other planets, and diagonal, and that would have probably been a pain in the ass. And this has already been long enough. I don't need to do this for 40% longer, just to make a diagonal space elevator. Interesting. I forgot it lets you attach to that part, but that part's not quite flat, so we'll do it here. Like, kind of having a consistent increment for the rover seat here would definitely help. I just have to let the camera do its thing. There's no other solution. I have to waste time waiting for the camera every single time I do this. Alright, so we're building back towards that there. This is going to be a little bit jank, like right at the very end, but oh well. As long as it works, that's all I care about. I honestly thought this might have been even more twisty, but I was able to keep it in a straight line. But I was able to keep it from twisting, but it still bumps up and down. So I squared it off in like one dimension, but not the other one. I guess a third dimension if you count rolling the train as well. Okay, we got that one at blue length. I've been kind of just slapping the rover seat down here like this, and this has been working pretty well. Camera, please. Okay, good. Again, taking out the terrain tool just pauses it. The second I put the terrain tool again, the camera goes back to being a piece of shit. So that's not like a proper long-term solution for that. Okay, let me go back a little further just to smooth out this connection. I don't want to like estimate how many more it is, because again, I'm not sure, it's hard to tell, but we're definitely like within 10 of getting this done. Right there. Does my camera when I'm in the seat? No, the game wants to pull my camera down even while I'm in the seat. In fact, I think it's residual camera like crust from getting in the seat that's causing this to happen in the first place. Where I get in, the game wants to point straight down for some fucking reason, and then eventually it stops doing that. And if I get out of the seat, it still wants to point me straight down for some reason. How far back is this? That's pretty good. Okay, what do we got here? That looks like maybe 5? How far over to the left do I need to go? Not very far. Connect the Johns. The Johns? What? What are the Johns? Or is that what you're calling these rail lines? I have to, oh god, I have to count up how many bits I got and decide what I'm naming this. I don't know who's in the lead. This is your last chance if you wanted to change the name, or if you're done with the bit, then I'll just tally up whatever we had and we'll name it according to that. This is your last chance to snipe it here. Well, maybe not. I'll give a cutoff. That's what I think I'll do. I'll give a cutoff for like when I'm going to do this. The dicks. They're not dicks. We've been over this. Not everything has to be phallic, and besides, I couldn't even connect them. The train building won't let me build up that high. They're rail lines. They're not phallic at all. They're just rails. Like, not everything has to be like this. I don't need to connect the Johnsons. Right there. This has been pretty good for just putting the rover seat straight down and then getting out has been putting me in roughly the spot that I want to be in here. Now I could reach the other storage or the other rover seat. We're right there. It's so close. That might be it right there. That might be the one. I think it's gonna be that one, and if it's not that one, it's the next one, but those look like they're close enough to both connect. Twitch, please, give me moments. We need a moment for this. Here it is. Here it is with unfitting RuneScape music. Oh. That's the space elevator. Silva. Calidor. All that's left to do is ride it. I can clean up the mess I made later. So let's call the train. We're gonna ride it down and then take a scenic like ride all the way back up to Calidor. We have to wait for the train to get here. There it is. Or maybe I could ride it from... I think we'll ride it to Silva. I think that'll look cooler. You know what, I can clean up the mess before I do any of that. Let me clean up the mess. Because I don't need to leave any of these here, and I think I can pick up the landing pad on the way back, because I have plenty of packagers, and then we'll do one cinematic ride and end the stream. Let's see, how do I... There's a way to get these. I think I need to deploy them and pick them up again to get them to rebundle, because we don't need these anymore. There's no point in littering in the depths of space, even if nobody can actually see you do it. So I gotta deploy every single tether and then go ahead and pick it up. I think there's one on the other side of this. There it is. And a couple on this one. Okay, just one. Okay, it's 12 of them, so I didn't have to do that last one there, but whatever. Because I didn't need to package up the seats, I could have just put them on the rover, but whatever, we got plenty of packages. Alright, we're gonna go back up and grab the landing pad. And then we'll do our cinematic ride of my slightly bumpy space elevator. It's mostly straight. It goes up and down a lot, but side to side it's not too bad, and it doesn't twist at all. So at least I got that figured out. Astroneer, thank you for the follow. How it began. Oh yeah, that's the packager explosion. Okay, we can get rid of this. We do not need this here. Go ahead and pack this up. It served its purpose. I forgot to use it once, but other than that, we were good to go. The rocket pads were functional. I don't know if I'll use them for anything else, but no point in shredding them or anything. I don't even think you can shred rocket pads. Alright, so we just crossed the threshold here. Amazing. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed this. I don't know if you watched this whole thing. I hope you didn't, because holy, this took a long time. How long was I building the space elevator? Does anyone know when I started doing this, like 4 hours ago or something? Was I already building it when I had my first or second, like, Twitch cutout? Is that Lance Armstrong? What, the face? This is Cole, apparently. Like, the train is named Cole. Like, C-O-L-E. It's funny because it's like a coal train, except it's coal. In the future of electric trains. It's about on par with the other weird names the devs have given things in this game. This is beautiful. So yeah, we're gonna ride this one more time up to Silva, and then I'm going to end the stream. I'll drive it back to the base off stream, get everything like situated. I hate that tumor there, but that tumor is part of the history of the space elevator, and I think it has to stay. So we're gonna get a nice like highlight out of this, just in case. So if nothing else, if people ask about like this space elevator, I could give them this highlight. If it's like long after I stream this game and somebody wanted to see it again, we'll have that. So we're gonna start it all the way over at the home base, and I'm gonna stay silent the whole time and just try to kind of aim the camera in a reasonable direction. As for what music to play, I have some Sonic music that's probably a little bit too intense for what I'm doing here, but you know what, that's never stopped me before. So we're gonna play the damn Sonic music. Elevator music will be for future streams when I'm showing this off as like a joke. But this does mean a lot to me. This was a lot of work to make this thing. And I'm very happy with how it turned out. Or the fact that it turned out at all, honestly, is what makes me happy about this. Okay, we're getting a little bit of a frame rate drop. Let me turn off the high quality terrain here. Or maybe reload my save just to reduce the amount of that happens. And then I'm just going to get in coal by itself so that there isn't a bunch of like nonsense showing up on the screen. Oh, okay, we're up to 8.6 megabytes. Whoever said that it's caching, I think they were right. I don't know if it's caching terrain, but I think it caches some local data about your save, like what's in the area around you. So your save is actually bigger if you're in a more congested area because of that. I don't know the details of it, but that seems to be consistent. When I'm on the ground, my save file is bigger than when I'm in the void of space, so that's why it kept changing sizes. This game is an anomaly. Okay, so we just want coal by itself. Get the beacon out of the way. I can kind of start it here. That's the Apollo lander over there, by the way. I towed this through space. There's a different video showcasing that. Maybe I should get that in the scene. I don't want it to be up there anyways, because it's kind of annoying up there. Because I can't see it unless I could walk all the way up that ramp. I'm actually going to pull it down to include it in this particular scene. The fucking packager clip was the real payoff of me doing this, wasn't it? Okay, so I don't want this up here anymore. Let's bring this down in the base. I'll set it up right once I've got it in the base. Preferably without it hitting anything and knocking it over. You only saw the aftermath. Watch the clip. I assume you did already. Okay, so the easiest way to do this is probably going to be to just kind of pick it up on the top carefully. I just got to get it upright, and then I could drag it wherever I want it to be. Come on. Camera, please. Rewatch on stream. Okay, we'll do that. I'll try to remember to do that. Come on, stay up. Up. Okay, good. I'm gonna just put it like kind of over here at the end of the street. You know, just as like a humble brag, like, oh, by the way, I did this. Come on, get off the work light. This is a delicate operation because if I yoink this thing too hard, it will just kind of fly off of this abruptly and probably flip upside down, which is looks like what it's about to do anyways because it's fucking stuck on these platforms. Can I get it back upright? Can I salvage this? Nah, nope, we fucked it up. The package said it's not crust, it's thin crust. I think this is another one of those references you kids talk about a lot that I don't understand because I'm uncultured. Just carefully, easy now. Just rotate that bad boy. Get it at a nice, like, kind of partial angle. There we go, that's the stuff. Okay, coal should be pretty fast on its own because I don't have any trailers on it, if I understand how this works. Let's see what this looks like. How fast am I going to be moving? I think that's faster. I'm pretty sure this is faster. Alright, so we're going to want to be at maximum zoom for this. Oh, don't go that way, go the other way. I guess it can't really go back anymore, can it? Or I'll just shove it into the back here. There we go. I also don't want my snails actually to start getting hungry in the middle of this. So let me go make sure they're not going to do that and start making gross snail noises. They were absolutely going to start making gross snail noises, so I'm just going to take them all off, I think, for the purposes of this flight. I just need to remember that I did that. Where can I put them? Right up here. Okay, except the power snail. Yeah, you can stay. You're not gonna go hungry in the middle of the ride, are you? Yeah, you might go hungry, actually, never mind. I'll get rid of all this crap. There we go. Okay, this is how we're gonna launch it. I don't know why I'm doing so much prep work for this, but oh well. Anyways, I'm gonna be silent for the next like 3 or 4 minutes. Just appreciate the sights as I try to stabilize the camera while I'm muted. And we'll see how cool this turned out, and we'll end the stream after that and see if anybody is actually still streaming at this ridiculous time of day. Looks like Jess might be. I think Jess might outlast me. Though she did take a break, which is kind of cheating. Is this video taken down? Nope, it's not. Excellent. Alright. This is what I think of when I think of space elevators. Here we go. Alright, and that's where I would clip that highlight. Well, the camera didn't fight me too much until the very end of that. And I think that is a good spot to end the stream here. I am extremely happy that this turned out as well as it did. Again, as well as it did, meaning it worked. It didn't crash the game. I was able to do everything that I wanted to do here. Sure, it was a little bit crusty, a little bit noodly, but I'm still quite happy with this. And I think it was worth the time I spent on this. I am not going to build 3 or 4 more of these. That's insanity. Unless I develop a much faster technique for this, which I don't know if I would. The crust adds flavor. It sells the fact that the camera in this game is terrible, and I was able to at least get it to work as well as I did. Alright, so anyways, off stream I'm going to fly back, prep things. I can't help but notice these rail cars fell on the floor. But oh, this is a highlight. Yeah, this isn't a clip. That's why I went silent and did that this whole time. I'm going to make a highlight after the stream of this particular thing that I just did here. Maybe upload it to Reddit and get another 20 upvotes. We'll see how that goes. Anyways, let's see. Is Jess still streaming? I'm going to ask her and see if she's going to stop soon before I raid her. I don't want to make her stay up even later. Let's see, let's unmute that. Turn this down a bit.
Are you gonna be on enough to want to raid my last dish tonight? I'm trying to do 24 hours, so.
Oh, 20.
Yes.
24 hours.
Go kick the band, but I'm kick the food. I think the band's pretty good. It's no denying this.
I was not aware that this is what was happening here. Alright, well, we're gonna go raid Jess. She's doing art right now. It's very chill, it's very different than what I'm doing here, but I like Jess, I support what she does. And who knows, maybe you might like her art. There's something I've been working on, like getting a commission from her, which you've been hearing about if you were watching the Power Wash streams. So eventually that'll come together. I'm going to have a character profile that isn't just stolen off of the internet. Jess is going to draw it for me. It's going to be adorable. Will it be cringe? I don't know, a little bit. But you know what? It's my cringe, and I like it. And it's cute, and I definitely am going to go forward with that. So in the meantime, let's get the raid going and do our outro. Yeah, rip Blales, but look, when you gotta have like your own image at some point here. I can't just take a picture of another character. I mean, I could do that. Some streamers do that, but it feels wrong. It feels weird. I'd like to have something that's mine. A character that is just like unique to my stream specifically, even if the character is not the most revolutionary concept in the world. It's still something unique to my stream that makes it like just feel a little bit more special. Didn't watch the clip on stream. Ah, shit. No, hold on. There's still time. I'll cancel the raid. Let's watch it. A little further. I'll leave the music running though. Alright, full screen, share. Okay, I get louder for some reason apparently while we're doing this. I'm going to figure this out in the future. Okay, here it is. Here's the packager clip before I do my outro. A little further. A little further. So, you know, I'll just go ahead and build it out to right here. Anything that doesn't clip will be fine. Oh my fucking god, I hate this game. Speaking of clips, I had to pick all these up now.
This fucking
I'm
game.
sorry, game. I didn't realize that putting a rail next to my packager mullet on my silo would just cause it to explode. How stupid of me to not like think of that ahead of time. You can't write this shit, chat. You can't make this shit up. Astroneer just does things to you that no other game would. I had like 20 packagers on this thing. Like, please clip that. Oh my fucking god. I'm glad that happened. A little further. Oh shit, don't look at that. Stream reveal. Dream setup reveal. You saw my tabs. I'm ruined. Alright, anyways, I think we're done here. What tabs did I have open? Let's see. Some chairs, Jess's stream, the music I was playing. You know that my chair hunt is authentic because I literally have a link to one of the chairs that I was looking into on my tabs. Nope, nothing sus here, just carry on. Alright, let's actually do the raid now.